Ever since Hansen began learning the Dongxue Sutra, his perception had heightened. When he entered ultimate breath mode, the cells in his body were able to breathe freely, independently from the nose and lungs. This made Hansen special. Previously, his breathing rhythm had affected his performance and his ability to channel power. But now, with Hansen able to forget his concerns about breathing and not become winded, he was much freer. Through this curious talent he had learned through the Dongxue Sutra, his ability to survey and assess a field of battle had been greatly improved, and he could perceive every little happening. Not a single movement and not a single drawing of breath could now escape Hansen's attention. Without needing to attend to his own bodily rhythms, he could work his way around everyone else's. Even if he was surrounded, he could weave in and out between potential oppressors. Every step he took was in between someone's blind spot. He could swerve into places they could not reach, take advantage of a soul misplaced footstep, and manipulate enemies to exhaust their powers. It was an incredible rush for Hansen to be able to do these things. It was as if he had entered God mode. With his great ability to perceive unfolding events, it was as if he was watching battles from high above. If he was once a chess piece, he had now become the player himself. Everything had fallen under his control. The 6 evolvers were now extremely frustrated. They had been trying to stop Hansen's advance, but wherever he stepped was the exact spot that was the most unfavorable for them. When one evolver believed his colleague should be stepping in to stop Hansen, the other would be thinking the same. When no move was made by either, Hansen was already leaving them in the dust. It was incredible to see, as if the 6 evolvers were secretly aiding Hansen. But this was the advantage and benefit the Dongxue Sutra gave its learners. Everything was as clear as glass, and each situation could be read like a book. The sutra offered the powers of gods and demons, and whoever became a surpasser would receive them. Hansen still hadn't reached the level of surpasser, but that didn't matter at this instant. His opponents were weaker than he was, which meant he could read their mind with ease. As a result, he was unstoppable. Seeing that 6 elites were unable to stop Hansen's advance, a chill ran down Black God's spine. Black God's sworn foe was entirely different from the last time he fought him, and as he drew nearer, Black God began to feel a wicked fear take hold. "Kill him!" Black God shouted. As he did, Black God fell back. He had no idea why, but as he looked into the eyes of his fierce, lone attacker, a chill fell upon him. He started falling back even further. He did not dare to engage Hansen in direct, one-to-one combat. The 237 evolvers were heavily armed, and they worked together to surround Hansen. They presented a wall of spears, facing Hansen like the craggy peaks of a mountain range. The points of the spears joined together like a trapping net, and moved up and down like the roll of an ocean's waves. It looked as if they could shatter stone if they so chose. The people back in the goddess shelter were shocked. It appeared that the Black God army possessed talent and a unified strategy. They weren't a group composed of throwaway mercenaries and sellswords. To take a formation such as this was not something any ordinary regiment could do. It was obvious they had received much rigorous training, otherwise, such seamless cooperation could not be possible. Yang Monli was waiting alongside her team, watching the field with shredded nerves. With the killing abilities they appeared to possess, victory over them was something not even a collection of hardened elites could pull off. Her anxiety over the well-being of Hansen became even greater. Hansen was going up against a high-powered meat grinder. Surely any attack would be hopeless unless he had the power to turn the tables. The evolvers in the Black God army had impressive fitness levels, and with them cooperating like this, it would take a person whose level was many times higher to turn the tide against them. The enemy was like a well-oiled machine, cogs turning flawlessly without a single hitch. If Hansen's speed and power weren't as great as it had to be, the machine could not be stopped. Even if he was able to take a few of them out, there was a high probability of him being killed by others in the formation. And Hansen was not wearing any armor. His entire body was exposed and weak, so to believe he could survive a battlefield in such conditions was an extremely dangerous endeavor. He was only wearing a traditional combat outfit that was standard issue for the Alliance. But now suddenly Hansen changed, as a red armor suddenly appeared to clothe his entire body. His short hair grew into a stream of long, blonde locks. His eyes sparkled with the color of gold and a ruby crown was lifted upon his head to decorate his new appearance. After his sudden transformation into a fairy queen, the whole world seemed to slow down in Hansen's vision. The spears that had been coming towards him like arrows had slowed to a crawl. He danced like a butterfly, or more menacingly like a wild bat in the dark. His body moved incredibly quickly, managing to weave its way between the swordsmen and their spears. He formed a gap between the ranks of the assaulting formation, and after breaching through, ran towards Black God. Every evolver Hansen passed by possessed a confusion in their heart. The position Hansen chose to breach was strange to them. It looked as if he were going to go in another direction, but when they turned to look, he was back where he had started. Whenever they wanted to strike, Hansen was already gone. With these godlike powers possessing his body, he was unstoppable. The evolvers on the battlefield felt hopeless and frustrated. Black God's face looked like mud. He could not believe that his formation, composed of over 200 evolvers, was unable to prevent Hansen's advance. And he was frightened. Hansen's power had reached such a degree that calling him strong was no longer fitting. He was almost inhuman. Kill him! Black God screamed as he continued to retreat. His heart felt as if it had been stabbed with ice. Hansen's performance had been too frightening to watch, and still, Black God lacked the courage to battle his most despised enemy. The 6 evolvers from the front rushed back and caught up with Hansen, who was now just beyond the formation and going for Black God. Their spears were like wretched dragons and their swords were like soaring eagles. There were 2 elites now blocking Hansen's way, the 2 from the army. They knew they had to capture their foe. But no matter how strong Hansen was, he was alone. Under the strenuous pressure of the formation, it was only a matter of time before he grew tired. But if Hansen was able to rush forward and slay Black God, then the army would be crushed. It would be hopeless without a leader. Hansen leaped into the sky and danced across the swords and spears of his enemies, before jumping towards Black God. Kill him! Black God's face was as white as a marble, and terror coated his words. The 4 evolvers were glad, for their beast soul weapons were now targeted on Hansen from 4 different directions. Now that Hansen was in the air, the only way he could avoid capture was if he suddenly sprouted wings and began flying. But Hansen did not sprout wings, and so they approached him. Seeing Hansen starting to descend, the swords and spears readied to join him. Alongside the 4 evolvers, many more were prepared to skewer Hansen on his landing. He would truly be helpless if he fell into their trap. Hansen was in the air, and had raised his feet as if to tread invisible stairs. His body that had looked set to descend began rising up once more, and like an airborne projectile, he was homing in on Black God once more. Everyone was astounded. The ability to obtain power from the air and enable a person to leap again was extraordinary. People didn't believe their eyes. Treading Cloud from the Chan family, although not as effective as 7 twists which borrowed strength from the air itself 7 times, was enough for Hansen to reach Black God. Black God was a hard, tough person. Seeing Hansen fly towards him, he knew that it was now too late for him to turn back. He might be afraid, but still, he shouted and took on the appearance of an ape, wildly slashing in his opponent's direction. Die! Black God screamed. His black longsword disappeared at the speed of light and reappeared directly in front of Hansen's face. He cast Tornado Knife twice as quickly. Through the power granted to him from his simian transformation, his power had reached such an unbelievable height that the stroke of his sword was too fast to be witnessed by the human eye. Dong! Seeing his black sword appear so close to Hansen's beautiful Apollo-like face, Black God suddenly felt a numbness in his arm. The arm that held the sword could no longer be controlled, and he watched as it flew upwards. The sword nicked Hansen's face, and drew a shallow rivulet of blood. A few strands of golden hair were also cut, and were carried off in the wind. Hansen used his fist to block Black God's tornado knife, though none could see how, due to the speed at which events were happening. Almost at the same time, Hansen's other hand performed a totally different action. His hand took the shape of a blade, and shone like a bolt of lightning. Without warning, it swept forward like the attack of a ghostly assassin. Black God wanted to pull back his arm and attack again, but he noticed his vision begin to fade. Hansen's face looked further away, and he felt as if he was flying, joining Hansen in the air. To Black God this all felt bizarre. In his vision, he now saw a familiar body, plated in black armor. The body was sitting upon a black wolf, but it lacked a head. From the stump of the body's neck, a fountain of blood spurted out. Plop! Black God was horrified, his eyes almost leaping from their sockets. The mouth was wide open, and blood gushed out. The area was soaked in ruby-rich blood. The battlefield went quiet. Everyone's eyes were now fixed on the airborne head, and they all looked astounded, unable to fathom what they were seeing. The master of the Black God shelter, the strongest man on the ice fields, the warrior who possessed the disappearing demon knife. His head had been cut off by a hand stemming from the middle of his army's formation. Everyone was rattled, distraught. As if they had all been frozen, all they could do was stare at the blond man who looked like a god. Venturing into the battle alone, and slaying the leader Black God, amidst his hundreds of men, so easily, Hansen had now enough of a reputation to instill fear into all who heard his name. The warriors still on the battlefield believed him to be a demon or god, and they quickly surrendered. No. No way. Zhu Ting's mouth hit the ground, and try as he might, could not close it. Out of the 6 evolvers with a fitness level of over 100, and the 237 elite evolvers present, none had been able to stop Han Senator. They had practically allowed him to sever the head of an evolver that was over 100 with his bare hands. No one could believe what they were seeing. Yang Monli's face was red with excitement, and her beautiful eyes sparkled. Her heart was pumping like mad. Even she could hardly believe Han Sen had been able to kill Black God in such a fashion, in such a desperate situation. The formation that had faced him had been almost nothing to him. He had just waved his hand and ripped the head off, quick and clean, smooth as butter. Such unbelievable power. No wonder he is an heir of Coach Han. Uncle Qing looked bewildered as he spoke. The people wanting to open the gate were flabbergasted. They could not believe Han Sen had able to run up to such a mighty elite, surrounded by his great army, and slay him like so. Within 2 to 3 minutes, it was all over. Those few people felt a chill assault their necks, and they couldn't help but run their fingers around it. They felt that when Hansen came back, and found out how they had behaved, they'd all be headless within a few seconds. Many people started running towards the teleporter, consumed by fear. Hansen had managed to hack someone's head off as if it were a game, in the midst of a huge battle. The Moners lacked the protection of the army, and neither were they elite evolvers that might have been able to fend for themselves. Their legs were turning to jelly as they made off to the teleporters. Many tripped over themselves before they reached the teleporter, and it was a comical sight to see them act like buffoons, all desperately attempting to clumsily escape. It would be a long time before any of them dared show their face at that shelter again. It would be no surprise if the sight of a bloody, airborne head haunted their dreams as a ghastly reminder of what transpired that day, either. The 6 supreme evolvers remained frozen. They had witnessed many strong people in their time, but this was unlike anything they had ever seen before. One single man, targeting the head of his opposition like a rocket, had managed to dance and weave through an army to get to his objective. Their army. Their hearts were chilled, and they abandoned all thoughts of fighting. They may have followed the command of Black God, but they only did so due to the Alliance sending them into his service. They had no great fondness of him. But now Black God had quite literally lost his head, they no longer felt obliged to fight for him. Their minds kept flashing back to the sight of Hansen dodging and prancing past their entire forces to slay Black God, and as these images recurred, chills ran down their spines. The six had stayed put, and the ordinary evolvers didn't move either. Already, their minds raced with the thought of fleeing the scene. "Hansen, we only took orders from Black God," one evolver spoke out amidst the silence. "We followed his command, that was it. We have no personal desire for conflict with you. Right now, Black God is dead and there would be nothing to gain from further combat. Can we end it all now and call for a truce? Whoever attacks my shelter is an enemy, my enemies are not for you to determine," Hansen coldly said. "If we fight for our lives, you might not have the advantage," another elite said. Still, his voice trembled with the obvious desire to flee and not be forced to engage with Hansen. "Since you are here, then you must have your answer. If you fight, we fight until the last man is standing. If not, then you will join my goddess army. You will follow me as I lead an assault to destroy the Black God shelter. This will make you a soldier of the goddess army." Hansen looked at them gleefully. The evolvers sounded as if they were hesitating. They were already frightened, and seeing the godly-looking Hansen, the last thing they wanted was to fight him. Although there were 200 evolvers with them, they still didn't feel safe. But to surrender to him and take down the Black God shelter, they were afraid whether their main leader back in the Alliance would let them go so easily. "I know the person called Dong Lin. After you return, you can register with me." Hansen already knew much of the Black God's dealings and affairs from Tang Jinliu, so knew enough to make this suggestion. Hearing this, they no longer hesitated. True or false, Hansen had already given them a reason not to fight. Stricken with fear, the last thing they wanted to do was battle. "We are willing to join the goddess shelter and follow your lead," numerous evolvers spoke in unison. The people in the goddess shelter were amazed, as all of this was happening so quickly. They had been lusting for their blood a few minutes prior, and yet here they were now, yielding to the command of Hansen. In their eyes, the power of the Black God army was still strong. It was not as if they could fight back, so why would they so readily concede? The Black God's shelter had had a change in ownership in the span of a single night. This was news that startled many. The Black God shelter also changed its name, becoming the Goddess Shelter. The same also applied to the smaller branches of the Black God shelter, so that they too adopted the new name of Goddess Shelter. No one was entirely sure what happened, and why everything had suddenly changed. Many people wanted to confirm the rumors for themselves. If anyone knew an evolver from what was previously known as the Black God Shelter, they could quickly find the answers they sought. And now, the name of Hansen had spread to every corner of the ice fields during a single night. On the other side of Snow Mountain, Black God brought with him 300 elite evolvers and 6 evolvers that had a fitness level of 100 to attack the goddess shelter. When it was all over, Hansen had managed to decapitate Black God by single-handedly breaching the protection provided by his army. Then they took over each and every Black God shelter overnight. Did you know that Hansen is 8 feet tall, and his waist is 8 feet wide, too? He has the strength of a monster. Black God brought 3,000 elite evolvers with him, and they battled together for 3 days and 3 nights. And guess what? Hansen didn't even get a scratch. Are you sure? I heard it was an army of 30,000 that set out to attack Hansenator, and he effortlessly killed 10,000 people, which turned the rivers red with blood. The corpses, when stacked together, formed an entirely new mountain, and that was after filling a canyon. When it was all over, everyone in the Black God army was killed, which led to the Black God shelter surrendering. What are you guys talking about? Hansen is an extremely beautiful woman. I don't believe it. How can Hansen be a woman? That's a man's name. Well, you're missing something either way. You see, there was a really touching story in the midst of everything. And it was all about me. Hansen and I used to be neighbors, and not many people know about this, but back in the day. The legends that surrounded Hansen out on the ice fields quickly spiraled into madness. But despite the constant additions to the tales that were told, one thing remained constant: Han Sen had been able to bring down the Black God's shelter in one night. The real warriors, like Li Xingluan and Brother Philip, upon hearing the news, found it difficult to believe what had happened. It was more shocking for them to hear that than if Han Sen had managed to slay 30,000 evolvers with a single slap. Killing people was easy, but taking over territory was incredibly difficult. And to hear that Han Sen had managed to take over all the territory Black God previously owned was quite frightening. The reason why Han Sen had been able to effortlessly take ownership of the Black God's shelter was the aid given to him by Tang Jinliu. Tang Jinliu used to say that if Han Sen managed to kill Black God, then he would be able to easily take over his power. Han Sen had simply decided to try it. He had then asked Tang Jinliu for assistance. If Tang Jinliu was able to do it, then Han Sen would have no issue with claiming ownership of the Black God's shelter. If Tang Jinliu could not do it, then he would at the very least resort to ransacking and taking what he could from the place. Without enough people to take over a shelter, it would be a demanding task, but looting the place could be fruitful. In the end, Tang Jinliu really did manage to take care of the people who had previously supported Black God. They drew a line and allowed Han Sen to take complete ownership of the Black God's shelter. Li Xingluan and Brother Philip were now on their way to the Black God's shelter, to confirm with their own eyes the news they remained skeptical about. The original possessors of the Black God's shelter were there, unharmed. Now following the leadership of Han Senator, they may not have been harmed, but they looked dazed by what had happened. Han Sen did not plan on uniting the ice fields, for doing so would benefit him. After all, the people he had were not from his party, and he did not have enough of his own men to control all the shelters in the ice fields. Now, what Han Sen wanted the most was to find a way to group up with Li Xingluan and Brother Philip to attack the royal shelter, in an alliance composed of the three of them. It would be impossible for him to do it alone, after all. Li Xingluan and Brother Philip were relieved that Han Sen was not interested in becoming a self-imposed king of the ice fields. Taking over the Black God's shelter had presented him with many benefits, however. Not only would he receive income from the Black God's shelter, he would even obtain the swathes of information and intelligence that the Black God's shelter held in its possession. There were many sacred blood class creatures residing across the ice fields. Although the Black God's shelter could not eliminate them, their record-keeping housed a great deal of useful information on them. Such information had cost many their blood, sweat, and tears. It had cost the lives of many to collect. The effort taken by many generations to collect such intelligence was plain to see. It would have taken countless years for a sole person to collect and store such knowledge. It looks like the ice field is home to many sacred blood creatures. It would also appear that we lack the sufficient resources for their elimination. Han Sen browsed the scope of the information and decided to hunt a few to see whether he could capture a few more beast souls. Even though he had learned the dual skill, he still required 2 sacred blood beast soul swords. Otherwise, it would not matter how strong his skill was, it would have been impossible for him to battle the twin spirit and emerge victorious with mutant beast soul swords. His weapons paled in comparison to their lethal rapiers. But after Han Sen had studied the information for a little while longer, the sacred blood creatures had him blurting out the impression he had formed of them. Strong. That was to be expected, of course. If they had been easy to kill, then Black God would have slain them already. The ones that still drew breath did so, because they could not be killed. They had to be terrifically fierce and powerful foes. Han Sen looked left and right, surmising that each of them would prove a difficult catch. But before he went to fight one, he wanted to study and learn about as many as he could. Amidst the records detailing the sacred blood creatures, Han Sen came across one that would yield him a sacred blood beast soul sword. This was a Silvereye Ice Snake King, and its group was huge. There were original, mutant and sacred blood variants on offer, but the latter beast soul could provide a Silvereye Ice Snake sword beast soul. As Han Sen checked the information he had on the sword, his desire to kill the sacred blood Silvereye Ice Snake King increased. But the Silvereye Ice Snake King lived out in the ice valleys. The landscape there was dangerous, and it would be difficult for him to bring an army over such a great and perilous distance. The group was huge, also, consisting of at least 10,000 of the snakes. And the powers of the snakes were substantial. They had silver scales that were icy, sacred blood weaponry would have a difficult time piercing their flesh and inflicting damage. Their attacking power was fierce, as well, and their toxic teeth could bite through sacred blood shields. And they could fly. Across the Black God Shelter's history, attempts to slay the beasts had been recorded. Black God himself had tried once, but he and his people had failed. No matter what they tried, none were able to slay the Silver-Eye Ice Snake King. Han Sen was still considering how he might slay such a beast when he saw Zhu Ting. He was smiling at him, and then he came over, saying, "Leader, you still aren't resting?" "No, why? What's wrong?" Han Sen smiled back at Zhu Ting. So far, he had been as honest as could be, and had done nothing in defiance of Han Senator. If this behavior continued, then he was willing to keep him in the goddess army. "I have something for you, but I am not sure if you are interested." Zhu Ting pulled out what he had, and carefully showed it to Han Sen. Han Sen looked at what Zhu Ting had brought with him. They were a few sheets of parchment, with words written upon them. Despite not being printed words, they were not handwritten either. They looked as if they had been rubbed in. "What is this?" Han Sen took a look at one of the papers. The words he read were as small as tadpoles, but they contained knowledge pertaining to Qigong. There were 3 sheets of paper, each containing a separate paragraph that seemed to bear no relation to the others. Nor did the paragraphs look complete, as there seemed to be large chunks of content missing from the pages. "Boss, do you like the hyper-geno art featured in the papers?" Zhu Ting smiled. "I can't read them," Han Sen said as he put the paper down, as the content only seemed to be a mishmash of texts that lacked cohesion. The words themselves were also complicated to understand, because they were archaic. He couldn't begin to understand what hyper-geno art, if any, was contained in those pages. "Boss, have you heard of the hyper-geno art called Jade Sun Force?" Zhu Ting asked, with a hint of mystery coating his words. "No." Han Sen shook his head. The skill sounded in, but he had never heard of it. "When you have some free time and return to the Alliance, why don't you browse the Skynet for information about this ability? If you like, we can then resume this discussion. Otherwise, I fear you won't believe me, no matter how much I praised this hyper-geno art." Zhu Ting paused briefly, then continued. "My version is the real one. It stems from an ancient time. It was copied from a certain tablet, and I can assure you that it is the real thing. It's good stuff." Han Sen did not dismiss the idea. In fact, he rather liked it. He waited for Zhu Ting to depart, and when he did, returned to the Alliance. He wanted to find out more about this so-called Jade Sun Force. The search engine quickly presented numerous articles. It looked as if it was a fairly popular hyper-geno art. Han Sen picked a site at random. "Do you want to stay long and hard? Do you want your partner or wife to moan and scream all night? Do you have problems staying hard or finishing too soon? If you said yes to any of these, then the Jade Sun Force is here for you. It will train you to become a man with a golden sword. You will soon be slaying your wife in bed, breaking her voice as she screams your name. What are you waiting for? Come order it today. Learn this and become a real man." "What?" Han Sen almost spat out the tea he was drinking. "What the hell is this?" He clicked on another link, but that too offered to sell the same hyper-geno art, one that was related to the suffering of an unhealthy kidney. Han Sen quickly realized that this was indeed a famous hyper-geno art. There were many different types of Jade Sun Force on the Skynet, each having been slightly modified to suit the various needs of different people. It was not unlike the skill panorama. They were all mostly the same, though. The Jade Sun Force was a hyper-geno art that seemed to be designed for the strengthening of a person's kidney. But its versatility lent itself well to the aiding and correction of many different sicknesses and debilitations which could afflict men. What is wrong with this Ting? Do I look like I need this skill? I could do it with 10 women in one night. Hansen felt as if his very dignity had been slighted. Even his disposition had taken a nasty blow. It was no wonder Ting had told him to check the Hyper-Geno art out on his own. Besides, this cheap crap is all over Skynet. There is no need for me to buy it, I can just find it. Who needs this crap? Hansen felt personally offended. Ding. 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 Hansen felt enraged, and swore that he would teach Zhu Ting a lesson he would not soon forget. He would teach him not to underestimate the abilities of his master. But while he resolved to do this, the communicator rang. He accepted the call, and a beautiful image presented itself. It was Huang Fu Ping Qing. Sister, your beauty only increases as the days go by. Hansen saw Huang Fu Ping Qing look both mature and attractive, and he couldn't help himself from complimenting her appearance as soon as he laid eyes on her. There was no harm in offering compliments. Besides, she used to be of great aid to him. Huang Fu Ping Qing looked happy, and her face bore the most incredible smile. But then she froze, looked past Hansen vacantly, and sighed. Did my face grow flowers? Hansen touched his face, wondering why she looked at him in the way she did. Little brother must be tired these days. Huang Fu Ping Qing gave a strange look. My recent affairs have been tiring, and I've been constantly rushed off my feet. Hansen answered her question casually, uncertain what she was wanting. Huang Fu Ping Qing's expression was puzzling. After a moment, she said, although you are young, you should attend to your rest. Your body's health receives no reward from overexerting itself. Once she had said this, Huang Fu Ping Qing hung up. Is she insane? What was she even talking about? Hansen looked at his communicator and felt quite annoyed at the encounter, unsure what was wrong with her. She called him, spoke some inane blabber, and then hung up. What could she have wanted? Thinking of that, Hansen turned around to look at his monitor. He froze. Do you want to stay hard and long? Do you? The advert was still fully displayed, and he quickly understood what had happened. He understood why Huang Fu Ping Qing had acted strangely and hung up hurriedly. No. No. Hansen felt like he was in trouble, and frantically called up Huang Fu Ping Qing. This was really bad. If she told people that Hansen was unable to perform effectively, he couldn't imagine the embarrassment. How would the girls he knew view him then? A chill ran down his spine just thinking about it. Shortly after, the communicator was connected. Sister, listen to me. Let me explain. Hansen then tried to tell her why that advert had been on his screen. But he had only spoken 2 sentences before Huang Fu Ping Qing responded by saying, there is no need for you to explain your issue to me. I am not who you are. The woman from the G family is pretty, and you can do to her whatever you see fit. That has nothing to do with me. She didn't give Hansen the chance to explain, and hung up before he could start talking again. But then the communicator rang with someone else on the line. Hansen was getting frustrated, and wanted to call her back so he could explain. He was going to push the call button, but his finger slipped to press receive. Ji Yanran's image appeared, and gave Hansen a fright. As Ji Yanran looked at Hansen, she had a sweet smile. But that soon disappeared, as well. Hansen wanted to slap himself for having forgotten to close the advert again. He tried to explain, calm down, Yanran. It isn't what you think. I found some time today, so that I may do it with you, but it's okay. It would be best if you go and train, I'll gladly wait for you to improve. Ji Yanran looked supportive. Hansen felt himself going mad. Just when he wanted to explain, he heard someone else calling her. Ji Yanran then said to Hansen, I'm going for a meeting, you should practice in the meantime. I won't disturb you. But make sure to get some rest. No, it's not like that. I can do it, I really can. Hansen wanted to explain, but she had already hung up. Zhu Ting, I'm not done with you. Yelling continued to erupt from inside the room. Because Ji Yanran had to have a meeting, she turned off her communicator. In a frenzy, Hansen ran to the teleporter and returned to the shelter. Zhu Ting, you son of a troll. Come out here. Boss, what is it? Zhu Ting left his room and couldn't help but notice Hansen's soured expression. Zhu Ting turned and attempted to leave in a hurry, but Hansen made sure to block his escape. Zhu Ting, you and your dreadful Jade Sun force, does it look like I need that sort of thing? My kidney is stronger than that of a titan. When I get hard, I sometimes scare myself. Hansen scowled at Zhu Ting with dagger eyes, and gritted his teeth. Zhu Ting felt a chill run down his spine. With a forced smile, he said, Boss, please don't get mad. This isn't what you think. Then what is it? Hansen looked at Zhu Ting with murder in his eyes. Zhu Ting was genuinely afraid that Hansen was going to beat him, so he raised his hands against Hansen's chest while trying to explain as quickly as he could. This Jade Sun force does improve a man's manliness, but that isn't the only thing that it does. Although using the Jade Sun force could allow a man to do it 10 times without getting tired, a man such as you can already do that, surely. The benefit you can seek from the Jade Sun force would not concern this. Of course, I can do that. Hansen's face was starting to appear a little calmer. The Jade Sun force's primary function is to strengthen a person's kidney. The kidney is a core organ of the human body, so its strengthening would yield benefits to your stamina, vitality, and power. What I presented to you was the real thing, taken from the Jade Sun tablet. It's not some crappy product you can order from a sleazy Skynet site. If you learn this hyper-geno art, you wouldn't even get winded after traveling 1,000 miles in a single day, Zhu Ting explained. Pfft. You sure make it sound revolutionary. I'd wager it's not any different to those rubbishy mail-order products on Skynet, Hansen said. It's not the same, I assure you, Zhu Ting said. When the Jade Sun tablet was unearthed, a great many people desired it. After much quarreling, it was broken. The tablet, as it once existed, can no longer be seen. However, a few copies of the original tablet do remain. I possess one such copy. There are countless copies already posted across the Skynet. What makes yours so special? Hansen thought Zhu Ting was playing him. It did not matter whether or the teachings of a hyper-geno art were a copy or not, all that mattered was whether the content within the copy was correct. Boss, this Jade Sun force is different. There are many different versions out there on the Skynet, each retailer possessing their own. They each provide different effects, and many can be negative. Those on the Skynet can only make you a little stronger. After a brief pause, Zhu Ting continued, the original variant of this skill is quite amazing. Although many people know its content, people have interpreted it in different ways. What matters, however, are the words inside. Why? What about them? Hansen was now curious. The words that come straight from the tablet possess a curious mystical quality. Although the contents are mostly the same, reading these words will endow you with a Jade Sun force that isn't like the ones that are regularly taught. The original copy would indeed provide you with a special result. You may struggle to believe me, but I am telling you the truth, it could be a great boon for you. Hansen picked up the papers, read them and felt no different. Zhu Ting, be honest. Are you trying to lead me on right now? Hansen was getting concerned, and starting to truly believe that Zhu Ting was just pulling his leg. Perhaps the papers were nothing special. No. I copied this one myself. The real stuff is too precious. I was just worried that you'd destroy the parchments in a rage, if I hadn't been able to talk about this properly and explain it. I brought you a fake version, but if you really want it, I can provide you the genuine copy, Zhu Ting said quickly. Give me the real thing. But if I find out you have lying to me this entire time, do not blame me for being cruel to you. Hansen stared at Zhu Ting with fierce eyes. Boss, if I give you the genuine Jade Sun Force, could we do so in a trade? I would like to request a few Berserk Mutant Beast souls in exchange for this teaching. Zhu Ting looked at Hansen hopefully. I'd have to consider it. Let me see what you have first, Hansen said coldly. Zhu Ting dared say nothing further. He went to retrieve the proper copy. He returned after a while, bearing a small safe box. He placed the receptacle in front of Han Senator. He opened it carefully and brought out the genuine copy, which he then carefully placed on the table. Boss, see? I promised you that it was different to the last one I showed you. Zhu Ting spoke with renewed confidence. Hansen studied the new one that Zhu Ting had brought out. Its mere presence felt different to look upon, but he couldn't quite tell in what way. He then took the 3 fake copies in one hand, and the real one in the other. He read them all side by side. The words were the same, and so was their color. But seeing the genuine thing, there really was a feeling you couldn't quite put your finger on. Any real hyper-geno arts always permeated its nearby atmosphere with a mystic hue, after all. See, boss? I told you I wasn't lying, Zhu Ting smiled. There are some slight, noticeable differences. Hansen stared at the real copy multiple times, trying to identify the strange feeling it was giving him. It's not just a little different, the differences are staggering. Since the Jade Sun tablet was destroyed, these legitimate copies have become the most treasured of articles. If you want to learn the proper Jade Sun Force, it's through the use of these that you can achieve it. The replicas over on Skynet are useless. Even if they did provide an advantage, it would be nothing a balanced diet and a few sit-ups could get you. Believe me, if you want to learn the Jade Sun Force, these are exactly what you need. Zhu Ting continued to wax lyrical over the greatness of the copies he owned. How would you like to trade, then? Hansen averted his gaze when he asked Zhu Ting this. 5 parchments composed the entire copy. How about 1 page for 2 Berserk Mutant Beast souls? Zhu Ting did not have to consider this for long, having prepared to make this exact offer. Are you insane? You want to own 10 of my Berserk Mutant Beast souls for this piece of crap? Hansen's eyes were wide open, flabbergasted at Zhu Ting's proposition. But this is the real. Zhu Ting tried to say, but he was cut off. 3 Berserk Mutant Beast souls and 2 ordinary Mutant Beast souls. That is all I will offer you for this thing. Take it or leave it, the choice is yours. Boss, please. Please give me more. This is a one-of-a-kind artifact. You won't find anything else like this across the entire universe. Zhu Ting looked upset at his plight. That's all I can offer. If you don't like it, lump it. Hansen turned to leave. He only had that much to offer on hand right now, but his counteroffer was mostly driven by a desire to prevent too many Berserk Beast souls be available amongst the populace. Fine. 3 Berserk and 2 ordinary ones. I accept. Zhu Ting clenched his teeth as he agreed to Sen's offer. Hansen glanced over the documents he was about to receive in exchange, to ensure there were no problems or tricks to hand. He then sealed the deal. Hansen turned and walked on a few steps. But he then turned around and asked Zhu Ting, once I have learnt this, can I truly take on 10 people at the same time? Hansen returned to his room and began studying the 5-page copy of Jade Sun Force. With his knowledge of ancient lexicon, he had little trouble in deciphering the text. The characters were archaic, and the content of the hyper-geno art was rich. Overall, it seemed like a good skill to strengthen one's kidneys. As he continued to stare at the parchments, they emanated a mystical aura. As Hansen studied them, he felt that he was understanding more and more about it. The closer Hansen looked, the more his understanding and perception of that enigmatic aura clarified. This is what the Jade Sun Force is. It's not as disgusting as Zhu Ting said. It isn't unlike the heresy mantra, though that one strengthens a person's heart. Instead, Jade Sun Force just strengthens your kidneys. Hansen finished reading and came to this conclusion with much surprise. Hansen became ever more surprised when he realized how good this skill actually was. It was definitely a skill that wasn't easily attainable and which could be greatly sought after. But why had Zhu Ting give it to him with such little resistance? From the way Hansen saw it, Jade Sun Force wasn't far off the heresy mantra. If strengthening your heart was meant to strengthen your force and amplify your powers, then strengthening your kidney was like upgrading your power storage tank. If your kidneys were not upgraded with Jade Sun Force, it would be like using coal to produce fire and warmth. It was effective, but not efficient. It wasn't a clean burn either. But if you were to upgrade your kidneys, it would be like using a clean burning gas like propane, effective, efficient, and longer lasting. The improvements were huge. Right now, it was like using regular fuel to try propel a rocket into space. Once he was strengthened, Hansen suspected he'd be able to learn a wider variety of skills, and to use them more effectively than ever. His stamina and strength would reach a whole new level. If all this was correct, Hansen's combat abilities would be greater than ever, and his peak performance duration during prolonged fights would almost without equal. In the past, it had been determined that to be among the best, you had to be able to remain unexhausted of any amount of power for up to 2 hours. But by strengthening your kidneys in this way, he believed he could fight at maximum capacity for 24 hours. Hansen was wary, however. He was suspicious of why Zhu Ting would so casually present him such a significant skill. Had he realized the full extent of this skill beforehand, he would have gladly traded more berserk beast souls to get his hands on it. Hansen then guessed that Zhu Ting must have already learnt the Jade Sun Force himself. It was likely that many others had learned it too, before it had somehow fallen into Zhu Ting's lap. But when they learned it, it wasn't as efficient, and it only worked to slightly increase their typical strength, alongside their outstanding capabilities. This was most likely due to their lesser understanding. Truly understanding the entire texture and richness of the words on those parchments was a talent only possessed by a few. Hansen was able to understand the full extent of the hyper-geno art, first, because his brain had been combined with blood crystal. This had already led to a natural increase in abilities of perception. But the second reason rested in his recent understanding of the Dongshui Sutra. His manner of perceiving and thinking was clearer, and so, reading the copy of the Jade Sun Force provided him the greater subtext that had been missed by so many others. For ordinary people, the power bestowed upon them through Jade Sun Force was weak and unsubstantial. Their perception was too limited to glean the small differences that separated what they learned and what Hansen could learn. Put simply, they couldn't understand Jade Sun Force. After Hansen practiced Jade Sun Force a few times, he felt his kidneys vibrate like warm stones. He felt as if there were 2 little stoves alight inside, energizing him. He felt like he wouldn't need any rest, even if he was to run for 3 days and nights. This is a great skill. After I master it, I would have no problem battling 10 creatures, all at once. Hansen was in a great mood. But perfecting Jade Sun Force was sure to take a long time, and Hansen wasn't in a rush. He was still wondering how he might slay the Silver-Eye Ice Snake King, after all. If he lacked 2 sacred blood swords, an infinite amount of stamina wouldn't matter against the twin spirit. Luckily, Hansen was in control of the Black God shelter now. Although the elites of their former master were not under his direct command, they still secretly listened to Dong Lin and not Han Senator, but if it was for the slaying of a sacred blood creature, they would definitely come along. Hansen carefully looked at the list of elites belonging to the Black God shelter, and handpicked 10 people to join him on his quest to slay the Silver-Eye Ice Snake King. Boss, we tried hunting the Silver-Eye Ice Snake King once before with Black God. We didn't succeed, as it was far too difficult. In the domain of that wretched creature, the efficiency of our powers was dampened and subdued. To be surrounded by snakes is no small task, it is wickedly dangerous. A few of the elites that had accompanied Black God in the hunt had their faces contort with fear as they heard Hansen's plan to venture there and slay the beast. They attempted to change his mind. I have already made my decision. Stop the chatter and follow my commands, Hansen responded coldly. At this, some of the elites lost hope. Dong Lin and Hansen had already come to an agreement, so for this task, those who had been selected had no choice but to accompany him. Hansen brought 10 people with him to Ice Snake Valley. They had cartographic documents with them, so they had little trouble navigating through the snow to get to where they wanted to be. They all reached their destination in fine health. It was said to be an ice valley, but in reality, the location appeared more like a glacier Grand Canyon, where colossal rifts in the frostbitten grounds had parted to form narrow basins, and where snow could collect in dangerous amounts. If you were to fall into it, you would be sure to be submerged in the snow. On the snow fields they now treaded, movement from beneath the snow could be seen. It was movement from a silver-white ice snake, tunneling forward like a rabid earthworm. The ice snakes were white, with eyes of deadly silver. When they were submerged in the piles of snow, they were camouflaged and nearly impossible to see. If one didn't pay close attention, they'd never see them before it was too late. They did not know how many ice snakes populated this perilous canyon, and that if any of the creatures bit you, you would be immediately paralyzed with frostbite. A well-armed person might be able to withstand the bite of an ordinary ice snake, but if they were to be bitten by a mutant variant, it wouldn't matter if their fitness level was over 100. Succumbing to such a bite would freeze you in no time at all. Those 10 evolvers were over 100, but their great talents did little to stave off their fear. They did their best to delay and drag out the venture there, taking their time as if their life depended on it, because it did. Hansen noticed this, but wasn't upset. Instead, he smiled and said, "Well, how about this? You don't have to risk your lives and enter the valley. I will go alone to draw out the Silver Eye Ice Snake King. I will lure it all the way here, so that we can fight it together, free from the intrusions of the other snakes." Good, good, good. The elites all nodded in delighted agreement. They didn't want to set foot in that valley at all. The dangers there were too much for them. And if Hansen went in alone, it wouldn't be their fault if he died. But there is something I must tell you first. If I draw out the Silver Eye Ice Snake King, and someone decides to flee, do not blame me for being cruel in my response to your desertion. Even Dong Lin will be unable to help out any cowards that run. Hansen eyed each of them coldly. In response, one of the evolvers said, "Do not worry, boss. We aren't like that. We will do our best to help you slay it." Though his mouth said that, his heart felt something else. Like the rest, he believed that if Hansen truly ventured there alone, he wouldn't be coming back. They initially believed that Hansen might have wings and was planning to fly into the valley to draw the Snake King out. It was nearly impossible for someone to walk down there. The depth of the snow was greater than any man, and if you were to sink into it when trying to walk on top of it, you'd be sinking into a white grave occupied by unwelcoming snakes. It would be certain death. If Hansen could fly, he would fare better, but not by much. The ice snakes also possessed the ability to fly, and so an unbalanced dogfight would quickly ensue. Although they couldn't fly too high, for as long as he would be in the ice valley, it would be impossible for him to escape their pursuit. That's why they thought Hansen's decision to go in alone was a suicidal move. But there he went, walking into the valley. Without wings. Hansen had learnt the talent Ice Skin, however, and so was unafraid of being frostbitten. That's not to say he planned on getting bitten by the snakes, though. As he stepped into the ice valley, Hansen leapt into a sprint. As he ran, his footsteps were so slight that they only left a shallow indent in the snow, and you could only trace them by paying close attention. Treading cloud, aside from borrowing strength from the air itself, allowed a person to be as light as the cloud the skill was named after. If perfected by its user, the ability to traverse across fields of snow without leaving a trace was wholly possible. The evolvers that remained watched Hansen go, motionlessly. The skill they observed unnerved them, making them believe that Hansen was greater than what could be defined as an evolver. Although Hansen's body was really light, it still drew the attention of the ice snakes. He noticed 2 ice snakes leaping out from their white, powdery crypts to attack him. The silver-scaled creatures glistened in blinding white beneath the sun of that day. They stretched their bodies and spread their wings like giant cicadas. They dive-bombed towards Hansen but missed, and so twirled in the air to try again. Hansen had read the profiles of the snakes before, and knew that the ice snakes had wings. Although they could not fly high, they had incredibly strong gliding abilities. Because of this, he knew he could not risk slowing down, so he pushed forward, dodging the snakes that lashed towards him. He didn't kill the 2 ice snakes, because he only wanted to draw the ire of the Snake King and lead it out. If he killed the 2 ice snakes, the scent of their blood would rally every other snake in the valley. And if that happened, he would be in big trouble. He ignored the 2 chasing snakes and continued to push onward. A few other snakes occasionally joined the fray, but they did not pose much of a threat to Hans Senator as he glided along the snow. He continued to dodge every attack as he pushed into the canyon. The evolvers watching on the outside looked at each other, observing how they all looked shocked. It was extremely rare to witness an evolver possess so much skill. Do you think he can actually draw out the king? One evolver posed the question with a strange look, as he watched the fleeting humanoid shadow dance across the valley. I'm not sure. You can't really tell with this person, an evolver responded. The boss wants us to collect as much information about him as we can, but if we report everything we see, do you think the boss will believe us? I hope the boss doesn't end up making us go against him. This man is too scary. If we were enemies, I'd feel terrified every waking moment. Although we have a lot of protection, I would still fear Hansen decapitating me. The level of his skill is frightening. I hope not, too. Following him isn't too bad. He's not as cruel and conceited as Black God was, for one thing. You can actually reason with Hans Sr. Before long, Hansen was gone from their sight. The snowy mountain was 100 miles long, and all Hansen knew was that the Snake King was in some sort of icy cave in the middle of the valley. So he made sure to go in that direction. After Hansen had traveled for 10 miles, 300 ice snakes were in hot pursuit of him. Surprisingly, that was a good result. If he had killed just 1 ice snake, tens of thousands of ice snakes would be nipping at his heels. Weird. Shouldn't the ice cave be around the 30-mile mark? I've already been running for 40 miles. Why haven't I seen it yet? Hansen was puzzled. By now, 1,000 ice snakes were chasing him. He was lucky that he was skilled enough to outpace and dodge every snake that attacked him. But as time went on, he reached a narrow gulf where steep icy slopes tunneled him forward. Yet he still couldn't see an ice cave. The legends say that the silver-eyed ice snake king's body was absolutely huge, at least 100 meters long. You would need an ice cave 200 meters wide for it to fit, and the entrance to such a subterranean abode would be hard to miss. Hansen ran on for another 20 miles, but still saw no sign of the ice cave or its supposed inhabitant. In his heart, he started wondering whether he had been played. Was it incorrect intelligence? Was it by chance? Or was it purposely incorrect? After thinking it through, he realized that it wasn't possible. The information was quite dated, and they had no idea Hansen was planning to kill the Snake King. It would have been impossible for them to do something like this in such a short window of opportunity. I suppose I'll have to venture even further. Hansen continued to push, but something strange caught his eye. The group of ice snakes that had been giving him chase was now significantly smaller. As he traveled further, more and more snakes abandoned the chase, until a few miles later, they were all gone. A chill took Hansen's heart, and he said, "Is this the Snake King's territory? Do they not dare venture near it?" But that didn't feel right, either. If he had truly arrived where the Snake King was, the ice snakes should have been protecting their king. They shouldn't have been running away. Hansen thought there was something wrong with the ice valley. Something must have happened that had changed it. He looked around, but was unable to see what was outside the ice valley. Because of the snow around him, he couldn't detect the presence of further ice snakes. What's more, a deafening silence now permeated the atmosphere of the valley. The sun was choked by clouds, and more snow began to fall. Although it wasn't particularly rough, a depressed, frigid feeling overtook him. There was no wind to carry the snow, it just fell straight down on the snow that already blanketed the valley. It felt desolate and lonely. I've already come this far, I can't turn back now. Hansen didn't want to give up just yet, so he gritted his teeth and pushed on. He had a berserk sacred blood wing, so he could always fly away. The ice snakes, if they decided to resume their chase, wouldn't be able to catch him that way. As such, there was nothing to be afraid of. Hansen walked another 20 miles without finding a single snake. After his arduous trek, he reached an ice wall in front of him. It was smooth, but to his right and left, an array of lethal glaciers boxed him in. He had now reached the end of the canyon. Suddenly, Hansen was able to make out the presence of an ice cave in the wall of ice in front of him. It wasn't what he expected, however, as it was 3 meters tall and only 1 meter wide. It looked strange, being so tall and so thin. He didn't see anything from the entrance, so he summoned his golden armor and glyph. After doing so, he ventured inside. The ice cave wasn't too deep. After walking a few miles, he had reached the end. Once he got there, the narrow cave opened into a wide cavern. Hansen hadn't faced any danger or come across a single creature on his way there. In the icy hall, Hansen noticed the presence of an egg that was about half the height of a fully grown human. Its silver hue made it look metallic, and its glossy exterior was adorned with a variety of finely engraved patterns. Hansen felt happy at making this discovery. He ran towards the egg and said, "Haha. The gods must love me. I can't believe I have found such an egg, it must belong to the Snake King." Hansen knew that it was difficult for creatures to bear children. Golden roarers exhausted all they could to produce offspring, and they imparted their young with their genoessence. Doing so always led to the willing deaths of their mothers. But the cavern and ice cave were entirely clear, and there was no sign of the Snake King. To Hansen, this was a golden opportunity, and he did not hesitate to reach out his hand to touch the metallic, silver egg. Arg! Hansen's fingertips recoiled at receiving an electric shock. The hair on his fingers now stood on end. The charge that had shot into his body made him take 2 steps back, and he almost fell over. My God, what is this egg? Why is it electric? Hansen's eyes were wide open, staring at the egg in puzzled confusion. He then saw how the eggshell's patterns were highlighted, but from its previously bright appearance, was now turning dim. Hansen eyed the egg with suspicion. He had eaten numerous eggs in the past, but never seen an egg quite like this. While he was thinking, a noise came from outside. Hansen was startled, thinking that the Snake King had returned. He pricked up his ears to listen, but all he could hear were the sounds of human footsteps. Hansen frowned, looking out towards the cave entrance. The guys he had brought with him had not dared come this way, so whoever it was, they weren't associated with Hansen or his Snake King excursion that day. Taking a look, Hansen saw a person with blue armor, black hair and white wings enter the cave. As he had suspected, it wasn't one of the evolvers that he had left behind. But, to his comfort, it was someone he knew. Mu. Hansen watched him curiously, and then called out his name. He had never expected to see him here, but judging from his apparel, he had just flown in. It was fortunate that this place had no ice snakes, for flying in like that would have given him a rude welcome. Although you were here first, according to the rules, whoever claims it first owns it. Mu saw where the silver egg was and, in a flash, used all his energy to dash towards it. No, don't. Hansen reached out and attempted to grab Mu. Seeing Hansen, Mu used his strength to go even faster. When he reached his prize, he hugged the egg with open arms. Arg! Mu cried out as letting out a final death cry. brutally electrified, all his hair spiked upwards. He fell to the floor hard, his hands outstretched as if he was still hugging the egg. He seemed to have been paralyzed by the electric shock. Hansen smiled as he walked to catch up with Dongmu. He shook his head and said, "I didn't want to stop you from getting the egg. I was just trying to grab you and prevent this from happening. I was trying to be nice." Dongmu stared at Hansen disapprovingly, not believing him. Hansen watched Dongmu struggle to sit up and wanted to laugh. Earlier, he had in fact misled Dongmu, because he wanted to find out if there still was electricity coming out of the egg after he had touched it. Hansen received his answer. But it was now evident that this egg was no ordinary egg, it clearly was a powerful one. Poor Dongmu was taking a long time to recover from the shock, but he could hardly blame Han Senator. It was his own fault for rushing towards it, after all. "I had never heard of the Silver-Eye Ice Snake King possessing electric skills. I thought it could only inflict frostbite. How can this egg have such strong electricity?" Hansen walked around the egg a few times, observing it. The pattern on the egg seemed to have been highlighted again after it shocked Dongmu, but the light was once again beginning to fade. "Mr. E, I believe we are going to have to crack this egg open. Otherwise, we will be unable to eat it. I am weak compared to you, so maybe you should go ahead and do it?" Hansen turned to look at Dongmu again, watching as he struggled to move his limbs. Dongmu gave Hansen a disdainful look, as if to say, "Do you think I am a fool?" Hansen did not dare to try to smash the egg, as the electricity given by a small touch was painful enough. If he went to smash it, and the electricity inside was unleashed, what if it turned him into charcoal? Seeing Dongmu still unable to move, he didn't dare go first. He started to think how he might get it open. If he returned to the Alliance, he could get himself a strong pair of insulated gloves. But he was a long way from there, and the electricity in the egg seemed unstable. Perhaps the gloves wouldn't provide much help, anyway, and since he didn't own a pair himself, he would have to go to the hassle of buying one. But who would have guessed there would be an egg emitting such crazy amounts of electricity in such a place? Hansen hadn't prepared for this scenario, so his options were limited. If he did decide to return, Hansen didn't want to leave the egg behind either. "Mr. E, if we have come all this way, there's no way we can return empty-handed. Are you sure you wouldn't mind trying again?" Hansen wanted to convince Dongmu to give the egg another try. "Nope, but I'll watch you give it a go." Dongmu didn't move, and continued to sit there. His face was pale, suggesting the electricity had injured him significantly. "If you aren't willing to give it a shot, then of course I won't. But if neither of us are willing to touch it, then being here is a waste of time. And for that, I cannot remain. I will leave now." Hansen then began walking away. But Dongmu continued to sit where he was. He didn't even try to stop Hansen from exiting. "I really am leaving now." Hansen slowly walked a few more steps, making sure Dongmu could hear him. Dongmu simply scowled at Hansen and muttered, "Whatever." Hansen walked another 2 steps forward, but then walked back. With a smile, he said, "You must be quite lonely. I shouldn't abandon you like this, perhaps I should just stay and keep you company." Dongmu rolled his eyes. He wasn't a big fan of Hansen, that was for sure. But Hansen really wanted to get Dongmu to give it another go. And he was afraid that if he left, and Dongmu managed to crack it open on his own, he would take all the egg yolk. That would mean a wasted trip for Hansen. While both of them were talking, a cracking noise could be heard coming from the egg. They both jumped and looked at it. They saw the half-human tall egg had a few cracks on it. Somehow, it was beginning to open by itself. Hansen and Dongmu both jumped up and anxiously watched the egg open. If the egg was cracking because they had touched it earlier, then it was okay, but if this was a natural occurrence, then they would be in trouble. Catcha! Another cracking noise sounded, and a splintered ravine of cracks now ran the length of the egg. Han Sen and Yi Dongmu took a few steps back, watching the silver and metal egg with high alert. It was only an egg, but it discharged great torrents of electricity. It certainly wasn't normal. If a creature did reside inside the egg, even as a newborn, they suspected it might possess terrible, powerful abilities. Crack! Crack! More and more cracks began to run down the sides of the egg, until a plate of the shell was smacked open. Inside, a fluffy silver head was trying to poke its way out of its shell. The eyes of the creature were only half open. The creature was attempting to claw its way out of the eggshell. It's not a snake? Han Sen and Yi Dongmu both froze, having believed it was going to be a baby of the Silver-Eye Ice Snake King. This was not what they had expected. The creature that was trying to pry its way out was coated in a silver fur, and it had long, sharp ears. It was a little fox, and its eyes burned with the passion of a phoenix. The small animal finally managed to break free and leave the egg. Although it was freshly hatched, it was about the same size as an adult tanuki. Its fur was lush and full, and a majestic tail swept the shell behind it. It looked as if it had been built to thrive in the harsh, icy environment it had been born in. Plop! After exiting the eggshell, the creature was unable to stand steady. With unsteady limbs, it dropped to the ground. The fall must have hurt it, because it screamed twice. Oh hell! Why does something like this exist here, in the Snake Valley? And I've never heard of foxes hatching from eggs. Han Sen gave it a perplexed look. Yi Dongmu then seemed to move, dagger in hand. Like a gust of wind, he started rushing towards the weakened animal that was still spread out on the ground in pain. He targeted one of its half-open eyes and attempted to kill it. But Han Sen took a few steps back. Instead, this scene was all too familiar for him. When the Golden Roarer was born, he had played the role Yi Dongmu was now fulfilling. Ding! Yi Dongmu was a talented assassin, and although his attacks were unpredictable, they were lethal. The tip of his dagger had been driven directly into the silver fox's eyelid. But the knife was stopped in its place, its bloodlust greeted by the sound of hammered steel. The eyelid was made of metal. Hell! The silver fox cried out, but Yi Dongmu was undeterred, and he tried to push the blade in with greater strength. But before he could do anything more, a lightning bolt arced to the dagger in his hands, and from the metal of his weapon an incredible current of electricity surged through his body. Pang! The silver fox fell onto the floor again, while Yi Dongmu was flung away. So strong was the current that even his armor had been blackened. The white wings that he wore were now charred, with their plumage reduced to a few sparse, smoldering feathers. This time the damage was even greater. When Yi Dongmu hit the ground, he lay crumpled, unable to move, and had Han Sen not been able to detect his heartbeat, he would have thought him dead. Holy smokes, this thing is the child of a super creature. Han Sen felt a chill run down his spine, as he confirmed that this creature was indeed not of the sacred blood variety. Yi Dongmu possessed great power, and with the force he had thrust into his dagger strike, there should have been no way the creature could remain damaged. It was just a newborn sacred blood creature. When Han Sen fought against the Golden Roarer, the same thing had happened. But the first Shelter super creatures only dealt brute, raw damage. They lacked the skills and intricacies of other super creatures Han Sen had later come to know. And when he did go against the Golden Roarer, he hadn't been as badly hurt as Yi Dongmu was now. The previously docile silver fox was now angry. It pulled itself onto its paws and quickly followed his aggressor, running to where Yi Dongmu now lay crumpled on the ground. It seemed like the silver fox wanted to reverse what had just happened. Han Sen ran over to the severely injured Yi Dongmu and attempted to pull him away. Yi Dongmu was one of his biggest clients, and one who never haggled for a bargain. If he was to die here in such a matter, that would be a bad break for his business. Han Sen pulled Yi Dongmu to the trail that led outside. The silver fox attempted to pursue its intruders, but it had only just been born, and was still weak and unable to fully control its body. so when it went after them it could barely walk straight, let alone maintain the pace it would have needed to keep up with them. Hansen did not dare do anything aggressive towards the silver fox, he only dragged Dongmu to the exit. He dreaded the thought of making himself the enemy of a super creature's baby. He knew that these infants could be strange, especially those that were born from a mother's belly. From what he understood, those that came from an egg were quite different. It was too early for Hansen to assess the specific differences, but the little golden roarer's flesh did not decompose like most super creatures. And when Angel ate its flesh, she gained an evolution of her abilities. As great as this was, it was a unique circumstance offered by a unique creature. It wasn't something that could be replicated or relied upon to happen again. Hansen thought he could easily lose the tail of the silver fox, at the speed it was giving chase. Upon exiting the ice cave, he dragged Dongmu for a distance of 10 miles. Looking around to determine whether he was being followed, he thought it a good time to observe the severity of Dongmu's wounds. They was very bad. In several areas, his skin had frayed and torn open in response to the power of the electric shock. In many places, his skin had turned black and green. It was fortunate he was wearing armor, for if he hadn't, he would have died the second he was shocked. Although he wasn't dead, he was critically injured. "I am such a nice guy, saving you from certain death. I'll keep you to this, so that you can repay the debt sometime in the future." Hansen applied some medicine to the wounds of the incapacitated Dongmu. As he tended to his injuries, he said, "It's a shame that I'm being forced to use my pricier selves on you, as well. When you wake up, I won't hesitate to give you the bill." Arg! Dongmu came to screaming, flinching from the pain. Although later effective, application of the medicine Hansen was using stung terribly. "Stop screaming. Aren't you a man of some bravery? If you can't suffer this, how can you expect to be a person of great deeds in the future?" Hansen's bedside manner left a little to be desired. "You didn't even give me some anesthetic before you poured that hellfire on my wounds. Why don't you give it a go, eh? We'll see whether you scream, asshole." Dongmu's face was pale with the pain, and his lips trembled. With little regard for civility under the current circumstances, he couldn't help but swear. "I'm sorry, but I didn't bring anesthetic with me. This is all I have, so what else do you expect me to do? Just bludgeon your way through the pain, at least you aren't in risk of dying." Hansen cleared his throat and got to applying more of the salve on the wounds he hadn't attended to yet. "Arg!" Dongmu screamed again. He grabbed Hansen's leg and bit down on it. "Arg!" When Hansen was in the ice cave, he had put his armor away when he heard Dongmu first enter. He felt a savage pain from every tooth that now dug into his calf, and he couldn't help but accompany Dongmu in writhing in agony. "Let go of me. Are you a goddamn shark? You just bite and don't let go." Hansen pushed his biter's head, but the pain Dongmu was suffering from was too much, and every aspect of him rattled. Afraid he might end up biting his own tongue off, he tried biting into the nearest item he could, which just happened to be Hansen's leg. Hansen continued crying in pain, so he slapped Dongmu's head numerous times. When Dongmu finally let go, he rolled over on the icy ground. It was as if his entire body had been drained of energy, and he was left gasping and wheezing on the floor for recovery. When Hansen looked at his leg, he saw blood seep from 2 teeth marks. Just as he was about to shout at the man beside him, he witnessed a silver shadow heading his way. It was the silver fox. Hansen's face changed. The silver fox had only just been born, but it was already so quick. What's more, it was accelerating as it got nearer. Before long, it stood just 5 meters from them. For a brief moment, Hansen thought about summoning his wings to escape. But the silver fox didn't do anything. It just stood there watching Hansen with its phoenix-like eyes. Hansen's heart was chilled, and he took a few steps back, removing himself from Dongmu's proximity. He thought to himself, "What are you looking at me for? The person who attacked you is right there. But the silver fox didn't look at Idongmu at all. Its eyes just traced Hansen's every move, which scared him. As Hansen moved to the left, his steps were accompanied by the silver fox's gaze. Hansen's heart was thumping, and he said, "Oh no. Are this creature's eyes so weak that it can't recognize who harmed it?" Idongmu was still on the floor, but then all of a sudden, he quickly summoned another pair of purple wings and flew off into the sky. "Thanks so much, I'll make sure to pay you back later," Idongmu said, as he flew away. Hansen was angry, and said to himself, "What an ungrateful son of a troll. If I hadn't saved you earlier, you'd be Fox Puppy Chow. And now you leave me here, all alone?" Idongmu didn't even look back as he ascended, he just flew right above the ice valley and soared away. It wasn't long before he had totally vanished from sight. Hansen knew that Idongmu had been heavily injured and left unable to fight. As such, he wasn't really angry at him. It was a matter of principle, more than anything. The silver fox continued to stare at Hansen, but did so with a puzzled expression. Hansen did not feel that the silver fox was being aggressive and intended to kill him. But it was natural for creatures to do this, and such habits were not easily hidden. Still, Hansen knew that the fox did not intend to murder him. But as the fox stood there, staring at him, Hansen couldn't help but feel uneasy. After all, a creature's whim can change in an instant. What if it became hungry in the next instant and decided to use Hansen for a snack? "Okay, little guy. Your bones have grown really strong, and your face has a holy aura, you'll undoubtedly grow to become something quite powerful in the future. But if you want to eat a sacred blood creature or something. Not me. My flesh is cheap and lacks the nutrients a young and healthy fox such as yourself would require." As Hansen tried to appease the silver fox, he slowly stepped backwards. But every step back that Hansen took, the silver fox stepped forwards. When Hansen went left, it went right. The way it stared seemed to suggest that it recognized him. "Oh, what are you following me for?" Hansen's mind raced, wondering what exactly was going on. All of a sudden, he thought, cats and dogs loved to chase things. People would often throw balls for cats and dogs to catch or chase. The fox wasn't too different from a cat or a dog, perhaps it shared the same habit. Hansen rummaged through his pockets, but was unable to find a ball. All he could find was a fist-sized bottle. Inside it, however, was an elixir worth tens of thousands. This was the sort of medicine he wasn't willing to spend on Idongmu. With his own life on the line, however, he just bit down and lobbed the bottle away. Hansen was only trying to see what would happen, before the silver fox thought of killing him. As he had hoped, the silver fox watched where the bottle went, sprang to its feet and chased after it. Hansen was delighted, as he hadn't been sure whether it would actually work. With the time he'd just bought himself, he immediately turned and started running. The last thing he wanted to do was displease a super creature, and after seeing what had happened to Idongmu, he was aware of the stakes. But Hansen hadn't run far when he saw the silver fox running across the white snow. Despite running as fast as he could, the silver fox was able to catch up with him with ease. In the silver fox's mouth, the creature was holding the bottle Hansen had thrown away. Hansen was flabbergasted at how quickly the silver fox had caught up with him, and knew that his own running speed was nowhere close enough. Now he was seriously considering the prospect of summoning his wings and taking to the skies. But the next second, Hansen gave up that idea. The silver fox then chose to rapidly climb a tall rock pillar, and when it reached the top, it jumped. Its leap arced over 10 meters, and the speed at which it soared was faster than Hansen's berserk sacred blood wings. If Hansen really did summon his wings, and that angered the silver fox, he was likely to incur a far more grievous attack than what befell Idongmu. Hansen stopped running, feeling hopeless. The silver fox also stopped and stood just a meter away. It placed the medicine bottle on the ground near Hansen's feet. "Good boy." Hansen forced a smile. He wanted to pat the silver fox on his head and stroke it in congratulations, but he only stretched his arms out at half length before freezing. This was a super creature. If he reached out his hand and the silver fox did not think kindly of his approach and got angry, he would likely lose his arm. Seeing Hansen stop moving, the silver fox walked closer. It gently approached his leg and began licking it. Hansen was so terrified that he almost kicked the silver fox in the face. But when he looked down, he noticed that the silver fox was licking him where Idongmu had bit him. Although the bleeding had stopped, the wound remained. But when the silver fox started licking it, something strange happened. With his own 2 eyes, Hansen witnessed his wounds mysteriously vanish. He froze, almost unable to believe that the silver fox was healing him. The silver fox took a few steps back and, like a cute little girl, stood to look up at him with a tilted head. Hansen was perplexed, and all at once, he felt his entire past understanding of creatures had not only been subverted but flipped entirely on its head. He tried reaching out his hand again and thought to stroke the silver fox's head, but still, a fear nagged at him not to do it. His hand froze in place once more. But then the silver fox elegantly approached and actively placed its own head into the palms of Hansen's hand. It closed its eyes and rubbed its head there, seeming to enjoy it. Is this thing really a wild creature? Hansen wasn't quite sure what to say, so he engaged the silver fox himself. With that same hand, he began stroking its head. The silver fox was like a little girl, in the way that it was cute when Hansen stroked its head. Just seeing the creature made you want to hug it. No. Foxes are cunning. Is this thing just tricking me into hugging it? Maybe it's making me lower my guard, so it can attack me before I get a chance to defend myself. Hansen told himself. This was a super creature, after all, so he couldn't afford to drop his guard. But after Hansen stroked the silver fox a few more times, the creature walked between his legs and used its body to rub against them. It genuinely seemed as if it wanted some love. The big fluffy tail of the silver fox hooked Hansen's legs, and tickled him as it moved up and down. Hansen was beginning to realize that the silver fox had no intention of causing him harm, so he crouched to hold him. Without resisting, the silver fox allowed itself to be picked up in Hansen's arm and thoroughly hugged. The fox's tail wagged in ecstasy. This silver fox is so strange, I wonder where it came from. Hansen held the calm silver fox with a puzzled expression on his face. Some people had been known to own and keep some creatures, but they were usually kept behind bars, imprisoned against their will. More often than not, they'd eventually be killed to be served up as food. Such creatures were known to have wild and varying personalities, but there was one common thread that linked most wild monsters together: their desire to attack and kill humans on sight. It did not matter how humans approached or responded, that's what they would do. But this silver fox was showing itself to be the opposite of everything Hansen thought he knew. It was so calm. If Hansen hadn't seen it almost kill Idongmu, he'd be hard-pressed to believe that the fluffy little animal in his arms was a super creature. So now Hansen was in a difficult situation. Although it was docile and friendly at this point in time, there was no guarantee it would always be like this. If the silver fox turned violent after Hansen returned home with it, it would be a disaster. Across the ice fields, no one could bear the wrath of a super creature, and Hansen was taken back to the image of the blue seahorse that had burned down the seabed shelter. That gave him a chill. I can't bring it back. There's no way I'd be able to bring it back. Hansen watched the cute silver fox sit lovingly in his arms, but had to resist. Though it hurt him to do so, he returned it to the ground. Little fox, it's not that I don't want to bring you with me, and if I was on my own I would. I just can't risk bringing you back in the presence of others. If something happened, it wouldn't just be my problem. You should go home, Hansen told the silver fox, then turned around and left. But the silver fox didn't listen, and continued following and mimicking every step Hansen took. If he stepped forward, it did too. If Hansen stopped, it would too. Hansen thought about chasing it away, but whenever he looked at the creature, it returned a delightfully cute, puppy dog look that melted his heart. Furthermore, Hansen did not dare use force. The silver fox was far stronger than he was, and he feared what might happen if he attacked it. It was highly likely Hansen would be the one to suffer the greater misfortune. Besides, the adorable sight of the silver fox was enough to stay his hand. Looking back at the silver fox that refused to be left behind, Hansen picked him up once more. Like a little cat, he dug into Hansen's chest and was the cutest thing. "Fine, I will take you to the Crystal Palace. If something happens there, at least you won't be harming anyone else." Hansen brought out his wings, and with the silver fox in his arms, took to the skies. He'd have to hide the silver fox before meeting the evolvers, too. The tall tales that might be spun out of this turn of events would be dizzying. I'll just leave them to wait where they are, then. They are the ones that chose not to accompany me, after all. There is no harm in leaving them in the freezing cold for a little while longer. Hansen clutched the silver fox tightly, as he flew higher and higher to leave the area. As Hansen prepared to fly towards the ice lake, he saw a multitude of ice snakes jump out from the snow in the ice valley. It was strange, the place had been empty before. There was an extra-large ice snake amongst them, as well, and his entire body was scaled in silver. It gleamed like the snow, and it was 100 meters long. It was a terrible sight. The silver-eyed ice snake king? Hansen was shocked. When he entered the valley and traversed it earlier, he had caught no sight of it. Where did it come from? Hansen's heart jumped, and he returned down to the snow valley. But when he returned, he saw the Snake King and its clan return deep beneath the snow. "I suppose it is because of you." Hansen landed on the snow valley, but he could not now glimpse the faintest shadow of an ice snake. Even the king itself had disappeared. The silver fox remained in Hansen's arms, pretending to be asleep. He wasn't sure whether it understood what he was saying, or if the creature just didn't care. Calmly, it just wagged its tail. He flew outside the ice valley again and put the silver fox down on the peak of a snowy mountain. Then he saw the ice snakes return to the surface. "You wait for me here, okay?" Hansen told the silver fox and then flew back towards the valley. This time, the silver fox didn't follow Hansen, it stood on top of the mountain, watching Hansen descend into the valley. Hansen was going solo towards the giant pit of snakes, but this time they did not return to below the surface. What's more, a legion of snakes leapt up and attempted to thwart his airborne descent. The Snake King's eyes were like braziers of silver light, staring at Hansen. The beast spread open its own wings, and the two horns on its head shone like beacons. Like some deadly creature of ancient history, it charged towards Hansen. They really must have escaped due to the silver fox's presence. Hansen put away his wings and hit the snow with treading cloud, reverting to his previous attempt to grab the Snake King's attention and draw it to the valley's entrance. To go up against such a giant monster, Hansen lacked the faith to battle it on his own. Not to mention the amount of other smaller snakes he would have to deal with at the same time. So Hansen settled for his original plan of leading the Snake King out and giving the evolvers something to do. No matter how bad they were, he could at least get them to deal with any smaller snakes trying to prevent the slaying of their leader. Although they were afraid of them, if he led them out of the valley, the snow wouldn't be thick enough to cloak them. In such conditions, the evolvers could take on the snakes with far greater ease. Hansen was unsure whether the Snake King had been suppressed by the presence of a silver fox in recent times, because its insane temper was far beyond Hansen's expectations. Without reprieve or thought, it mindlessly went after Hansen. Its speed was surprising. With its silver wings allowing it to lash, twirl and snap its way through the sky in its pursuit of Hansen, its mouth was perpetually open, ready to gobble up its desired prey. Hansen was no sluggard, though, as he dodged the attempted bites with ease. The faint trail he left in the snow made a zigzag, however, as he kept dodging the Snake King and its minions. Before long, he hadn't made it through to outside the snow valley. Wang Liang and the other evolvers outside the valley were still waiting in nervous anticipation to see Hansen return. He's been gone too long. I bet you he was killed by the Snake King. If that were true, how come we have not heard anything? I bet he didn't even see the Snake King, the man can't even fly. To keep running like that, he probably kept attracting more and more ice snakes until they overwhelmed him. He probably died before reaching the Snake King. What do we do then? Should we continue waiting? It would probably be best to wait a little longer. If we leave now, and he does indeed return, we won't be able to explain our desertion. But he's been gone for so long. There is no way he'll be coming back now, after all this time. Just wait a bit longer. If we've waited this long already, what does it matter if we wait a little more? The day is gone, anyway. If he doesn't return by tomorrow, then we can leave. While everyone was talking, they suddenly heard movement from the valley. When they went to look, all of their mouths dropped to the ground. They saw Hansen running like a madman out of the valley, and behind him, a monstrous sea of snakes flying, twirling, writhing, and slithering after him. In the middle, one that looked like a dragon was in the hottest pursuit. Its wings were outstretched as it tried to capture Hansen, and each snap missed him only by a second. The insane sight sent their pulses racing in fear. Seeing Hansen draw nearer to the valley's exit, Wang Liang hurried the group into battle formation. They were ready to fight against the Snake King. The party was composed of elite evolvers. Some of them were currently serving in the army, whereas some others had retired. Having all shared military experience, they were hardened warriors with phenomenal abilities in battle. They did not fear the fight to come. After he had established their formation, Hansen had just about brought the Snake King and its following of lesser ice snakes out of the valley. Without the deep snow to hide their bodies, however, they all looked like colossal foes. When the battle began, Hansen ceased running. He summoned his ghost pod claws and started to attack the Snake King. Dong! Hansen dodged the gaping maw of the Silver Eye Ice Snake King, and with the ghost pod claws, countered to slice off one of its silver scales. The Snake King's silver flesh was too thick to fully pierce, however, and all that was inflicted upon it were 3 scratch marks. They weren't proper cuts, and were far from critical, life-threatening wounds. Wang Liang and his men then ran towards the gathering of snakes. They maintained their formation, though widening to surround the Snake King. Without the cover of the snow, the ordinary and mutant ice snakes were unable to compete with the elites. In a great reckoning, countless ice snakes were slain. As each snake dyed the earth a sickly red, their corpses were sent flying with great force. Now, the 10 evolvers had surrounded the Snake King. The beast was fierce, wild, and mad. When it lifted its rear, it lashed around to smash numerous glaciers. Given how crazy it was, Hansen and his fellow fighters did not dare to fight the creature head-on, face-to-face. Giant creatures were born powerfully, and substantially outperformed humans. The Silver Eye Ice Snake King's scales were solid, and its flesh was thick. Although Hansen and his party gave the beast a series of strong attacks, none seemed likelier to kill the beast than the last. Instead, all they did was amplify the Snake King's rage to even greater degree. Seeing the Snake King behaving like a sordid monster from some ancient tale, Hansen felt gloomy. The ghost pod claws were too short, and didn't seem viable to fight a creature as large as that. If he had a longer weapon, perhaps then he would stand a chance. Right now, though, Hansen was glad to have brought along Wang Liang and the rest of the elites. Had he not, he didn't think he could do anything or have the opportunity to fight the Snake King without the interference of countless lesser ice snakes. "You guys go on ahead, I'll take a break," Hansen shouted to Wang Liang as he left the battlefield. Wang Liang thought to himself, "We've come here to help you slay the Snake King. We're risking our lives enough, and now you run off? You are obscene." As he cursed Hansen, Wang Liang caught a glimpse of a certain flame. A red firebird that looked like a phoenix appeared, drawn from Hansen's body. The flames were scorching hot, and they rose high into the air. In just a moment, the flames had encircled the entire area. Wang Liang noticed that his and his party's beast soul powers had been greatly increased. Though he was surprised, he was very glad and said, "Halo beast soul, and for such a large effective range? I wonder if it is a sacred blood beast soul." The beast soul powers of everyone else in the party were also greatly increased, and it felt to them that the fight had become easier. The pressure had most certainly eased up, and they looked extremely pleased. Hansen left the desert bird behind on the battlefield and continued on his way, but he made sure to keep his eye on how the others did, as they battled the Snake King in his absence. Of the 10 of them, 6 of them were using a sacred blood weapon. 3 of the 6 were employing heavy weapons. There was a lance, a great axe, and a hammer. These 3 posed the greatest threat to the Snake King, but still, the scales were too hard and they could not damage it. It's only a sacred blood class creature, it cannot be indestructible. It must possess a weak point somewhere. Hansen watched the Snake King's every movement. But no weak point could be found. The silver scales could endure 10 strikes from the evolvers, and with such defense, there was no need for it to move around and protect certain parts of its body. It could bear the brunt of any attack. Pang! An evolver was unable to dodge in time and was struck by the Snake King's tail. He was sent flying for over 10 meters and roughly crashed into the ground. He spat blood from his mouth, but the hit he had taken was not life-threatening. Quickly, he brought himself back up to his feet. Hansen jumped back into fray, filling in the spot left by the hurt evolver. "Boss. The Snake King's scales are too tough. It's impossible for us to kill it. Why don't we retreat and think of something else?" Wang Liang shouted across the battlefield, as he continued to engage with the enemy. He wasn't alone in this suggestion, as others had thought of falling back, too. Despite everything they threw at it, nothing seemed to heavily wound the Snake King. Their hopes of victory were fleeting, and they were getting discouraged. To lose hope was a scary and dangerous thing. If you were weary, or even bleeding in a fight, knowing that you were dealing the same amount of damage to your enemy meant there was a chance of victory, there was no reason to be afraid. But they didn't seem to be damaging the Snake King, and if their hope of victory was slipping away, so too would their battle fervor. Hansen, however, did not respond. He continued to fight the Snake King, while paying extra attention to the movements of the enemy. He wanted to wait a while longer, so that the poison of the ghost pod claws might take effect. But there was no change in the Snake King's behavior, and it didn't seem to work. It was as powerful as ever. The flesh and bones of the Snake King are tough. Even if I using force, it would probably be useless. Perhaps I could using force on its head and damage its brain? Hansen thought to himself. If he truly attempted striking the Snake King's head, this would be a perilous move. One mistake would result in a big bite, courtesy of the Snake King's cavernous mouth. The meter-long, frostbite-primed snake teeth seemed as if they could slice right through and kill you before the frostbite could even take effect. Pang! The Snake King twirled, lashing away one more evolver. So powerful was the strike that the longsword was wholly bent out of shape. This beast was a fearsome thing. "Boss, we must fall back. We cannot slay this creature." A voice called out from one of the evolvers. Hansen responded, "Keep fighting. Everybody must obey my commands. If any of you choose not to, don't bother returning to the shelter. Go find Dong Lin and explain your desertion. Wang Liang, move to your left by 3 meters and attack its left side. Jiao Chang, move right by 2 meters, forward 1 meter and strike its right wing." Hansen barked the orders. Wang Liang had little choice but to listen and follow Hansen's orders. The 2 who had been given instructions, however, weren't exactly sure what their boss was hoping to achieve. The formation they were in was the result of much practice and perfect synchronicity between the elite evolvers. Never had they been issued a command that altered this formation, and no matter how smart they thought Hansen was, they didn't think he could randomly come up with a brand new and better formation, and nor did they want him to. Because these changes could result in an accident, it was now down to an individual's talent. The daily training and practice of blocking, dodging, and striking were more important than ever. No immediate command such as this could put them in a better position than they already were. But Han Sen was different. The way he viewed things, the men were just pawns on a chessboard. His use of the Dongshuo Sutra was increasing, and this allowed him to control them as if he were a game player. Earlier, when Han Sen had quit the fight for a brief while, he didn't just stop to observe the beast and try to find its weak points. He was also observing the skills and abilities of Wang Liang and his people. He had to gain a greater understanding of their powers to be able to issue the right commands. At first, Wang Liang was forced to listen to Han Sen's command despite lacking any desire to, but his opinion quickly changed. And so too did the opinions of the rest of the party, for when their formation changed, their new positions made it considerably easier to fight the Snake King. They were all further from danger, and no one received another blow from the Snake King. They were beginning to really admire Han Senator. They all used to be soldiers, so they were familiar with the qualities and traits that it took to be a brilliant commander. But in regards to Han Sen, they had never seen someone command others so well, and in such a calm and informal manner. It was unbelievable. Wang Liang and the other evolvers greatly admired Han Senator. No one they had served under could command with the talent he did. Battles were instant, moment-to-moment affairs that morphed and changed every second. To command people ahead of time in such a way was remarkable, because if anyone else had issued commands, by the time the evolvers performed what they were told, the opportunity to do anything more would be gone. But Han Sen had just commanded 10 people with amazing efficiency. He was quick in issuing his commands, that was to be expected, but his words were never rushed. Taking such impeccable orders relieved Wang Liang and his people from a great deal of stress, so they were able to do far more. Wang Liang and his people admired Han Sen with the respect usually reserved for a religious deity. In the army, powerful people typically gained the respect of others, but for genuine admiration, one had to command others calmly and with grace, leading their troops on to victory. They had all served in the army, but none of them had been under the command of someone with such a talent for it. In theory, it should be impossible for Han Sen to individually command the actions of 10 people in a battle. But there he was, disproving it. The most amazing thing about Han Sen's Dongshuo Sutra was the layout, as he didn't command the others what to do, nor how they should react. All Han Sen did was predict. The orders he issued came through his foresight and were therefore prepared beforehand, so what he did was relay his preemptive script of actions. He would lead his men into various positions, and like the forming of a jigsaw, an opportunity for them to strike would reveal itself to them just when they obeyed the command. But how they should attack was not specifically told to them. It was like Han Sen was using his Dongshuo Sutra. Every move would lure or force an opponent into the exact position he wanted them to be. The people at his command were now like extensions of his own body, and it was as if he had 10 hands. The key to doing this, however, rested in the fact that Han Sen knew the limits of his troops. He knew what they could do, and what they could not. If Han Sen had misjudged them, whenever they got into the position he told them to, they could not do anything and they would fail. That is why Han Sen had made sure to take a step back and observe their abilities thoroughly from the beginning. When he leapt back into the fray, with his great grasp of what his comrades could do, he could confidently start to issue commands. Under Han Sen's command, the 10 people were fighting more calmly. They trusted Han Sen with an indomitable faith. This belief in one another had been forged through this experience of battle together, and it made their bodies and spirits accept it. Although Wang Liang and his people had not been injured anymore, the Snake King refused to submit and they still could not kill it. Their foe was not slowing down, and it would only be a matter of time before they got tired. If that happened, losing the battle would be inevitable. Because of this, a nagging concern tugged at the minds of Wang Liang and his troops. After all, humans were not creatures, and their vitality and stamina were limited. To engage in a fight that was as rough as this, even the most experienced people could only last 1 or 2 hours. But Han Sen did not worry about this. He was using these 10 people to push the Snake King exactly where he wanted it. At last, the Snake King's head had practically been delivered to Han Senator. This was his long-awaited opportunity. He jumped to the Snake King's head with a fist fueled by a power that could shatter a mountain. With his force, Han Sen used his fist to drill inside the monster's head. The damage he inflicted to the skull of the Snake King was the critical hit he had been waiting for, and it was terribly injured as a result. Roar! The Snake King screamed and writhed in agony. When he lowered its head, its body's shape was all wrong. Although the creature looked just as strong and fierce as before, its composure and form was not as solid as before the hit. Han Sen's heart was gladdened, thrilled that the force seemed to work. The blast must have rattled the Snake King's brain, ruining its form. Han Sen continued to issue his commands to Wang Liang and the other evolvers to fight. Before long, the Snake King's head was in front of Han Sen once more. He delivered another force punch. Following the second hit, it was as if the Snake King was drunk, as it began to lose control of its body. Wang Liang was surprised at how things seemed to be turning out, and he too was happy. Now, feeling assured of victory, and under the impeccable leadership of Han Sen, they put even greater efforts into the fight. Their admiration of the man did nothing but rise. Pang! When Han Sen struck the Snake King's head for the third time, the beast could no longer resist. It collapsed to the ground, writhing, twisting, and contorting in pain. For all intents and purposes, the battle was over. Han Sen told Wang Liang and his men to go and finish off the rest of the group of ice snakes. Han Sen walked over to the helpless Snake King and pounded its head another dozen times, until its brain was exposed and he smashed it into bits, finishing the beast off completely. Please give me your beast soul. I have to get a beast soul. Hallelujah. May the sweet mother of baby Jesus bless me. Han Sen was cheering in his heart and soul. To spend so much effort and get nothing out of it would be quite crushing. Sacred blood creature hunted, Silver Eye Ice Snake King. The beast soul has been acquired. Consume its flesh to obtain a random numeric amount of sacred blood geno points, ranging from 0 to 10. Hearing that sound, Han Sen wanted to scream aloud in merriment. I love you, Saint Mary. But he only shouted in his heart. Once the Snake King had been killed, the other ice snakes did not want to give their lives to fight the evolvers. Quickly, they raced back to the ice valley. Wang Liang and his men chased them to the entrance of the ice valley, and when they turned around, they were quite surprised at the sight. The results of the battle in which they had just been victorious were strewn everywhere, with countless corpses of ice snakes and the Snake King itself. There were even a few mutant-class creatures piled up. Following the battle, they each received a couple of ice snake beast souls. Although most were an ordinary class, a lucky few received mutant beast souls. They had killed far more ice snakes than they had expected, but their haul of loot was their greatest ever. I will leave them for you. But go and find someone to help transfer the bodies of the Snake King and the ice snakes back, Han Sen hurriedly said, and then left. Wang Liang and the rest of the evolvers had no problem obeying Han Sen's commands, because his leadership abilities had earned every ounce of their faith, trust and respect. Han Sen walked in a circle, returning to the top of the snowy mountain. The little silver fox was still patiently awaiting his return, and its hopeful eyes made Han Sen wonder whether the little thing would have waited there forever, if he had not come back. Seeing Han Sen return, the silver fox elegantly approached his legs again. The big fluffy tail hooked his legs like it had before, and the fox rubbed his head up and down against them again, too. Han Sen was beginning to grow fond of the silver fox. He secretly wished that it was just an ordinary creature, though, so he could have it by his side with relative ease. He didn't yet know whether it had the intelligence or will to distinguish friend from foe. He held the silver fox in one arm and used his other hand to summon the Silver Eye Ice Snake King sword. The thin silver sword was in Hansen's hand, and it was about 3 feet long and about as wide as a finger. The white silver of the sword gave it the feeling of having been forged from ice, and its composition was sure to leave a lasting impression on others. It looked as strong as it really was. The handguard was shaped like the wings of the snake it once belonged to, and the blade itself was plated with the scales of the creature. It looked beautiful. Although it was thin, the Silver Eye Ice Snake King sword was still wider than the silver-haired Lady Spirit sword, which was thinner than a cicada's wing. But the Snake King sword felt solid, having been built in an entirely different style. Hansen swung it twice, and felt a certain splendor in splitting the air with it. Overjoyed, he said, "I only need one more sword. Once I get it, I can visit the royal shelter and battle the twin spirit." Hansen fed a black crystal to the Silver Eye Ice Snake King, and then brought the silver fox back with him. On his way, he encountered several other humans, and passed by them nervously. He held the fox extra tight, afraid that it might attack someone. It was fortunate, then, that the silver fox gave no particular reaction at all. That put Hansen at ease, for at least now, the silver fox was behaving unlike any other super creature, and it didn't seem likely to attack humans on sight. Back inside the Crystal Palace, the silver fox acted its usual self. It remained calm even when at close proximity to Zero, who was later able to hug the fox. The silver fox seemed indeed quite tame. The more Hansen saw it, the more he was surprised. If he hadn't watched the silver fox hatch from out of its egg, and had just met it randomly somewhere, he wouldn't have believed it to be a super creature. He would have thought it was just some ordinary animal that was kept as a pet. In his body, he didn't get the sense that it was a creature. It felt like an average fox from the Alliance. The Ice Snake and Snake King flesh that Wang Liang delivered was split evenly between Hansen and each evolver. Everyone received an equal amount, which broadened the mutual respect within the group, ensuring that they could work together in the future. Hansen prepared a whole meal for himself with the Snake King flesh he had received, and when he was full, gave the rest to the angels. The size of the Snake King was indeed too big, and if he spent the whole month eating it, he wasn't sure if he'd receive a single sacred blood geno point from it. With such uncertainty, he didn't bother to spend too much time eating it. After that, Hansen arranged a few more hunting expeditions, with sacred blood creatures as the target. Unfortunately, none succeeded, for the monsters proved too difficult to kill. Although they did not manage to successfully hunt a sacred blood creature, over the course of their next few expeditions, the respect that Wang Liang and his men had for Hansen continued to grow. They may have failed to kill their targets, but they did not incur any losses of their own, either. And they did manage to at least gather the flesh of a few mutant beast souls. To be victorious was a joyous thing, but facing an overwhelming enemy and making it out alive under the command of Hansen was a joy of its own. With such excellent leadership, their rising belief and faith in Hansen could only accelerate. After a period of them being together, Hansen was totally comfortable being in the presence of the silver fox. It was so gentle and friendly, unlike anything he had ever encountered before. It was just like a pet. When he brought the silver fox out, however, he couldn't ever find a creature no matter how many miles he traveled. To hunt with it was hopeless, as one couldn't even sniff the shadow of another creature when the fox was with him. Humans weren't able to sense the presence of a super creature, unlike how other creatures of the world could. They were sensitive to any in their remote vicinity. The higher level a creature was, the more sensitive other creatures were to its presence. That disappointed Hansen, because he would always have to leave the silver fox behind in the Crystal Palace when he ventured out. Hansen had now returned to what was previously known as the Black God's Shelter due to a report he had received of someone looking for him. Hansen went to meet this person, and was surprised to see that it was Idongmu. He hadn't seen him in quite a while, but his injuries had now fully healed and his vicious wounds were no longer visible. "You don't need to thank me. I was just trying to help. You can let it go. Of course, if you really want to reward me, I'd gladly accept the sum of a few billion in cash," Hansen said. But Idongmu coldly replied, "You are asking for money? If you hadn't tricked me, my injuries would not have been so severe." "You can't say that. I tried to stop you the first time, but you misunderstood. And after the fox was born, you ran ahead of your own volition." "That had nothing to do with me," Hansen said, with his hands raised. "When it was born, you dared to tell me you weren't preparing to attack it yourself?" Idongmu stared at Hansen, because he thought Hansen truly was going to attack. He wanted to get in the first strike and earn the kill before he did. But Hansen did not strike, he simply wanted to step back. "No." Hansen denied the claim vehemently. Idongmu did not further the subject. Instead, he looked at Hansen and said, "There is an opportunity coming up that will allow you to make some sweet money. Are you up for it?" "Sure." "What sort of money are we talking about?" "If it's something risky, though, I don't want to hear another word," Hansen said. "It's not risky, but you are talented when it comes to assassinations, right?" Idongmu observed Hansen closely. "I'm all right," Hansen responded casually. "If you were able to kill Black God in the midst of all that, then you must be better than all right. I am going to learn a hyper-geno art, and if you become my training partner, I'll pay you." Idongmu explained the deal as straight as an arrow. "Why me?" Hansen was now quite curious. "Because you are really good at assassinations, and your power is tremendous," Idongmu said. "You have good taste. I like that you are honest. And, sure, I can be your training partner, but I'm an honest man, too. I must tell you that I don't come cheap." Hansen was interested in which hyper-geno art Idongmu was looking to learn. They were both accomplished when it came to their learned assassination skills, but if Idongmu was serious enough about learning this skill, then perhaps it would prove useful for Hansen, too. "A problem that can be solved with money is not a problem," Idongmu stated sagely. Idongmu had the money it took to say something like this. Although Hansen asked for a really high price, Idongmu didn't even blink and agreed. He didn't even try to haggle or bargain with Hansen. Hansen then brought Idongmu to the Black God Shelter's arena. He really wanted the hyper-geno art he was looking to learn. Idongmu was still using a dagger. The way that he would strike was near untraceable, and it was obvious he had a grasp of the very essence of assassination skills. He had come a long way since Hansen had first seen him in the first God's sanctuary. What Idongmu was learning was a skill to slash shockingly fast. The power and speed burst out in under a second, so it was almost like a duplication of the tornado knife skill. And Idongmu was naturally powerful. The force put into each blisteringly fast strike was remarkable. This is some powerful skill. Hansen took a few steps back and dodged Idongmu's dagger. Hansen himself was highly talented when it came to assassination skills, but he had a great mind too, which allowed for him to sense any incoming attacks. If it had been anyone else, the dagger would have found a new home in their belly. "I still have a long way to go." Idongmu wasn't yet satisfied with the skill, and he made sure he kept training with Hansen. Hansen had met a lot of people who loved to fight over the years, but none were as crazy as Idongmu. If Hansen had not requested a break so that he could eat, he assumed Idongmu would have been practicing with him all day, every day. From what Hansen could see, Idongmu's skill was already really powerful. Not many evolvers would be able to dodge his first strike, but still, Idongmu was not completely satisfied. "Do you have to put in this much effort? Are you that desperate to master it?" Hansen couldn't help but ask as he ate. "I have to. I have no choice but to perfect this skill if I am to beat Dollar." Idongmu's face looked solemn. Hansen almost spat out the rice in his mouth. The reason why Idongmu was trying to learn this skill so much was so that he could beat Hansen himself. Hansen looked at Idongmu curiously, and with a look that almost suggested pity. In his heart, he thought, "You could have looked for someone else to train with, yet you came to me? And now I know all about your secret skill and what to expect if we fight." No matter how hard you train, you will never beat me, Idongmu. Whenever Idongmu had free time, he would go to practice with Hansen because he wanted to master that skill. Hansen accepted the money he offered, as not to feel bad by rejecting Idongmu's request. He practiced with him every time he could. The power of the skill surprised him. Even though Hansen's battle perception far exceeded Idongmu's, it was coming to the point where even he would not be able to dodge the slashing skill. It's a shame. You cannot find a skill like this in the St. Hall, and I wouldn't mind learning it for myself. I'd wager it would feel great to kill things with this skill, Hansen said to himself. Accompanying Idongmu in his practice yielded a few benefits of his own, too. He had to apply his focus to sense when Idongmu was going to attack, and this worked to improve his perception even more. The skill that Idongmu was attempting to master was one that employed speed and stealth. In front of Hansen, the only advantage he had was speed, but beating Hansen with speed was next to impossible. So Hansen was not particularly worried about Idongmu learning this skill to use against Dollar. Even if he mastered the skill, it would still be impossible for him to beat Hansen. If Hansen hadn't known about this skill, and Idongmu's mastery of it, then he might have stood a chance. But now that Hansen was familiar with the skill, he doubted the possibility of losing to it. Poor Idongmu. It's not like I want to lie to you, but you are the one who approached me for practice. Hansen was observing Idongmu, who was training and pushing himself as hard as he could, but his face looked strange. During this time, however, the thought of how to obtain another sacred blood beast soul sword gnawed at Hansen's mind. He knew of a few creatures that would be able to provide him a beast soul sword, but they were all too strong for him. The ice field were too small to host a great many more creatures, so his viable options were limited. Even if Hansen wanted to buy one, he couldn't, as very few people would willingly part with a sacred blood beast soul sword, especially for the scarce resources in the ice field. Hansen decided to drive the Crystal Palace to Yellow Rock Beach. There were many human shelters there, and he wondered if he'd be able to find someone selling a sacred blood beast soul sword. Hansen planned to use his Berserk Inferno Bull for a potential trade, believing no one would reject a Berserk sacred blood shapeshifting beast soul. This time, Hansen brought Zero and the Silver Fox along with him. Humans would not be able to detect that the Silver Fox was a creature, and Hansen believed they would just think that it was an ordinary pet. Bringing it would pose no risk. He arrived at the seaside shelter, which he had once helped claim. Hansen thought people might still harbor animosity towards him, because he had stolen their Necron. To his surprise, however, the place that was supposed to be called Yellow Rock Beach was now known as Golden Beach, and the shelter had also changed its name to Dollar Shelter. Seriously? Hansen's mood took a hit. If he knew that people adored Dollar as much as they did, to change the name of the place, he would have stayed. At least here he would have been able to receive free benefits, such as creature flesh. He took a walk along the Golden Beach, and Zero looked so happy. After entering the Dollar Shelter, Hansen managed to locate a few shops that sold beast souls. Unfortunately, he was unable to find one that supplied beast souls of the sacred blood variety, except for one. But the item on offer was a sacred blood beast soul gun. "Boss, do you have a sacred blood beast soul to sell?" Hansen asked. "For a small shelter like ours, finding one here would be pretty amazing," the boss laughed. "Can you introduce me to a shelter that can provide the sacred blood beast souls I am looking for?" Hansen inquired. The boss gave it a thought and then said, "On the western side of the ancient forest, there's a royal-class demon shelter, which is home to many beast soul shops. If there's ever a place to find a sacred blood beast soul for sale, that would be it. There should be plenty, so if you have your heart set on purchasing one, I'd recommend looking there. Mind you, the journey you must embark upon to get there will be perilous indeed, for many spirit shelters reside along the way." Hansen spent some dollars on a map that would guide him to the demon shelter he now sought. He wanted a sacred blood beast soul sword no matter the cost, so he had to go there and take a look, at the very least. The road was long, and Hansen wanted to kill a few creatures along the way, so he decided to leave Zero and the silver fox behind at the dollar shelter for a few days while he was away. Hansen followed behind a group of others on his way to the demon shelter. "Brother, what are you doing going to the demon shelter?" On the road, a middle-aged man rode a beast soul stacked with cargo on its back. He asked Hansen this question politely. The group Hansen tailed was a merchant group on their way to the demon shelter for trade. To accompany them, Hansen offered them some dollars to accept his presence. If he could travel with them, there was the safety in numbers aspect, alongside avoiding the prospect of getting lost on his way to the demon shelter. "I heard there are many beast souls for sale there, so I'd like to visit and purchase a few," Hansen replied casually. "There are indeed a good many, but the high-class beast souls there go for a fair price more than they do at our shelter." The middle-aged man was quite talkative, which allowed Hansen to gather more intel on the demon shelter he would soon visit. What most surprised Hansen was that the owner of the demon shelter was someone he actually knew. It was Son of Heaven, the boss of Starry Group. He couldn't believe that he was the owner of the demon shelter. Son of Heaven and Hansen had quite a history between them, but ever since the Ning family had come to think that Hansen was the heir of Han Jing, they had never bothered with him. They had never helped him again. Hansen did not know what Son of Heaven thought of him, but Hansen was impartial. His feelings weren't frequently felt anymore. In Hansen's eyes, Son of Heaven was unable to ever become his opponent, and as such, there was no reason for him to ever care about him. If he hadn't come to learn that Son of Heaven was the owner of the demon shelter, Hansen might have forgotten about his entire existence. This was unlike how he felt towards Ningyu, who he dreaded. Hansen had let his Aqua Reaper live with Ningyu because he wanted to gather the secrets of the Ning family from Ningyu. But Ningyu was aware of the abilities possessed by an Aqua Reaper, so he was able to control its behavior and mind and limited the amount of intelligence it provided Hansen. Usually, Ningyu was alone and unwilling to see anyone. He would just wait. When he had nothing to do, he would just remain by himself and read Buddha books for about 10 hours straight. It seemed as if he was extremely focused on learning Buddhism and Tao. He did not rush about and he was not nervous, so Hansen could learn nothing. If Son of Heaven was half as good as Ningyu, I would most likely have died at Steel Armor Shelter. Hansen was now lamenting the past, and in his heart, the dread he felt about Ningyu was increasing. Luckily, however, Ningyu had been made host to a parasite by the Aqua Reaper. If he hadn't been, Hansen would be extremely nervous. Hansen then remembered something that Son of Heaven used to say, in regards to if Hansen had come too late, he couldn't become his enemy. In the past, Son of Heaven was a proud person. Now Hansen wondered how Son of Heaven would treat him if they met again. Would he be considered a friend or a foe? Hansen was intrigued and wanted to find out, but his purpose there was to buy a sword. Beyond that, he didn't want to see Son of Heaven or get himself into any sort of trouble. Surprisingly, the road to the demon shelter had been a relatively smooth one. Hansen had wanted to kill a few creatures along the way, but he hadn't had the chance due to the evolvers hired to protect the caravan getting to the monsters first. This was the first time Hansen had seen a royal shelter owned by humans. The building itself was a few dozen miles long and surrounded by forest. Structures built from wood were everywhere, but it was different to know what might be expected. Certain wooden structures were buildings 10 stories high, and they looked mystical and imposing. Around the city, you could see ancient trees reaching for the sky at 40 meters in height. A wooden city like this, it's quite the fire hazard, Hansen said to himself. The wood of the demon shelter is not just any ordinary wood, because it cannot be burnt, the middle-aged man laughed. Entering the demon shelter, Hansen parted ways with the merchant group. He looked around, trying to locate shops that traded in the beast souls he was searching for. It truly was a royal shelter, as stores that sold beast souls were everywhere and there were even certain streets dedicated to the trade. Other shops even offered 1 or 2 sacred blood beast souls as a premium product to go along with their primary wares. Hansen had only to browse 4 shops before he found a sacred blood beast soul. Unfortunately for him, it was a greatsword, which rendered it unsuitable for his dual skill. This is what a human shelter should be like, Hansen sighed, thinking his mother was quite lucky. When she entered the second shelter, she was sent to a royal shelter that was run by humans, unlike Hansen. The beast soul prices were quite fair, and not dissimilar to those in the first shelter. The sacred blood beast souls were between 50% and 100% more expensive, and that made for agreeable prices, too. To find the sword-type beast soul he was looking for, Hansen made sure to peruse the offers of every beast soul shop he could enter. Eventually, he came to a shop called Precious Beasts, and he found that it hosted a sword to which he immediately took a liking. Unfortunately, it wasn't a proper product, and so the owner of the store presented Hansen with a beast soul booklet. It was a colored one, provided by the Alliance. There was plenty of information on the sword he was wanting, and the booklet even illustrated the monster it had dropped from. It was a purple copper ancient sword, and its body was red and purple. It looked rather delicate, and the blade was engraved with numerous mystical carvings. It was quite beautiful, with nothing menacing about its appearance. The sword in its entirety was about 4 feet in length. The sword was longer than the Silver Eye Ice Snake King Beast Soul Sword, and slightly wider too. Their appearances were almost polar opposites, as the purple copper ancient sword looked quite righteous against the malevolent-looking Snake King sword. Taking everything about its appearance into account, Hansen deemed it suitable for his dual skill. This was initially a skill that required 2 people to cast, but Hansen had modified and morphed it into one that could be used by himself. This was perfect for his right hand, whereas the other was perfect for his left. Having the righteous and the wicked working together would maximize the efficiency of the dual sword skill. The booklet stated that the purple copper ancient sword came from a mascot beast. Its appearance was not unlike a copper-maned lion, plated with purple scales. Its face was one of portent and mystique, and its formal name was Ancient Mascot Beast. "Boss, what are you selling this ancient sword beast soul for?" Hansen pointed at the mascot beast in the booklet. "I apologize, but this is a premium product of the store. For this, we can only trade." The owner had a soft-sounding voice, but the hint of a boast sugared his words. The ancient sword beast soul had had numerous prospective buyers, but the owner had never received a satisfactory offer. It was believed that the owner deliberately turned down each offer to leave the purple copper ancient sword there in the store in order to attract potential customers. However misleading this was, it worked, and patrons flocked to the store due to the sight of the sword, made it comparable to a number of bigger stores in the shelter. The owner hence viewed the mascot beast soul as a lucky charm and did not relish selling it. "What would it take to trade it with you?" The owner said that he wanted to trade a beast soul for a beast soul, which matched Hansen's initial idea. The then owner frowned and looked at Hansen, saying, "For my sword, I could only accept a berserk sacred blood beast soul in exchange. Also, it would have to be a sword-type beast soul." "What about other types of berserk sacred blood beast souls?" Hansen eyed the owner curiously. "No." The owner shut down the counteroffer immediately. Hansen caught on to the fact that owner had no real intention of selling the sword. If someone did indeed possess a berserk sacred blood beast soul sword, who in their right mind would swap it for an ordinary sacred blood beast soul sword? Such a transaction would not be remotely fair. Hansen thought it a great shame that the owner had no intention of selling the sword, but he wasn't willing to give up easily. He did his best to convince the owner, saying, "I would like to exchange my berserk sacred blood beast soul with yours, but I do not have one that bears the form of a sword. Will you at least think about it? I am sorry, but this sword must be swapped for a berserk beast sword." The owner gave a wry smile. But the owner thought Hansen knew he wasn't willing to sell it, which was why he had said that. Who would be stupid enough to make such an exchange, after all? But maybe it was just because Han Sen's berserk sacred blood beast soul wasn't very popular, why he was willing to trade it for the sword. Brother, you are saying that you want to trade a berserk sacred blood beast soul for this sword? A curious man had overheard Han Sen's offer. Yes, but the owner isn't willing to make the trade. Han Sen said, with a hopeless sigh. What kind of berserk sacred blood beast soul are we talking about here? If it is suitable, I have a sacred blood beast soul, the man said. Is it a sacred blood beast soul sword? It is a sword I require, Han Sen said. Yes, the man replied quickly. He then summoned an icy-looking steel sword. Unfortunately for Han Sen, it was a greatsword. Its body was wide and its length exceeded 5 feet. It wasn't the sword that Han Sen was looking for. What is your beast soul? Summon it and let me take a look, the man suggested. Han Sen squinted his eyes. Although he did not plan to make a trade for the greatsword, he still summoned the inferno bull that infused his body. Han Sen transformed into a black bull with great wings and giant horns protruding from his head. The mouths of the man and the owner both sat agape. Oh my days! A berserk sacred blood transfigured beast soul that flies. You truly want to trade this magnificent thing for a sword? The man said, his eyes wide. Yes, that is my desire. Han Sen took away the beast soul and returned to his true form. I will trade with you, the man immediately cried. Hey mister, this is my shop. If you want to trade or do business with this man, I must politely ask you to leave. You can talk with him once he's also left the building. The owner ran from behind the counter and stepped between the man and Han Sen with a mean, scowling face. You said you didn't want to trade. I did not disturb your business, the man countered. Who said I wasn't willing to trade? The owner's face was red, and he had to force himself to speak. He ignored the man and turned to smile at Han Senator. He said, Mister, did you not wish to trade your beast soul for my purple copper ancient sword? I will trade it with you. Yes, I will. I'll do it right now. After thinking it over, I've realized that the offer is skewed heavily in your advantage. This is a tremendous berserk sacred blood beast soul, after all, Han Sen smiled. Friend, do not listen to him. I'll throw in an extra mutant beast soul to go with the greatsword, the man now offered. When Han Sen left the beast soul shop, he walked out with his desired purple copper ancient sword and an additional armored sacred blood beast soul. They were both top of their kind in the Sacred Blood League, the ancient sword in particular. It was the best sacred blood sword a person could get, and being able to swap the Berserk Inferno Bull for both of these was absolutely worth it. Han Sen was more than happy with the deal. Han Sen had even expected to make a loss when visiting these shops for a decent sword, having not expected to make such a decent trade. Friend, how about we go and have dinner together? It would allow us to get to know each other. After he had left the shop, the curious man from earlier caught up with Han Sen and invited him out. Sure, Han Sen agreed. If it wasn't for this man, he may not have been able to make the exchange and get the sword. It was he who asked to trade initially, and if it wasn't for his own interest, the merchant may not have seen the Inferno Bull and later settle for the bargain he did. Thanks to this man, Han Sen got the perfect deal, and it was because of this that he did not wish to turn down the man's invitation for dinner. The man brought Han Sen to a restaurant and quickly ordered 2 meals. Then, he began talking with Han Sen. The man's name was Zhang Xiang, and he said he was the organizer of an arena designed for the combat of pets and spirits. He gave Han Sen his contact details, telling him that if he ever had a pet or spirit he fancied putting in the arena for battle, all he had to do was call. You sell tickets? Han Sen asked, confused. Zhang Xiang smiled and said, sort of, but we mainly trade in the physical transaction of pets and spirits, with some gambling on the side. Han Sen's curiosity was piqued, as Zhang Xiang sold the idea. As little as he made it sound, however, Han Sen knew it was the side gambling that made the big money. If you have the time, you can come with me to play. There is a challenge arena, and if your pet or beast soul can overcome the trials, you'll get a lot of money and fame. Any fights following that will only increase the money you could make, Zhang Xiang said. Hansen was interested. He wanted to take a look at the second shelter's range of pets and spirits and learn what level they might be at. He knew he wouldn't be lacking in spirits in the future, but if he wanted to sell them for a hefty price, he'd have to establish a relationship with this place first. Zhang Xiang brought Hansen to his arena. It was much bigger than he had expected. It was quite shocking that the little arena Zhang Xiang was referring to was actually the arena for the entire demon shelter. It could easily seat 100,000 people. The arena was split into several different battlegrounds, with each hosting a number of assorted pets and spirits battling it out. They were mostly pets, though, with few spirits fighting at all. Even at this time, however, there were around 10,000 people watching. Hansen then caught sight of Son of Heaven, sitting in the rafters. There was a number of beautiful women around him, watching the biggest battleground of the arena in the middle. Inside, spirits were fighting. These spirits were the only spirits in the arena fighting, the rest were just pets. Hansen took a look and noticed that both of the spirits were male. One was a giant cyclops, the other was a warrior clad in heavy armor. As impressive as they looked, they were only knight-class spirits. Why are there only knight-class spirits fighting? Aren't there any royal spirits? Hansen casually inquired. You must be joking. Spirits are not that easy to come by. The higher class spirit it is, the harder it is to recognize the owner, as well, Zhang Xiang explained. The whole arena has only ever had one royal spirit, and it has never found an opponent for it go up against. Our arena put down a substantial bounty in search of another royal spirit that could do battle with it in the arena, and the winner of such a fight would earn for themselves a free sacred blood beast soul. But we've still had not any takers. What kind of sacred blood beast soul are you offering? Hansen was interested. For what reason would he decline a free sacred blood beast soul? Brother Han, are you suggesting that you have a royal spirit? Zhang Xiang's eyes sparkled. Yes, I have one, Hansen said. What kind of spirit? Are you really looking to put yours to the test? Zhang Xiang looked at Hansen excitedly. I would first have to see what manner of sacred blood beast soul I'd be getting, Hansen said. It's a four-winged thunderbird. It is a rare, flying and mountable beast soul. Hearing this, Hansen quickly pulled out his beast soul booklet to take a look at what it was exactly. Brother Han, can I take a look at your royal spirit first? Zhang Xiang was rubbing his hands excitedly as he asked. Of course. Hansen then summoned Snow Charmer. Zhang Xiang looked at the Snow Charmer and then his eyes almost popped out as he screamed, a royal female spirit. Hansen frowned his eyebrows. Fortunately, they were in a private room. If they hadn't been, Zhang Xiang's grating scream would have drawn the attention of everyone. Brother Han, I knew from our first encounter that you are a very special person. I can't believe you have such a beautiful royal female spirit in your possession. It is so very precious. Are you ever going to sell it? Zhang Xiang was nearly leaping with excitement, his eyes not leaving the Snow Charmer for 1 second. It was as if she had frozen his gaze upon her. No. Hansen had never thought spirits were suitable for trading as they were extremely intelligent. To him, it would be no better than human trafficking. Hansen wasn't lacking in money, either, so there was no reason for him to ever sell it. Zhang Xiang looked disappointed, but he still happily arranged the Snow Charmer's challenge with much excitement. Shortly after 2 other spirits had ended their battle, the host drummed up excitement by saying, Our demon arena is heating up, as we're getting set to host a battle between 2 royal spirits. It has been a long time coming, but our royal spirit demon has finally received a challenger. From the audiences, noise and chatter quickly erupted. Another royal spirit actually showed up? Is it true? Another? I wonder what kind of spirit it will be. I hope it's a pretty woman. Man, that would be awesome. Look at the list of challengers. It's listed right there as Snow Charmer. That sounds like a woman to me. I'm not sure what she looks like exactly, but that doesn't sound like another ugly Cyclops. Right. Just by hearing the name I know that it will be a beautiful female royal. Place your bets, people. Who do you think is going to win? Of course it will be the demon. Just hearing the name you can tell which of them is the strongest. After Son of Heaven, who was sitting in the rafters, heard the speech by the host, his eyes looked strange. He said to himself, a royal female spirit, huh? Well, I suppose it doesn't matter. It's impossible for it to beat my demon. The demon spirit belonged to Son of Heaven. The entire demon arena belonged to Son of Heaven, as well. Yet the demon spirit did not come from the demon shelter, it was something he had spent a great deal of money procuring. Its original name wasn't demon, either, this was just a title Son of Heaven had bestowed upon it to match the arena. Son of Heaven wasn't worried that the demon spirit might lose, however. His demon was one of the top royal spirits one could possess, and he had equipped it with a few high-level beast souls. He refused to believe another spirit might ever possibly beat his own. But this was not just a fight between two spirits, it was a show of one's power and wealth. After all, spirits could make use of beast souls, when they were provided them by the owner of the spirit. But Son of Heaven did not believe anyone had the talent to achieve victory over him. The battle was about to start. Hansen gave his beast souls to the Snow Charmer to increase her power. The list of beast souls he gave her included the sacred blood-scale armor Hansen received in exchange for the sword from earlier, a gargoyle glyph, a golden roarer to ride, a golden rockworm king, berserk pet armor, nightmare wings, a snow lady transfiguration beast soul, and a desert bird. The Snow Charmer would be able to take advantage of all those beast souls, and so Hansen made sure to transfer them to her for her usage. But the Snow Charmer used a lance, and Hansen did not have a sacred blood lance. This meant she would have to rely on her default weapon. However, her opponent would be another royal spirit, and so her ice blood lance was sure to deal decent damage. In the arena, the demon was already there. It was a 2-meter-tall warrior, plated in black armor and wielding a greatsword. It was no ordinary-looking greatsword, and it could very well have been a sacred blood one. When the demon entered the arena, it did so to the welcoming cheers of much applause. It was to be expected, after all, a battle of royal spirits was a supremely rare occurrence. The demon was the only one owned by the arena, too. Brother Han, is your Snow Charmer ready to enter the arena? Zhang Xiang looked at Hansen. Hansen nodded to confirm his preparations were complete, and then the Snow Charmer walked out and into the arena. When the Snow Charmer came out, the audience went crazy, screaming with excitement. It really is a female spirit. Whoa, she is so beautiful. Ah, this royal spirit is far too pretty. Who is the owner of this spirit? He is a lucky man, indeed. Son of Heaven watched the Snow Charmer's reveal with focused eyes. Initially, he wasn't too concerned with the coming fight, and he hadn't even asked who his demon's opponent would be. But the Snow Charmer's appearance startled him, and so he sat up, captivated. In the beginning, before the arena, Son of Heaven wanted a beautiful spirit for himself, but there did not exist many in this world for him to claim. The likes of an actual lady spirit were even rarer. The appearance of his challenger was enthralling to see, and his eyes were wide in admiration. The fight began. Holding its greatsword high, the demon roared and dashed towards the Snow Charmer. The Snow Charmer did not move, but her body shone with a red armor that was decorated in a variety of different glyphs. The icy cane she held in her hands became the ice blood lance she would use for battle. Then, a golden light hovered between her legs, and from it, what appeared to be a golden beast formed and raised the Snow Charmer upon its back. She had become a lancer of elegant doom. Dong! The Snow Charmer rode the golden roarer majestically, and their perfect synergy made them look like they were one. The speed at which she rode towards the demon enabled raging impact. The ice blood lance thrust into the demon, and the demon's greatsword slashed the Snow Charmer. The demon took a few steps back, but fortunately for it, the armor had not been pierced. The slash that the snow charmer received was fair, but under the protection provided to her from raging impact, she was not hurt. After the dust settled on their opening moves, it was too early to gauge who seemed likely to win. Son of Heaven's eyes gleamed with a certain fire. It was too soon for him to level up and gain access to the second shelter, so he had never seen a golden roarer before and was therefore unfamiliar with its talents and abilities. Son of Heaven was shocked to see the equipment that the snow charmer was loaded with. He knew that whoever owned that royal spirit was no ordinary person. Someone call for Zhang Xiang. Son of Heaven ordered for the people beside him to locate Zhang Xiang so he could inquire about who the snow charmer's owner was. He also wanted to know if there was any chance he could bargain for possession of her. Zhang Xiang quickly appeared in front of Son of Heaven and politely said, "Boss, is there anything you require?" "Who is the owner of that snow charmer?" Son of Heaven asked. Zhang Xiang hastily replied, "It is a young man of the name Han. He must have arrived here from another shelter. He is a reserved fellow, so I wasn't able to learn much about him." Han? Son of Heaven could not help but frown, as that surname brought up many unpleasant memories. It reminded him of a person he hated a lot. But Son of Heaven shrugged it off, believing the name was a coincidence and that the snow charmer would assuredly not belong to the Han Sen he used to know. That person was a late arrival to the second shelter, and he had only been there for less than a year. It would be impossible for him to acquire such spirits and beast souls in that amount of time. "Wait until the battle is over. Then bring him to me." Son of Heaven relayed this order to Zhang Xiang and did not say anything more. Although the snow charmer's performance was amazing, and the beast souls she owned were pretty remarkable, Son of Heaven still believed she was no match for his demon. He watched quietly. The clashes of the two spirits had pumped the audience into a frenzy of sheer excitement. The colliding of lance against sword, the trading of blows between a beautiful woman and a warrior, and the accompaniment of a terrifying mount rallied the crowd's enthusiasm to the max. The royal spirit's fight is much better. Now that I think about it, the fights between knight-class spirits suck. Of course this is awesome. Just look at the beast souls they use, they are sacred blood ones. I really want a royal spirit. If the snow charmer was mine, that would be a dream come true. Stop dreaming, then. It would be impossible for an ordinary person such as you or me to take a shelter. Even if you did, the spirits would most likely ignore you. The chance to tame a royal spirit is 10,000 to 1. It would be easier for you to win the lottery. Demon, it is time for you to reveal your true strength. Son of Heaven observed that the mood of his audience was fever-high. A creepy smile raised his lips. All of a sudden, the demon leapt out of the battleground and screamed as a light emanated from the partings in its plate armor. The body quickly morphed into that of a black ape built from metal. A sacred blood black steel ape? I had no idea that the demon had a sacred blood transfiguration beast soul. Someone recognized the demon's transfiguration beast soul and screamed aloud in mounting excitement. But this was not the extent of its abilities. The demon pointed its greatsword and summoned a yellow lion which had a horn on its head. After the lion appeared, it roared at the sky intimidatingly. A sacred blood pet goldenhorn lion? That is not fair. How is the snow charmer supposed to compete with that? 2 versus 1? And it's a sacred blood pet. Victory for the snow charmer is surely unobtainable now. He is too rich. He has too much money. It's only a royal spirit, but it was stocked with so many beast souls. There is nothing we can do. There are not many spirits. Everyone was in a heated debate over the most recent turn of events, and Son of Heaven was wallowing in the chatter of praise. He loved nothing more than to crush those who opposed him. But before the demon could start attacking, the snow charmer made a move of her own. Her body started to shine, and a really beautiful snow lady transfiguration beast soul appeared to combine with the snow charmer. From it, the snow charmer's hair turned white, her eyes gleamed silver, and her body was consumed with a biting frost. Ah! It is a humanoid transfiguration beast soul. It almost looks human now. Is the Snow Charmer's transfiguration a sacred blood type? While everyone was reeling from shock, the Snow Charmer raised her lance. A red-armored beast with 4 wings then spawned. It approached the golden-horned lion. The 2 beasts collided with each other. One could not overcome the other, which resulted in a stalemate that rocked the audience to their cores. No one had expected the owner of the Snow Charmer to be so rich, almost as rich as the demon's owner himself. When Son of Heaven laid eyes on what was happening, he was just as rattled. It was normal to have armored beast souls raise a sacred blood pet, but that wasn't something ordinary elites could do. It must have had really strong power. Who is this person? Son of Heaven furrowed his brow once more. While Son of Heaven was still in shock, he saw the Snow Charmer raise her lance again. A flaming bird of fire soared through the sky, looking like a phoenix, raining fire down on the battlefield. Ah! It's an aura-type beast soul. How does that work? The look on Son of Heaven's face was bleak. An aura-type beast soul employed area of effect techniques best designed to go against groups of opponents. It was something sought after by numerous parties and shelters. He was in disbelief at the sight of an aura-type beast soul being used by a royal spirit. Even worse, the radius of the attack seemed significant, which might have suggested it was a sacred blood aura-type beast soul. The color drained from his face. Son of Heaven's assessment was incorrect, however. The range of a desert bird's aura was no different than the second shelter's sacred blood beast soul. The difference between the two was in power. Still, it was an intimidating attack and its efficiency was still quite remarkable. The demon had been totally restrained by the attack, and no matter what beast soul it had or at what quality, it could not overcome the Snow Charmer's bombardment. They were both royal spirits, yet the demon could not compete with her. Even without the desert bird, the double berserk armor and glyph would have proven too much for the demon to breach. The Snow Charmer paid no heed to the fruitless attacks of the demon and traded them for a significant blow to her opponent's weak point. In reaction to the critical hit, the demon fell backwards, screaming in agony. It's too strong. This is sick. If I had those beast souls, I'd be that strong, too. This is no longer an arena, it's a showcase of one's richness. Yep, the Snow Charmer's owner is too freaking rich. I may not know who that person is, but I didn't think they could get sicker than Son of Heaven. It's like 2 fairies competing, in that it has nothing to do with us. Son of Heaven couldn't stop his face from twisting and contorting as he viewed the battle. After a while, he ordered his demon to throw in the towel. Acknowledging his opponent's victory, he felt extremely depressed. If she killed the demon, every sacred blood beast soul he possessed would be gone. Even someone like Son of Heaven could not incur such a significant financial blow. Bring him to me. I want to see who this person is. Son of Heaven gritted his teeth. From what had just happened, he felt humiliated. Zhang Xiang quickly went in search of Han Sen and when he found him, said, "Mr. Han, the boss wants to see you." Zhang Xiang did not dare refer to Han Sen as brother anymore. The performance of the Snow Charmer had well and truly rattled him. He knew that Han Sen was an extraordinary character and could not possibly be any lower in status than Son of Heaven himself. He now felt the need to refer to him more appropriately. Son of Heaven? Han Sen looked at Zhang Xiang and quietly asked. Yes, Zhang Xiang replied. Han Sen then casually said, if he wants to see me, then tell him to come down and meet me. I don't have the time or interest to go up there. But, Mr. Han, please wait here for a moment. Zhang Xiang, having received his permission for an audience with him, ran off to inform Son of Heaven. Fine, I will go and see who you are. After Son of Heaven heard what he had said, he suppressed the anger he felt in his heart and followed Zhang Xiang back down to Han Sen's room. The moment he pushed the door open and laid eyes upon Hansen, he stiffened as if he had just suffered petrification. He just stood in the doorframe and did not move. He could not believe that the Snow Charmer's owner was Senator. He could not believe that Hansen, who had only just gained access to the second shelter, had already amassed such a fortune. How is this possible? Son of Heaven's face was a mixture of conflicting emotions. Zhang Xiang was standing behind Son of Heaven, looking at him with shock. He was used to seeing Son of Heaven as cocky and intimidating, but this was the first time he had ever seen him show restraint. Does he not dare to go inside fully? God, what happened? Who is that man named Han? He seems to have stricken fear into Son of Heaven himself. Zhang Xiang thought, looking upon Son of Heaven's face, but misunderstanding him. Son of Heaven was not afraid of Hansen, it was just that Ning's family avoided Han Jing and they had issued a decree stating no member of the Ning family could have any contact or conflict with Han Senator. So, when Son of Heaven saw Hansen, he was crippled with shock and was unsure of what to do. He did not dare throw Hansen out, but he knew that he couldn't be friends with him either. Didn't you want to see me? What are you standing there for? Aren't you going to say your bit? Hansen looked at Son of Heaven with amused confusion. You. Why have you come here? Son of Heaven wasn't exactly sure what to say. He had never bowed to anyone else before, and he wasn't used to showing modesty or courtesy. An unexpected meeting such as this made Son of Heaven uncomfortable, and it clashed with the way he generally presented himself to others. I heard there was a sacred blood beast soul up for grabs here at the arena, so I came to take it. Can I have the four-winged Thunderbird now? Hansen smiled wryly as he spoke. Son of Heaven's eyebrows jumped as he looked at Hansen, and then said emotionlessly, Zhang Xiang, give him the four-winged Thunderbird. Zhang Xiang had never seen Son of Heaven behave like this before. He was flabbergasted, but he nodded and then went to retrieve and deliver the four-winged Thunderbird to its new, rightful owner. Ah, there it is. Well, I have what I came for. I should get going now, perhaps I'll see you around. Hansen took the beast soul and prepared to leave. Son of Heaven's face looked quite ghastly, and he moved his lips as if to say something, but then stopped. Hansen left the demon shelter almost immediately. The human shelters were well developed around here, but it made it more difficult to kill creatures here than on the ice fields. There were too many people. If you weren't attacking a spirit shelter, you'd most likely end up competing against others for the kills of the local creatures. The greater resources a place had, the more people it would attract. It was unavoidable, really. Back in the Crystal Palace, Hansen teleported to the Alliance. Now that he had both swords, he just needed to perfect the dual blade skill itself. After that was done, he could finally tackle the spirit shelter he wanted. Back in the Alliance, he stuck to refining the dual sword skill each and every day. He practiced and practiced to ensure that he could master it. Because beast souls couldn't be used on Skynet, Hansen stuck to practicing in the training room. At the same time, he was trying to perfect his wielding of the Silver Eye Ice Snake King Sword and Purple Copper Ancient Mascot Beast Sword. Annie wasn't particularly thrilled about Hansen occupying the only high-class training room all the time, because that was the only room that had artificial gravity. To have gravity support, you had to visit the gravity chamber. But the things that you were able to do in such chambers were quite limited, and those places were too restrictive to train freely. For this, Annie was quite upset. When Annie arrived that day, she saw that the high-class training room was still in use. She bit her lip and went to the control room. She wanted to take a look at what Hansen was doing in there. If he was training in there, then she'd let him be, but if he wasn't, she was determined to kick him out. As a guard of Ji Yanran, Annie had great authority. Quickly, she obtained the tape of footage from the training room and took a look. Training a sword skill? Annie saw Hansen in the video training with two beast soul swords. Annie watched the tape for a while, and her demeanor changed. She cared little for his power or speed, but she was shocked when observing his skills. she noticed Han Sen's left hand was holding a thin, silver sword. The style was quite floaty, and each slash was reminiscent of some toxic snake leaping out of a cave to strike. His arm was swinging from a wild variety of angles, and it was impossible to guess where he would be thrusting or slashing next. In his right hand, he was holding a purple and copper sword, and the style was very free and wide. The power of each swing brought with it the force of a mountain. The beat and rhythm of each sword's skill were different, and they didn't follow each other. If Annie saw these two skills being cast individually, she wouldn't think much of it. It was the fact that they were being cast in tandem, by the same person, that amazed her. Each hand rolled and waved with a different beat and a different rhythm, and it was hard to believe anyone could use both hands so effectively. It was like two people using a sword but in one. The more Annie watched, the more shocked she was. This was not any ordinary dual-blade sword skill, that was for sure. It had to be something completely different, one that employed both hands to do things separately. Very few evolvers in the Alliance could achieve something like this. It required more than talent to do something like this, as you needed a lot of focus to control both hands individually. If you lacked this, you would quickly become confused and lose all semblance of the skill. There were a few surpassers that had evolved in a way that gave them two personalities, so they could control each hand independently and cast two sword skills at the same time. But amidst evolvers, such a thing was very rare. Annie really wanted to know whether or not he could use a dual-blade skill such as this in a proper fight. It would be quite terrifying to go up against someone who could. After thinking for a while, Annie left the control room and went towards Han Sen's training room. Inside the training room, Han Sen was frantically practicing with his dual skill. Han Sen did not have two personalities, and controlling two minds used a lot of focus that could be better spent elsewhere. This meant that Han Sen's willpower was far stronger than anyone else's. If it wasn't, using a dual sword skill like this would split his personality. All of a sudden, the training room's door was open. A shadow rushed through with a sword in its hand and speedily approached Han Senator. He didn't even see the shadow's face before lifting his sword to block the incoming strike. Dong! The swords struck each other, and when the sparks cleared, Han Sen noticed it was Annie. "Annie, what are you doing?" Han Sen furrowed his eyebrows. Annie did not answer. Instead, she brought up her long sword and cast a skill. Although her move did not hit anything, it looked like a thunderbolt. It was quick enough to interrupt Han Sen's intention of continuing to talk, and it only gave him the time to try and block. It was too quick. Han Sen's sword wasn't enough to block Annie's attack, so he had to use two. He managed, but it was no small feat, and he was sloppy in his execution. "Annie, are you looking to kill someone?" Han Sen managed to regather his composure and yell his question. Although it was a question with a certain gravitas, Han Sen knew that if she truly wanted to kill him, he'd have been unable to dodge or block her previous strike. Annie remained silent, and she restarted her assault. Her method of combat was wide and quick, like the brief flashes of lightning. To evolvers, her speed was remarkably scary, and few would be able to withstand her attacks. Han Sen, however, was able to block every strike, and Annie could see for herself that he was using different sword skills without a single misstep. It was an exceptional choice. You can really do two things with one mind, can't you? You can cast two skills, one for each hand. Annie spoke with surprise, and her face looked strange. Han Sen was super happy to be able to repel Annie's attacks. Annie's sword skills were quick, even quicker than the twin spirit itself. This was a perfect opportunity for Han Sen to train against someone with fast skills. Annie was a surpasser, and although she lowered the speed of her attacks to go against Han Sen, she was still faster than any other evolver. Ordinary evolvers could never hope to dodge her frantic attacks. Annie merely wanted to give Han Sen a quick test, and after doing so, she was ready to leave. But Han Sen shouted and ran towards Annie with both swords drawn. "You come here, try to act cool and then just leave? I can't let you walk away so easily." Hansen swung both of his swords in a bid to get Annie to stay. Annie was surprised at his behavior. She made a hum sound and stayed her exit. She brought up her longsword once again and ran towards Hansen, deciding to beat him up before leaving. She didn't boost her sword speed from earlier but kept it at what it was instead. But even like that, it was both faster and stronger than Hansen was capable of dealing with. Hansen's dual sword skill was strange, but Annie still thought it wouldn't be difficult to beat him. Dong. Annie's sword struck Hansen's silver sword in his left hand. She expected the strike to knock the sword away, so she could follow up with a couple more hits and push Hansen to the brink of defeat and achieve the revenge she sought for the game Hansen played upon her previously. But when the two swords collided, Hansen's sword did not receive the impact how she predicted it would. In fact, she felt an unnerving strength encroach and push against her own sword. She felt as if she had hit nothing at all. This sword skill of yours is spooky. Annie's heart was wondering why her skill was unable to disarm Hansen how she wanted it to. After a few more slashes, Annie was fairly sure that Hansen's left hand was imbued with Yin force. When her sword clashed with his, she felt his sword feed and drain most of her energy and power. Unless Annie was willing to amplify her powers beyond what any evolver could do, there would be no way she could knock the sword out of his hand. Then I'll just go for your right-hand sword. Annie switched her target and attempted to go after Hansen's purple copper ancient sword. Dong. Annie's long sword met the ancient sword and immediately felt a horrible strength push back against her. Although the force was not as grievous as her true max potential, it was enough to prevent her from knocking the sword out of his hand. How can he possess such power? Annie was puzzled and distraught. Hansen's dual skill was far from a combination of two separate sword skills. He was employing Yin and Yang, fusing the sword skill with Yin-Yang blast. The balance of Yin and Yang was helping each other, combining the skies and humans together. Although now it was just the first shape, and he obviously had not mastered yet, it was still a shock for Annie to witness this. The number of surprises she was receiving only kept growing and growing. The sword skills Hansen possessed were incredibly special. This was the first time in her life she had been able to witness an evolver with such tremendous power, and it truly amazed Annie. Dong. Lightning now erupted from Annie's body, and following her next attack, the thenar space on both of Hansen's hands were cut. His swords were sent rocketing away, and the force made them both pierce and remain stuck in the metal walls of the room. Annie looked at Hansen one last time. Then she turned around and walked away. Her tall and slender shadow left the training room. Annie returned to her room. She reclaimed the videotape she had watched earlier and sent it via a special communicator. At the same time, in the same office, a middle-aged man opened the videotape. After watching it, he closed his eyes and reclined in his seat. It seemed as if he was resting, but then he opened his eyes and looked at the video once more. One mind controlling two things. Is this really the heir of Han Jing? Is Han Jing's prediction going to turn out correct? The middle-aged man furrowed his eyebrows as he spoke to himself. The communicator on his table rang again. He looked at the number and smiled. He picked up the call and saw the image of a beautiful woman fill the screen. Yanran, where did you find the time to talk with your old man today? Shouldn't you be spending your free time with your boyfriend? The middle-aged man joked. Ji Yanran blushed and said, Dad, what are you talking about? You know I always care about you. I know my daughter cares about me, worry not. But recently, you have been spending less and less time communicating with me. If you do have the time, try and talk to your mother once in a while, as well. I know she can be mean, but she loves you and misses you dearly, the middle-aged man said. I know, Father. I was just talking to Mom, and yes, she kept complaining about me, Ji Yanran said. Right, wait until Hansen has finished serving in the army before introducing him to your mother. You two aren't young anymore, and if there aren't any issues prohibiting it, you both should get married sometime. I am still waiting for my grandkids. Dad, you really want me to get married that much? Ji Yanran's face was red, but she was happy to know how accepting her father was. Are you saying that kid named Han isn't good enough for you? Fine, I'll get Annie to throw him into the Black Plague Star and get him chained up in some mine somewhere. He can dig there for the rest of his days while you go and find someone you like, the old man jested, with a cold face. Daughters always knew what their fathers thought, and Ji Yanran knew exactly what this middle-aged man was thinking, too. She laughed and said, fine, quit your kidding about. When he's done serving the army, I'll bring him around so he can meet you and Mother. If you aren't satisfied, I'll throw him into the Black Plague Star myself. You seem quite confident. It looks like my daughter really has been attracted by someone. To think that the daughter I have had for 20 years will be taken away. Dad, can we quit pretending? Let's talk like normal. After the call ended, the middle-aged man's smile soon faded away. He carefully perused the information Annie had sent him, along with the videotape. His fingers tapped the table as he read, and he didn't say a word until he was done. Han Jingji, you cause much unrest even in death. After a break of silence, the old man sighed. He closed the information tab. Battling Annie must have cost Hansen a lot of willpower. After their encounter, Hansen retired for the day and did not continue training his dual sword skill. He returned to his bedroom and laid down on his bed, reading news on Skynet. Many media stations in the alliance were covering the coming election for a new leader. This was a massive event for the alliance. Nominees from every system were selling themselves, scrambling for every vote they could claim. On the list of nominees, Hansen spotted a strange name that evoked a sense of familiarity. If Ji Ruozhen became leader. Hansen read it once and then sighed. A puzzled expression spread across his face. Then, he decided to read about other topics, including one that pertained to shelters. Apparently, some genius kid managed to evolve before he was 20 years old. A surpasser killed a certain sacred blood creature. Some demigod used a punch to break a sure battleship, etc., etc. These news topics, however, were enough to bore someone to tears. If I don't become a demigod, it'll be far more difficult for me to ascend and become better than everyone else. Hansen's eyes were shining, confident in his ability to one day become a demigod. But first, he'd have to become flawless with all the basics. If he didn't, he could very well die. So far, no human had been able to enter the fifth sanctuary. And that was why nobody knew what it looked like on the inside. Hansen did not want to rule the world, he just wanted to be free. He didn't want to be governed by the whims of others, restricted and restrained from doing what he wanted. The death of Hansen's father was a mystery, as well. If he did not have the power he sought, he might never uncover the truth about his death. While Hansen was lost deep in thought, the communicator rang. It was Yang Monli. Hansen knew Yang Monli would not seek him out if it wasn't something important, and as he answered the call, her entire body filled the screen. I am afraid you have a problem. Yang Monli wore a grave expression. And what problem would that be? Hansen casually asked. Problems followed him wherever he went, so what was one more to the equation? The Special Security Group has given us a mission. It is to protect a person who has just leveled up and reached the second shelter, Yang Monli promptly explained. Is he from our goddess shelter? Hansen asked. No, he's from the ice fields. He's over in Starwheel Shelter, right now, Yang Monli said. Is this person special in any capacity? Hansen didn't think Yang Monli would refer to this person as a problem if he were any ordinary person. It's the son, Dongsen, Yang Monli said, heavily. Hansen was quite shocked, and so he said, that is quite the coincidence. It is. That is why I said you are in trouble. That man wouldn't idly sit back and watch you claim the Black God shelter, and your men are the ones who are listening to Dongli. With his son there, it'll be difficult to maintain our hold on the Black God shelter, Yang Monli said. I can't believe they have made us become his guardian. That Dongli got me good, and it's not like I can reject this responsibility, Hansen said and smiled. You can smile at a time like this? Yang Monli rolled her eyes. If she were in Hansen's position, she doubted she could eat. But there Hansen was, smiling. Again, Hansen smiled. Then he said, why shouldn't I smile and laugh? No matter how much he has planned, control of the shelter resides firmly on the feeble shoulders of his son. He might not have what it takes. And besides, there is protocol to follow. There is no way Dongli will be able to kick us out. Maybe you are right, but if those people don't listen to you and follow the son's command instead, what will you do? Yang Monli thought Hansen was being too naive. That's fine by me. But for as long as I am around, the Black God shelter will be too. If I am gone, then the shelter will be destroyed. It's as simple as that, Hansen said, with a streak of cold in his tone. Still, he did sound calm. When Yang Monli heard what he said, she felt a frightful chill race down her spine. Beneath Hansen's calm voice, Yang Monli could feel the slither of something sinister. It was something she had never felt from Hansen before today. Yang Monli took a deep breath. He wants to see you. Sort it out tomorrow, it's too late right now. Hansen was exhausted and could not muster the motivation to travel to the shelter again today. He talked with Yang Monli for a while longer and then hung up. Mr. Han, I have admired your name for a long time. Today, I finally get to meet you. In the Black God shelter, a young man shook Hansen's hand with awe-driven sincerity. Hansen smiled and looked at Qi Xiuwen, a person who was young, handsome, and most certainly outgoing. He had a smile that could melt the collective hearts of the entire world. But in Qi Xiuwen's features, Hansen could spy the shadow of Ningyu. Still, Qi Xiuwen was much younger. Ningyu's heart and mind operated in tandem, neither feeling differently from the other. Inner disputes concerning morals and other such things stem from the differences of ideals and favoring of people's hearts and minds, but it wasn't so with him. Qi Xiuwen was no different than the norm in this regard. In Hansen's eyes, Qi Xiuwen was a little girl in his mother's clothing, applying too much makeup and trembling in her high heels. He was clearly attempting to come across as mature. Even though his appearance left much to be desired, he meant well. Perhaps he would make a name for himself in the future, but for now, he was clearly too young. Hansen continued to observe Qi Xiuwen. He nodded but didn't care much for him and didn't consider him a threat or potential opponent. His opponent wasn't even in the general vicinity of Black God shelter, he wasn't anywhere across the ice fields either. From Hansen's point of view, this was a small place, and to keep it running against all odds wasn't really worth it. Big brother Han, I must have you take care of me in the future. I have only just arrived in the shelter, so could you provide me with some mutant flesh and beast souls? It would be most favorable if they were of the sacred blood variety, too. Qi Xiuwen presented himself as lowly, like an absolute newbie. Sure, no problem, Hansen agreed. Qi Xiuwen was made immeasurably happy, and said in appreciation, then I will be sure to rely on you in the future. Father told me there is much I should learn from you. If it is okay with you, could you bring me along next time you go out to hunt creatures? Sure, Hansen agreed. Hansen made Yang Monli sell the flesh and beast souls that Qi Xiuwen desired to him. If he was willing to pay, there was no reason for his request to be rejected. Mr. Qi, why are you being so polite to Hansen? The Black God shelter and its people are ours. Say the word, and we will have him thrown out. An evolver spoke to Qi Xiuwen slyly, once Hansen had departed. Qi Xiuwen quietly said, things aren't what they may seem to you. Hansen really is quite something, and kicking him out would not solve the problem. Attend to your own responsibilities and do not go against him. I will be around him for the time being, discussing various matters. Why? A few evolvers looked at Qi Xiuwen with befuddled expressions. If you want to beat someone, it's easier when you get close to them, Qi Xiuwen calmly said. Yang Monli was very confused. She expected a great deal of things to change when Chi Shouwen arrived at the Black God shelter, but was surprised to find everything mostly the same. Everyone continued to listen to Han Sen's orders, and everything was business as usual. Chi Shouwen, however, followed Han Sen around wherever he went like his shadow. It was almost as if Han Sen had asserted himself as his master, whereas Chi Shouwen had accepted the role of a servant. Or like they were teacher and student. But Yang Manli thought something was amiss with Chi Shouwen's behavior. Despite Chi Shouwen's apparent and continued respect for Han Sen, Yang Manli couldn't help but feel a little paranoid of something sinister lurking beneath the newbie's exterior. I think there is something wrong with that Chi Shouwen. Please, be careful and don't get too close with him. Yang Manli made sure to remind Han Sen whenever they had a moment to themselves. Understood, Han Sen agreed, but he didn't seem too concerned. Whenever Chi Shouwen asked him something, Han Sen continued to teach and explain things. Yang Manli made sure to remind Han Sen of her suspicions many times, but Han Sen didn't make a single change. I think we need to talk about the problem that is Chi Shouwen. Yang Manli approached Han Sen, who was getting ready to go out on a hunt. She made sure to block his passage. Fine. Speak. Han Sen smiled, sat down, and looked at Yang Manli. That Chi Shouwen is dangerous. He is trying to please everyone around you, but he is something else. He is a slithering snake. Yang Manli said her piece straight, hoping to talk some sense into Han Sen and get him to pay attention. I know, Han Sen nodded. If you know, why do you still conform to everything he asks? Yang Manli looked him in the eye and said. Han Sen stopped to think for a second, then he tilted his head and replied, Manli, have you ever owned a pet? I am talking about something serious here. Yang Manli was starting to sound annoyed. Why am I not being serious? I'm just wondering, have you ever owned a pet? Han Sen smiled and asked. No. Yang Manli couldn't be bothered, but still answered. I used to know a neighbor who owned a cat. It was a really big, good-looking panther. It had thick black fur and the neighbor really cherished it. He groomed the cat each and every day, fed it luxurious cat food, and provided it with a magnificent cat house. Han Sen smiled and then continued, whenever I walked past his house, I could look over and see the cat sunbathing in the yard like some lord, behaving like the master of the house. Whenever it was upset, it would chew up the shoes in the house, and whenever the master wasn't paying attention to it, the panther would tear up the books he was reading. Yang Manli's face lit up, as if she had just realized something. Then she started looking at Han Sen with wondering eyes, as if she were in deep thought. I was curious. So, I went to ask the neighbor why he spoiled the cat like that, Han Sen said. And what answer did you receive? Yang Manli curiously asked. Han Sen sighed and said, well, the neighbor just rolled his eyes and said, don't you know it's only a cat? Its world is fairly small and as a master, I am its everything. In the reverse, from your point of view, it is only a cat. After he said that, Han Sen patted Yang Manli's shoulder and said, you go do your thing. Our world does not belong here. Seeing Han Sen's shadow leave the room, Yang Manli's emotions were in complicated knots. A prevailing emotion, however, was one of shock. So, after all, he does not value Chi Shouwen. And he does not prioritize the well-being of the ice fields or the Black God shelter in his heart. Yang Manli's eyes looked confused, and she continued talking to herself. To you, Chi Shouwen is merely a fun pet. After Han Sen left the shelter, he boarded his crystal palace and went off in search of more mutant creatures to hunt. The flesh of the mutant creatures he had hunted previously had all been eaten, which had raised his amount of mutant geno points to 76. It was close to being maxed out. Although there were many mutant creatures in the sea, eating their flesh took a long time, due to the rareness of small mutant creatures out there. The silver fox perched upon Han Sen's shoulder with a wagging tail. It watched the fish outside the sea with eyes of fervent wonderment. In the Crystal Palace, the silver fox's presence doesn't seem to be noticed by the creatures of the sea. Perhaps this is my chance, Hansen thought to himself. Look, Silver Fox. I'm so poor. It's already hard enough for me to look after myself. I haven't got enough food, I can't keep warm, and now I need to take care of you, despite the fact that you eat so much. It's not that I don't like the fact that you eat, don't get me wrong, but you want everyone else to get their fill, too, don't you? How about you help us catch a few fish? If you do that, we can help you cook it. It'd be nice if you chipped in, so how about it? Does that sound good? Hansen smiled in his attempt to discuss matters with the Silver Fox. Zero gave Hansen a disdainful look. The way she looked at him was as if she had just witnessed him trying to abduct a young girl. The Silver Fox tilted its head, looking at Hansen in a confused way. Fish, over there, you, grab it, we, cook it. Hansen pointed at the fish swimming past the Crystal Palace's windows, making wild gestures with his hands and legs to try to get the Silver Fox to understand. But when the Silver Fox looked towards the windows, it just reverted its gaze back to Hansen. Then it walked underneath Hansen and used its tail to hook his leg, rubbing its head as it frequently did. Geez, you are the child of a super creature. Have some dignity. It is obscene for something so fierce to act so cute. This world is cruel, and you must master your abilities of combat if you wish to survive. Do you understand? Hansen was now trying to lecture the Silver Fox. He pointed at the windows once more and said, Go. Catch me a fish or you're not having any food tonight. The Silver Fox's face continued to look innocent. It quietly whined to itself as it carried on rubbing its face against Hansen's legs. Not long after, Hansen gave up. With a hopeless expression, he picked up the Silver Fox and said, Another useless thing I have to take care of. But then, Hansen had an idea. Although he couldn't command the Silver Fox to hunt, and his previous attempt to kill sacred blood creatures under the sea had failed, a new idea struck him. It's okay not to hunt. I just need to bring you to the spirit shelter. If I did that, wouldn't all the creatures start running off? That means I could reach the spirit hall with ease. The only thing I am not sure of is whether the spirits will run off, as well. But if they did, I could pick up the spirit stones for free. Huh. I am such a genius. Hansen's face smiled like a radiant flower, as he thought of how he might easily obtain numerous spirit stones with little to no trouble. Come, my cute little Silver Fox. I have cooked you a fish fillet. Would you like to try some? Hansen was still super happy. After his bright idea, he leapt into the sea and caught a fair number of fish to cook for the Silver Fox. Seeing the Silver Fox eat the fish fillet slowly, the way Hansen smiled hid his eyes beneath numerous layers of creases. He said, Good boy. Good boy. Eat more and more. When you are full, let's get to work. Hansen hunted a few more mutant creatures on the seabed and the haul was good enough to last a month. Then he drove the Crystal Palace back to the ice fields. After they were back on land, Hansen grabbed the Silver Fox and ran towards the royal shelter. They arrived in no time at all. The royal shelter was now standing before them, and numerous creatures were walking in and around its exterior. Hansen took another look at the Silver Fox in his hands and quietly whispered, This is the moment of truth. Continuing to hold the Silver Fox in his arms, he resumed his run towards the royal shelter. Just as he had hoped, all the creatures ran away at his approach. Not a single creature attempted to bar his passage, quickly fleeing before he even got close. Haha. I am going to be rich. Hansen, upon entering the royal shelter, smirked at the absence of a single creature there. He wondered where they all might have gone, but then hastily ventured towards the spirit hall. He entered the spirit hall without any trouble. But much to his dismay, he saw that the twin spirit continued to stand firm where it should have been. It didn't run off as he had expected it to. Seeing the silver-haired lady and blonde-haired lady pick up their swords, Hansen summoned his beast soul armor and glyph. He then summoned his purple copper ancient sword and silver eye ice snake king sword. Dong. 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 The twin spirit swords came upon Han Sen like a hard rain. The silver sword and golden sword crossed each other, as if they were trying to trap him in a net of blades. But what surprised Han Sen the most was the fact that their sword skills were accelerating more and more. They were getting faster and faster, with each hit being heavier and heavier. He felt as if he couldn't hold out much longer. Pang! The silver-haired lady dealt Han Sen's shoulder a blow which drew blood. Fortunately, it was not in a critical spot and so the damage wasn't severe. Han Sen knew that he had not perfected his dual blade skill yet, and that it still possessed a few flaws. But right now, there was nothing else he could do. He battled the twin spirit for half an hour, and after receiving a few more hits, managed to summon his wings and fly away. The twin spirit was unable to fly, and the other creatures of the shelter would not dare approach Han Sen, for he still had the silver fox in his company. So they just watched Han Sen fly away. "I'll be back," Han Sen shouted at the twin spirit as he escaped to the skies. "You are such a heartless fox. I give you nice food every day, treating you as I would treat my very own son. You saw me get injured, didn't you? So, how come you didn't help me out? You white-eyed fox." Han Sen was gasping as he spoke to the silver fox. He thought that if he was injured by the twin spirit, the silver fox would be enraged enough to leap into the fray and protect its master. But all it did was stay perched on Han Sen's shoulder, not moving an inch. The silver fox was behaving as if it didn't see or hear anything. It did, however, lick his wounds after the escape, like it did once before. Almost immediately after the silver fox's application of its saliva, the wounds cleared up. Han Sen was frustrated, but he wasn't mad at the silver fox. Seeing it care for his injuries, he smiled at the silver fox and rubbed its head. But Han Sen wasn't walking away empty-handed. No matter how often he practiced his dual skill, he had been unable to perfect it. It was designed to deal with the twin spirit especially, and if he hadn't been able to at least test it out with them, there was no real telling whether or not it could be perfected as the ideal skill to go against them. He had also discovered that he could run into royal shelters with no trouble at all. He could walk into this particular one and battle the twin spirit whenever he desired. If he came back here a few times every now and then, he could finally master his dual skill and beat the twin spirit. Fine. If I can't get it right the first time, I'll be sure to get it right by the 10th. And if it's still not mastered by then, I'll go there 100 times. Han Sen's heart was hyped, and after taking a break to restore his health and energy, he ran back to the royal shelter with the silver fox in hand. Every time Han Sen battled the twin spirit, he lost. But during each fight, Han Sen's dual blade skill would improve in some way or another. After this, Han Sen continued to harass the twin spirit in such a way, but still, the spirit did not dare leave the spirit hall. They were afraid Han Sen would run in and take the spirit stone if they weren't around to protect it. Han Sen was getting better and better, and he went to the royal shelter at least once every 2 days. Whenever he was losing, he'd escape to heal, mull over why he lost, and make amends to any area of his expertise or skill that he could to improve upon. Han Sen believed that if things continued in such a way, his dual blade skill would rival the twin spirit in under a month. Lately, Han Sen's life had seemed to be going smoothly. He managed to collect a lot of taxes from people at the Black God shelter, successfully commanded evolvers to hunt for him, and had been given the opportunity to visit the royal shelter as much as he pleased to train against his ultimate foe. The days had become relaxing and stress-free. Han Sen's life was going well. Shui Kuang's life was not going well. He had traveled 10,000 miles to the ice fields before noticing Han Sen was the current owner of the Black God shelter. Shui Kuang was not averse to crowds of people, but if he were to spook Han Sen away, that would be bad. So Shui Kuang had been patiently waiting for his moment. He collected as much information on Han Sen as he could before moving in to kill him. Today, Han Sen was leaving the Black God shelter to go to the royal shelter and further train his dual skill with the twin spirit. This time, however, as Han Sen was running across the ice fields, the silver fox raised its head in a peculiar manner. The hairs of its silver coat of fur stood on their ends and its drowsy eyes were perked and wide awake. The silver fox looked in the direction of a giant glacier not too far away from them. Han Sen patted the alerted silver fox's head to calm it down, but he was aware of what it had been looking at. As he stroked the fox, Han Sen started looking at the nearby glacier. "Come on out, friend," Han Sen gently called out. From behind the glacier, Shui Kuang, who was clad in all-white clothing, emerged. His strong body was not something people were likely to forget, and his skin was transparent like ice. It was even more delicate than the skin of a woman. Combined with his grisly figure, it was a striking juxtaposition. "Shui Kuang." Han Sen frowned as he looked at him. At the exchange event, he caught sight of Shui Kuang, but he had assumed that he lacked the high profile his brother Shui Yang did. He didn't come on stage to give a speech, but nevertheless, Han Sen remembered him. Shui Kuang did not respond. He merely raised his fist and started running towards Han Senator. He was over 10 meters away from Han Sen, but in one step, he had already appeared in front of him. Han Sen watched his crystal-like fist and observed the frosted aura that surrounded it. Dong. Han Sen summoned the silver snake sword and brought it down on the incoming fist. Following the strike, Shui Kuang's fist was not even bleeding. Han Sen took a few steps back, his sword ringing from the mighty slash as if it had been brought down on rock. Shui Kuang still did not say anything. His fists were like a blizzard, furiously thrashing towards Han Senator. Every punch was loaded with the power to kill a man, and the ferocity at which they were coming was frightening to witness. Han Sen was holding two swords now, and he decided to put his dual skill into action against his new nemesis. Rapidly, swords and fists repeatedly clashed against each other. Shui Kuang's icy fists were difficult to damage with a blade, and Han Sen's swords continued to ring and cry with each strike. Han Sen was surprised and worried. Is everyone in the Shui family a madman? If a person has a difference of opinion, why not talk about the issue? Staying silent, raising fists, and seeking to kill is barbaric. This guy is freaking insane. Han Sen did not have the time to talk, but these thoughts raced through his heart. Shui Kuang's fisting skills were too cruel. Even with Han Sen's level of sword skills, he was being suppressed. He had to rely on his Dongshui Sutra to keep up with Shui Kuang's pace. Shui Kuang was a far better fighter than Shui Yang. Han Sen was putting all his effort into the fight, but it was proving barely enough to keep him alive. After a blizzard passed through, Shui Kuang fell back. The snowstorm disappeared as quickly as it appeared. Then, Shui Kuang stood where he was and said, "You really are something. You are able to block my blizzard skill? Shui Kuang, I hold nothing against you. What is this all about?" Han Sen furrowed his brow. "Pa. I don't need a reason to kill anyone. If I want to kill, I will kill, it's that simple." Shui Kuang looked at Han Sen with proud eyes. "But you really are something. You are strong enough to make me use ice skin." "Ice skin isn't that great," Han Sen spoke with a disdainful face. Shui Kuang's eyes went cold. He laughed and slowly approached Han Senator. With every step, the frosty aura around him increased, his skin crystallized even further, and the endless chill that encompassed him grew thicker. He was looking more and more like an Iceman. Now they stood 3 meters apart. Han Sen could already feel the cold air emanating from Shui Kuang. Han Sen was surprised, wondering why the ice skin that belonged to the Shui family could emit frosted air whereas his couldn't. Shui Kuang was getting closer and closer, and his entire image looked frozen. Han Sen imagined every cell of his foe's being was now ice. He was like a veritable ice demon. But even though Han Sen was in the process of learning the same ice skin, he was actually starting to feel cold. He felt as if there was frost building up inside him. In this world, few evolvers can open their gene locks. Today, you should relish that which the tapestry of fortune has bestowed upon you, the opportunity of death by my first tear of ice skin. Shui Kuang's eyes were so cold as he spoke. When he resumed his punching, it felt as if the air itself was going to solidify. Hansen tried to take a step back, but the fist was too quick and he was unable to dodge it effectively. So, he used his mascot beast sword to fight back. Dong! The fist collided with the sword, and a horrible force of icy power burst forth from Shui Kuang's fist. Within a moment, the mascot beast sword was wholly consumed by ice, and as if it was a living parasite or infection, it frantically weaved a course down the sword to Hansen himself. Hansen's fingers were the first to feel the assault of this spiteful ice, and he could feel the pulsing of his blood slow down as if it were about to freeze. Hansen was frightened, and he abandoned his sword to fall back. Unfortunately, his fingers remained numb, and they did not obey his wishes. It was like they did not belong to him. It was fortunate that he had learned ice skin. Making use of it, the feel of his fingers returned and the fright of frostbite diminished. What's going on? Shui Kuang has only learnt the first tier of ice skin, but that is what I have learnt, as well. How has he managed to open his first gene lock and unleash such power while I cannot? Hansen's face looked grave when he stared upon Shui Kuang. Shui Kuang observed Hansen's fingers contact the ice of his power but was curious as to why they did not die. He lifted his eyebrows sharply and moved to attack Hansen once more. Shui Kuang had unlocked the first gene lock, and this provided a wholehearted boost to his power and speed, and particularly to the strength of his ice. His only limit was his body, since he couldn't consume the whole power of the first gene lock. He couldn't draw upon such energy from his body. If someone touched his body, they would be frostbitten. Even a sacred blood weapon would be affected, such as Hansen's sword. The number of evolvers with such scary amounts of power was extremely low. Hansen and his snow lady then combined into one. His heart was beating like mad, and his kidneys were in hyperdrive for the formulation of energy. His legs had received an incredible boost to their speed, and Hansen managed to bob and weave his way past every incoming fist. That day in the exchange event, Hansen heard that a talented evolver could unlock their first gene lock before they became a surpasser. Because they lacked the correct fitness level required to fully unlock it, people like that were practically indestructible. Shui Kuang was like a demon. His eyes gleamed red and his body was wholly crystallized. The atmosphere around him swirled with a biting frost. Although it couldn't deal damage, if an ordinary person were to touch it, it would make them feel as if they were falling into an ice cave. Hansen used all of his power to run his ice skin skill, and it was only enough to repel the invasion of the frosty air that sought to consume him. He did not dare touch Shui Kuang's actual body because his ice powers were simply too strong. The talent that I stole really isn't that reliable. It's the same first-tier ice skin, but there is such a big difference. What could have gone wrong? Hansen thought to himself. When he learned ice skin, he did not use a Geno solution. Unless the ice skin Shui Long Yan possessed was fake, what other explanation could there be for it being so weak? When Hansen was learning nanocrystal, he used a Geno solution to complete the first tier of ice skin. At first, Hansen was really glad about learning ice skin. But right now, this knockoff ice skin was proving itself to be worthless against Shui Kuang's version of it. However, Dongshui Sutra's formation was amazing. Although Shui Kuang had opened his first lock and became incredibly powerful, he still could not hurt Hansen. That being said, it did little to sway Shui Kuang's resolve, and the blizzard that encompassed him only seemed to grow. His eyes were blood red, and his fists flew quicker than the tumultuous waves of boiling water. Hansen continued to dodge, falling back as he did. Shui Kuang was too fast, though, and he did not dare let Hansen slip away from the battleground he had established. He was putting him in a very dangerous situation. But in the midst of all this, Hansen noticed something quite strange. The frosty air that was bursting out of Shui Kuang was being doused by Han Sen's ice skin. He didn't think much of it at first, but after a while, he started to feel that the power he had been suppressing was now inside him. It coursed through his entire body, empowering him. The absorbed frost gathered up in greater and greater amounts, but it did not hurt Han Senator. It mixed with his insides, becoming a part of him. Does this mean I can absorb Shui Kuang's frosted air? Han Sen thought to himself, happily. With this absorption of ice power, his ice skin seemed different. Han Sen could not put his finger on it exactly, but his body did not seem to be bothered by the plumes of frost Shui Kuang continuously emitted. Pang! Han Sen was wearing his bloodscale armor. He threw his own fist to collide with Shui Kuang's. He was unsatisfied with the absorption of the atmospheric ice power and thought the amount he had consumed was not enough. He wanted to see if he could absorb the power right from the source, Shui Kuang himself. When the fists connected, however, he felt an overwhelming stock of ice power absorb into his body. Within seconds, his arms, half his body, and his entire blood flow became frozen. His exterior was quickly encased in ice, removing his ability to fight or even move. Go die. Shui Kuang's eyes burst with a flame of hatred, painting Han Sen with the color of murder. One last fist sought to drill itself into Han Sen's body. Oh, crap. The ice power was too much for my ice skin to consume immediately. Han Sen was terrified, and his mind raced with 1,000 thoughts of how he might escape this dire predicament. Boom! The silver fox on Han Sen's shoulder finally moved. Like a silver thunderbolt, it leaped towards his master's enemy and tore into Shui Kuang's fist with its talon. With a flash of lightning, the ice that surrounded his fist was shattered, and his entire body was sent flying away. Electricity consumed Shui Kuang, and when he hit the ground, his body was adorned with wretched scorch marks. His hand that suffered the dig of the talons had been blown to gory bits and pieces, revealing the bone of his arm. Shui Kuang looked at the silver fox with utter surprise. He was shocked. The silver fox howled madly, and like an illuminated shadow, it jumped on top of Shui Kuang. Arg! Shui Kuang flailed his arms madly to try to stop the attacking fox, but they did nothing. His chest was torn open with a collection of scratch marks, and blood started gushing like a fountain. The terrifying power of the thunderous fox had shattered every last bit of ice that dressed Shui Kuang. The silver fox seemed to be really mad, and it angrily circled Shui Kuang like a silver shadow. Thunder and lightning cracked the sky as it observed its master's opponent. Shui Kuang, who was so strong, was utterly defenseless under the paws of the silver fox. Once more, the silver fox pounced to pierce its talons into Shui Kuang's body, drawing rivers of blood. His body was now a collection of bloody ravines and black, scorch marks. Shui Kuang was terrified, repeatedly screaming in fear. The ice power inside him resumed its activity, but without the strength to bear it, he became encased in an icy sarcophagus of his own making. The silver fox had firmly proven the abhorrent power that resided within it, and there was nothing Shui Kuang could do to revert the tides of this fight. It really is a super creature. It's only a pup, yet it is frighteningly powerful. Han Sen's mouth was agape. Even though he had always suspected that the silver fox possessed an undemonstrated strength, he never thought its power would be so fierce. Shui Kuang, who had opened the first gene lock, lacked any remote chance of resisting the attacks of the silver fox. All he could do was watch himself get electrified. Pang! A silver lightning bolt struck Shui Kuang's chest. It lifted him into the air and away until his body crashed into an icy wall. There was so much force in the throw that the wall shattered as Shui Kuang barreled through it. His body was now like charcoal, and he fizzed and crackled with residual electricity. His body convulsed and twisted madly, with no refrain. It looked as if he couldn't breathe, and whatever gasps he could manage were going to be amongst his last. No way. This is impossible, Shui Kuang cried out. He had great trouble keeping his eyes open. He stared over at the silver fox that stood atop the snow softly and elegantly. He could not believe he was going to be killed by what looked like a mere fox. The silver fox turned into a silver shadow one last time and bolted over to Shui Kuang again. Arg, boom. Shui Kuang could not even finish a scream before a mighty flash froze him like a black, charcoal statue. As a stiff wind blew, what was once the body of Shui Kuang succumbed to a gust and drifted away as nothing more than dust and echoes. So, Shui Kuang died just like that. Han Sen opened his eyes widely, trying to observe the traces of black dust floating upon the breeze. He had been so used to seeing the silver fox tame, calm, and harmless, that he had almost forgotten that it was a fierce super creature. Seeing it become something so scary and violent was quite shocking. He then returned his thoughts to the current state of his body, which was still mostly encased in ice. The blood inside was little more than ice, as well. If he couldn't defrost himself soon, he would perish. Han Sen slowly turned back on his ice skin, and he felt the ice that covered him start to thaw. It gradually turned into a frosted air that swirled its way into his body. The silver fox quietly sat on the snow beside Han Senator. It did not even blink as it observed the ice seep back into the ground as water. The icy air that swirled in and around him started to be expelled, returning to the atmosphere without form. His iced skin became crystal, and his flesh and bones turned transparent. As time passed, the amount of power Han Sen expelled got heavier and heavier. The transparency of his flesh and bones increased, and you could now see his veins. As more and more time elapsed, the chilled air within Han Sen was becoming stronger and stronger. His cells were moving, but it felt as if they were turning into crystals. At the same time, the Dongxian Sutra started running, and a strange feeling compelled Han Sen to stop his practice of jade skin. Han Sen's face looked ghastly. He was excited to try to combine the frost air with his own cells and unlock his first gene lock. But not after he started the Dongxian Sutra. Could it be that these two skills contradict each other? Han Sen was a little annoyed. If these two skills could not coexist together, it ran the possibility of them frying his mind and turning him crazy. The silver fox watched Han Sen wake up, and when he did, it ran towards his legs to rub against them. His foul mood made him push the silver fox away in irritation. Seeing the silver fox's pitiable face, Han Sen's heart was given a shock. He pulled out a small mirror that had been prepared for Beetle Night. Looking at himself in the reflection, he did not notice anything strange. When Han Sen cast Jade Skin, he felt the chill rise. Although it wasn't as scary as Shui Kuang's, it still made some water turn into ice. If this was under some other normal situation, Han Sen would be glad, but when he looked at himself in the mirror again, he saw cold sweat dotting his forehead. He could clearly see in the mirror how his eyes were starting to turn a faint shade of red. While it wasn't stark and obvious to see, a good look would reveal the encroaching color. Han Sen thought that his eyes were starting to look like those of the Shui family, cold, callous, and cruel. Oh my days! What the hell is this skill? This is not right. Normally, I would never kick the little silver fox away, and I wouldn't be so moody. Can that crappy jade skin really change someone's personality? The more Han Sen thought about it, the more annoyed he got. He thought about breaking the mirror, and he started to fear something had truly gone wrong with him. He immediately cancelled his training of jade skin and cast the Dongxian Sutra. He retreated into a state of meditation, which woke up his cells and generated a sweet, pleasing fragrance. The frosty air was chased out by the pleasant smell, out and away from his cells. This generated a white fog around Han Sen. He was a beginner of the Dongxian Sutra, and he had yet to complete the first tier. It could not rival jade skin, and that was proven with the entire hour it took to expunge the frosty power that had gathered inside his body. Han Sen continued to sit on the snow, and he repeatedly cast Dongxian Sutra. The silver fox was sitting down near Han Sen as well, surveying the area with serious vigilance. He didn't move an inch. The sky became clogged with dreary clouds, and a blizzard began to form all around. Han Sen was soon buried in the snow, and it wasn't long until he represented the image of a snowman. The body of the silver fox supported no snow, however. It just maintained its position, awaiting its master's next move. It snowed all day and all night, and still, neither Han Sen nor the silver fox moved. The snow on Han Sen turned to ice, releasing frosted air beneath the sun. Whoa! That is a beautiful little fox. Not too far from them, the voice of a woman sounded. Lu Qing, don't be fooled by its appearance. No matter how cute a creature may look, it is most likely a cruel and despicable monster on the inside. I have never seen a creature such as this before, and therefore, more than ever, we should be careful. A man's voice followed. A man and woman trudged through the field of snow, inching closer and closer in the direction of the silver fox. The woman noticed the silver fox didn't move a single inch, and it continued to just sit there. Next to it was a snowman. With unexpected surprise, she said, "Oh, and there is a snowman." The little fox keeps looking at it. Do you think maybe that it built the snowman? Your imagination knows no bounds. Tell me, how might a fox build a snowman? Obviously, that has to be the creation of someone else here. But I will admit that it is a bit strange. Why would the fox just sit there and not move? The man was becoming more curious as well. Let me go check it out. Perhaps it is frozen. The woman secretly wanted to touch the fox. The man quickly pulled her back, saying, "Careful. That thing could be luring us closer, for all we know. It could be a trap. We should just run up there and smack it with our swords. Problem solved, danger averted." After this, he summoned a beast soul sword and started running towards the silver fox, waving the sword as he went. When the man brought his sword down to strike his target, he hit nothing. The snowman next to the silver fox moved. An icy hand reached out, using its middle finger and index finger to stop the fall of the blade. The only noise that sounded was a quick catcha, and the blade of the beast soul sword was cleanly cut in two by those two fingers. The man and woman were shocked, and so they quickly retreated. Then, they saw the snowman begin to crumble. A human shadow emerged, grabbed the fox, and ran off. Within 2 seconds, they had completely disappeared. "It's a fox fairy," the woman screamed. "What fox fairy?" "That was just a humanoid creature," the man said, with his face depleted of color. They hadn't seen Han Sen's face clearly, only the shape and shadow of a man grabbing the fox and running off. Yeah, a fox fairy that shapeshifted into a human. The woman could not escape her belief of it being a fox fairy. Regardless, the man and woman did not believe what they had seen was a human. But who could blame them? Why would any man be buried under snowfall and remain like a snowman, only to emerge, grab a fox, and quickly sprint away without leaving a single footprint? Ordinary humans wouldn't do such a thing. Quickly, a rumor spread that a humanoid fox fairy creature lived out on the ice field. A lot of powerful people began looking for it, but to no avail. Han Sen, meanwhile, had returned to the Crystal Palace with the silver fox. He tried running Jadeskin again, and found out that the frosty power he had absorbed from Shui Kuang was gone now. His body no longer felt chilled, and he instead became nice and cool. As he was running the skill, he looked into his mirror carefully. Seeing nothing out of the ordinary, his tension finally eased. But now, despite the lack of frosty air, the Jadeskin still felt different than it did before. While it was running, his brain felt chilled. His mind and perception, however, became sharper. The longer he ran the Jadeskin, the more calm he felt. It seemed as if nothing could affect his emotions right now. This is strange. There must be something wrong. The Shui family's Jadeskin must have some sort of problem. This made Han Sen remember the speech Shui Yang gave at the exchange event, which pertained to another skill called Ice Heart. It was a skill that was supposed to calm your emotions and put them to rest. People said that everyone in the Shui family had learned Ice Heart. But every Shui family member Han Sen had met who possessed an angry personality all learnt jade skin, and this made him more and more persuaded that there must be a problem with jade skin. Han Sen was still unsure whether or not his ice skin had issues. Regardless, he decided not to continue practicing it and put it aside. Instead, he moved his focus on to training with the Dongshiwa Sutra. Han Sen wanted to learn the first tier of the Dongshiwa Sutra sooner now, so he could unlock his first gene lock. He saw the strength that Shui Kuang had possessed through the unlocking of his own first gene lock. Han Sen was beginning to realize that acquiring such power would be imperative for the future, particularly with his desire to do battle with super creatures. He had witnessed firsthand the strength possessed by super creatures, like what the silver fox and the blue seahorse had shown, and he knew he would have to improve a great deal before he could be a match for them. I wonder what powers I might gain after unlocking the first tier gene lock with the Dongshiwa Sutra. This skill may not have powers attributed to the elements like fire and water, or even thunder, it only makes my body smell good. Unlike Zhu Ting's deadly perfume, can I beat my opponents through just a pleasant body odor? Han Sen mulled. He came to the realization that no, it would not be possible. Dongshiwa was the master of Xian men, yet using the power of smell to beat foes seemed like such a feminine move. It didn't quite match his persona. Han Sen was hoping to acquire grand performance enhancements following his unlocking of the first tier of the Dongshiwa Sutra. Still, he couldn't rush such a thing. So, Han Sen trained and practiced it every day, purifying himself from the problems that arose with ice skin at the same time. Also, Han Sen's mastery of duel was almost complete. Soon, he could take on the twin spirit for real, but even though victory seemed achievable, it would still be a difficult fight. Han Sen also spent time planning how he might cooperate with Li Xingluan and brother Philip in launching an attack on the royal shelter. Although he would be able to take on the twin spirit at the royal shelter by himself and claim the area, it would be a waste not to take out the spirits and creatures that resided there. When the spirits were there, the creatures would gather up inside the shelter. If the spirits were captured, then the creatures would run off. If you wanted to kill them, you'd have to look for them one by one. If he took the opportunity to launch a strike with Li Xingluan and brother Philip, they'd at least be able to take down a couple of sacred blood creatures and increase his sacred geno points. Brother Han, are you free today? Could you teach me how to fight? Han Sen had just returned to the Black God shelter, and already Qi Xiuwen was fretting for his attention. I don't have the time, I have had deeds of greater importance on my mind recently, Han Sen responded. Brother Han, what big things are you looking to do? Qi Xiuwen's eyes possessed a strange look as he questioned Han Sen. It'll be a cooperative task with the Starwheel Shelter and Philip, in which we will take down the royal shelter, Han Sen casually answered. Brother Han really is a person who does big things. I would like to help, though. I can aid you when the time comes to take on this royal shelter you speak of, Qi Xiuwen excitedly said. If you have the heart, I will provide you with the task of enlisting the aid of the Starwheel Shelter and Philip Shelter. Han Sen smiled and looked at Qi Xiuwen fondly. I will not disappoint you. Qi Xiuwen asked for a few of Han Sen's men, and then took off to the Philip Shelter. Mr. Qi, you really are going to help Han Sen take down the royal shelter? After they had left the shelter, an evolver following Qi Xiuwen posed the question. Why wouldn't I? Qi Xiuwen said. If you are going to fight, at least wait for us to bring down Han Senator, at least that way, you can be the one to lead the fight. If we take down the royal shelter now, doesn't that just benefit Han Sen? The evolvers weren't able to understand. Qi Xiuwen smiled and replied, you are wrong. If we let Han Sen take down the shelter now, we will be the ones to benefit. Why? What are you planning to do? The evolvers were ardent followers of Qi Xiuwen, and their interest in their master's goals was fervent. Do you know what lies on the other side of the royal shelter? Qi Xiuwen did not answer them directly. A good many of the evolvers shook their heads because none of them had traveled beyond the royal shelter before and espied what lay behind the royal shelter of the ice field. After I leveled up to become an evolver and arrived at the ice field, I immediately launched an investigation of my own into the area. Not too long ago, I sent out a number of spies to check out what was behind the royal shelter. Qi Shouwen smiled when telling them. One evolver understood what he was getting at, and said, Mr. Qi is going to wait until Han Sen has conquered the royal shelter. At that point, we will surround Han Sen and take the shelter for ourselves. Qi Shouwen elaborated by saying, well, it won't really be taking. We are the ones who own the Black God shelter, whereas Han Sen only owns the people from the goddess shelter. The royal shelter has nothing to do with my deal with my father and the Ting family. If I take that shelter, it is mine by right. One evolver hesitatingly said, but Han Sen is so powerful. When he killed our former master, Black God was under the protection of a few hundred evolvers. I am afraid. The evolver's sentence drifted off in a fearful tremble, but Qi Shouwen understood what he was getting at. Qi Shouwen smiled and said, are you worried he will do me harm when he is angry? He wouldn't dare touch me, and I wager he doesn't have a sufficient amount of power to challenge me even if he did find the guts. Even if he hadn't harbored the desire to take on this royal shelter of his own volition, I would have pushed him to formulate this plan of attack sometime. His mentioning the plan to me was perfectly coincidental and coincidentally beneficial. A few evolvers still seemed hesitant. Qi Shouwen then smiled and said, I have spent much time with Han Senator through the time I have asked to be taught by him. I have come to learn much about the abilities he possesses. Even if I haven't learned 100% of what he is capable of, I am fairly sure I know at least 70%. And in regards to his power? I have accurately assessed his capacity in that regard, too. There is nothing to fear. If I know all of this about him, do you really think he can escape my grasp? Seeing how hesitant and fearful his evolvers still were, he continued by saying, the Black God shelter is composed of our people. I have even asked for the assistance of Thunder Devil and Lightning God. Do you really think Han Sen stands a chance against our combined forces? Thunder Devil and Lightning God will join us? In an instant, the mood of the evolvers took a swing for the positive. Thunder Devil and Lightning God were brothers, but no one knew their true names. They were famous evolvers that had pledged their support to Qi Shouwen's father. They were amongst the best an evolver could ever become and were not far off becoming surpassers. If they leveled up, they could become celestial beings, and neither was someone that ordinary people could touch. This was especially true for Thunder Devil. Rumors said that he had already unlocked the first tier of his gene lock. His talents were shockingly powerful, and no evolver would dare make him their enemy. If we have over 10,000 evolvers in the Black God shelter and have the assistance of Thunder Devil and Lightning God, Han Sen is a dead man walking, an evolver then proclaimed with glee. Qi Shouwen smiled and went on by saying, that being said, Han Sen is a smart person. Killing him would be quite the shame, so if he knows his place and obeys, I could keep him around as a subordinate. Han Sen never stood a chance of outpacing the likes of you. He would be a lucky man to be given the opportunity to follow you. But regardless, he is a dangerous person. I am afraid. Again, the evolver trailed off before finishing his sentence, but Qi Shouwen knew what he was implying. Acting uncaring, he merely responded, have him take a geno creation pill. The face of each evolver warped into one of fright upon hearing the words geno creation pill. Han Sen was still troubled, thinking about how he might convince Li Xingluan and Philip to attack the royal shelter. Right now, Qi Shouwen had volunteered to rally their support, saving Han Sen some trouble. Convincing Li Xingluan and Philip would not be easy. They still had the problem of the silver beetles to sort out, after all. Without full support from both of them, taking on the royal shelter would be impossible. Back in the Alliance, the Daphne was still under repairs. It made him wonder if he'd ever further his military career and take on more missions. The unicorn beetle was slowly climbing inside a cage Han Sen had made, so he lay down and watched it for a while. He could not figure out whether it was a life form of the crystallizers or an invention of crystallizer technology. If it was created by crystallizer technology, Hansen couldn't see the point in this weak thing. However, if it was crystallizer life, and they were the ones who created civilization, how could it not have intelligence? Hansen had read a lot of books regarding the crystallizer, but he could not find out anything about this beetle. Still looking? Did you find out where this thing comes from? Ji Yanran entered, lay down near Hansen and observed the beetle on the table. Nope. I have no idea. Hansen shook his head and turned around to look at Ji Yanran. He smiled and said, "My dear Captain Ji, how have you spared some time to come see me? Please don't be mad, but I really have been awfully busy lately. I know you are the best." Ji Yanran reached her hand out to touch Hansen's face and giggled. She then said, "Your skin becomes the envy of every woman. Whatever magic pills you are taking, please share them with me." "There are no magic pills, sorry." Hansen moved her hand away gently. "I don't believe you. If you didn't take pills, what about the smell? You possess such a pleasant scent, but you also say you don't use perfume. Don't tell me a stinky man can smell good." Ji Yanran's face drew closer to Hansen's neck. She sniffed the tantalizing scent with her nose, which refreshed her. Hansen was thinking of something to say, but all of a sudden, he shivered. Ji Yanran brought out her tongue and licked his neck. Holding his jaw in a flirty way, she said, "Pretty boy, you better tell me. Don't make me punish you." "I'll die before I tell you," Hansen responded. "Then don't take it out on me for being cruel to you." Ji Yanran's mouth opened, and she gently dug her teeth into Hansen's neck, leaving teeth marks. Then, she brought her face upwards, sealing Hansen's lips with her own. Hansen decided to visit the training room to work on his dual fly while he was still feeling good. Then, he went on Skynet and entered the official battlegrounds. It had been a while since he last logged on, and this time, no one was sending him invites requesting a duel. It looked as if people had given up on him, which made sense, since it had been several months since he last came online. Hansen decided to use System Automatch, and he was quickly introduced to an opponent. When that person saw Hansen's ID, he was extremely happy. The first thing he did was send a group message to his friends, telling them, "Guys, I matched with Kill Dollar. Come take a look." Holy smokes! Is that legit? Wong, you're not lying, right? I'm coming. Is that really Dollar? Many people entered the lobby to watch. After seeing Hansen's ID, they were all super excited, and everyone kept extending invites to their own friends. "Guys, come look. Dollar is back. Dollar is getting ready to battle. Quick." Word quickly spread, and the venue was packed to the brim with people. Hansen had hoped to have a quiet duel, seeing as it had been so long. But after randomly matchmaking, a rabid audience had turned out in droves, before the countdown had even finished. When the countdown was over, Hansen and his opponent entered the arena. The man who was to fight Hansen said, "Dollar, although I am fond of your battle style, I won't go easy on you. I will do my best to beat you, in a showing of the respect I have for you." "Good." Hansen had no prepared response. This was only going to be a virtual battle. Did things have to be so prim and proper? Did things have to be so wild? After the man said this, he went to punch Han's senator. The fists came at him thick and fast, with a fair amount of power packed into each. Light thrust punch? Not bad. Hansen was quick to move and dodge the attack, of course. Light thrust punch was the weaker variant of medium thrust punch. Due to its lesser power, it was quicker, but it wasn't as fast as spike jab. When performed correctly, light thrust punch could be cast consecutively, locking an opponent into a position where they could only defend and not attack. Its ability to stun lock was special in this regard. Haha. I got you good. That wasn't light thrust punch, it was mechanical fist. After this, the person's whole body began to move. All of a sudden, his body transformed into a lethal weapon. His fists, legs, back, elbows, butt, feet and knees became terrifying weapons, attacking Hansen simultaneously without reprieve. Hansen was surprised, not expecting to come across another elite who knew how to use mechanical fist. Although it was the most popular fist skill, it was incredibly difficult to learn and even harder to master. You needed a very high amount of fitness and practice points to use it, so the number of people that were able to take advantage of the skill was quite low. Mechanical fist was all about turning your body into some sort of a machine, using every part of your composition to fight. Hansen had once seen a video of an elite who was exceptional at using mechanical fist, and could use only his hair to take out an opponent of the same rank. It was a weird thing to see. Earlier, Hansen saw that his opponent's ID was Dancer. He thought he was going to use rather big, open skills to fight. He did not expect him to use the strange and delicate skills, mechanical fist. Dancer's body showed no restraint as he continued to attack. This strong move outperformed every other fist skill there was, too. When the fist moved, the elbow moved. When the elbow moved, the shoulder moved. When the shoulder moved, the body moved. When the dancer got in range of Hansen, he could keep attacking. Although the attacks looked strange, they were performed with incredible finesse. With this creepy, raging attack, Hansen could only fall back and dodge Dancer's assault. This is a powerful mechanical fist. Who is this Dancer? He is very good. He even seems to be suppressing Dollar, robbing him of his ability to fight back. Don't you know him? Last time he came third in the Alliance's Silver Fist fight. His mechanical fist is pretty awesome. Really? Sacred Blood Royals don't have weak people. To be able to go up against someone like Dollar, you'd have to be an elite. Dancer was being really cocky in his heart, as this was the exact sort of reaction he had hoped to receive. If he could beat Dollar, the fame of his name was sure to spread far and wide. But Dancer did not want to be heard for the purpose of simple vanity, it was for the betterment of his family's training business. They focused on training mechanical fist, and if he could use this skill to beat Hansen, they would build up the reputation of the business and receive a lot more income. This Dancer is pretty good. He's put Dollar in a pretty bad position. Tang Jinliu managed to secure a seat in the audience and watched the fight carefully. His mechanical fist is fairly remarkable. He could be at an expert level of close-distance fighting. Very well done. Lin Feng, who was also there watching, said. Is it really that powerful? Tang Jinliu inquired inquisitively. Well, it's okay. It can indeed be quite troubling if it gets close to you, Lin Feng smiled and said. If you say it can be troubling at such a close distance, then it must be powerful. I wonder how Dollar will get out of this predicament. Surely, he cannot just keep dodging like that. It wasn't only Lin Feng and Tang Jinliu who had come to watch, but many others had arrived there in droves to watch the fight. Yi Dongmu was in the alliance currently, and hearing about the fight with Dollar, made sure to come and watch. He was sitting in the stands and didn't blink once as he watched the battle unfold. Qian Hezhen and a few people from the Ares Martial Hall had also come to watch the fight, because people were whispering that Dollar was going to make use of Heavenly Go. Heavenly Go was a secret skill of the Ares Martial Hall. Very few trainees of the Ares Martial Hall would ever learn that skill, so it was only natural for them to desire to see it in action. Qian Hezhen invited the queen to come and watch, but she lacked interest in such events and declined the invitation. Aside from those figures of prestige, many elite evolvers had come to watch the fight, eager to see and learn to what extent Dollar might use his skills and powers. Like the others, they were also interested in finding out whether what he used was Heavenly Go or not. Ever since Kill Dollar last fought in the arena, a lot of people had come to believe that he was a member of the Ares Martial Hall. After all, if he wasn't, how did he come to possess the skill Heavenly Go? Dancer's flurry of attacks were still coming on strong. In the beginning, people were shocked by the ferocity of his raging assault, but slowly, They came to realize that Dancer did not have as much of an advantage as they initially thought. Bit by bit, Dancer was being pushed into a corner. How could this happen? Dollar was only dodging. How come it is Dancer who has been pushed into a corner? Dollar is Dollar. Even without attacking, he can reign supreme, he is too damn strong. This is amazing. The ordinary folk were shocked by how powerful Dollar was, but the elites had a strange look upon them. This is the real heavenly go, right? Tang Jinliu pondered with surprise, turning to look upon Lin Feng. It looks like it. Lin Feng spoke briefly and ended with a nod. Heavenly go? Is Dollar really from the Ares Martial Hall? Yi Dongmu furrowed his eyebrows. Xian Hezhen and many others had their eyes wide open. The excellent blocking abilities that Dollar possessed were indeed similar to the Queen's heavenly go. But they knew it was impossible for Dollar to be a person of the Ares Martial Hall. The only evolver in the Ares Martial Hall was the Queen. Damn, just who is this guy? Xian Hezhen was looking frustrated. He suspected that Dollar was doing this to deliberately throw mud at the Ares Martial Hall. Dancer was feeling terrible inside. He had been attacking all this time and yet he was unable to land a single punch or even brush his clothing. It wasn't just that, either. Dancer had come to realize that the space in which he could move around was getting smaller and smaller. The powerful attacks he had were getting harder to perform as a result. Intimidation. Dancer was feeling intimidated. Although the opponent did not attack, the way he was dodging was forcing Dancer to alter his position. This made him think a lot more. No. If I keep attacking here, all he has to do is reach out his hand and... Dancer was getting scared. The way the opponent moved was quite threatening, and this was his weak point. Dollar was forcing him to change his skill. The people who were watching could observe this strange scene. Dancer was attacking while Dollar kept on dodging, without fighting back. As time went by, Dancer was getting more and more spooked. His attacks were getting sloppier, and they were sometimes cut in half in order for him to hastily reposition. The ordinary people who were watching thought it looked weird, having no idea what Dancer was doing. The real elites were able to tell what was so scary about Dollar. They really thought Dollar was using Heavenly Go, because no other skill could induce such an effect. Pang! In the end, Dancer had nowhere else to go, and his back was now against the wall of the arena. He no longer cared much to attack. Pang! Dollar threw a punch to attack Dancer's weak spot, killing him outright. That was too strong. He killed him in a punch. Dollar really is Dollar. The Dollar is real. The level gap was too far, they were nowhere close to each other. People were discussing what had just happened. Many hopped into matchmaking in the hopes of being the next to go against Dollar. Try it. See if you can match with him. Tang Jinliu also jumped into matchmaking. Yi Dongmu did not hesitate to matchmake. Xian Hezhen and the people from the Ares Martial Hall were of the same mind, as well. Han Sen did indeed decide to have another fight, thinking there was no point in leaving without warming up. He didn't really care about the people who were watching, he just wanted a fun time sparring with people who were strong like Dancer. Han Sen had learned a lot from Dancer's mechanical fist. If he used mechanical fist to fight back, he didn't think he would have been victorious. But you had to be well-rounded if you wanted to excel in combat. Specializing in one area, such as the power of the fist, would never be enough. Quickly, Han Sen entered the arena. As soon as he was in, countless spectators joined to watch. Yi Dongmu? Tang Jinliu saw who had been selected to go against Dollar and was flabbergasted. He then laughed and said, "They really are inseparable. So many people are matchmaking at the same time, but look who ends up being the one to fight him next. They really are meant to fight each other. This is going to be fun. I wonder how much progress Yi Dongmu has made in the past few years." It wasn't just Tang Jinliu who recognized Yi Dongmu, many others did so too. with wide eyes and mouths agape. No one expected that after all these years, Lee Dong-moo went up against Dollar again. People who had seen their last fight were extremely excited, and they started screaming in anticipation. Those who didn't know about it asked around, and when they heard of what had transpired, became just as feverish. Fong Mingquan, who heard the news and quickly came to see, was streaming this fight. His whole body became excited at the prospect of those two fighting once again. God, what am I seeing? Lee Dong-moo. It's Lee Dong-moo. After all these years, could this fight prove to be Lee Dong-moo's much-desired revenge? Lee Dong-moo did not use the face blur function, and his cold and proud face was on display for all to see. He is so handsome. This is like a scene from Hamlet. I hope Lee Dong-moo can finally exact his revenge. A woman watched Lee Dong-moo, her face blushing red. Yeah, he's too handsome. Lee Dong-moo has to win this fight. Lee Dong-moo is like the man from my dreams. Before he gets his revenge, I want him to make a baby with me. Move aside, you slut. Big brother Lee is mine. The women, keen to gauge men on their appearances alone, were practically salivating over Lee Dong-moo. As they all drooled, they looked ready to eat the man alive. Such comments made the single men angry, and so they rallied all their support behind Dollar. You women don't know anything. Who cares about appearance? True worth is in power and muscle. Dollar once killed Lee Dong-moo with a single strike. Today will just be a repeat. Yeah, you all take a good look at Dollar. This is what an elite should look like, dressed in black, nothing fanciful. This is what a real man looks like. If you want to be a man, look like Dollar. Don't try and be some pretty boy like E. Our Dollar is indestructible and cannot be spent. He will end Lee Dong-moo in a single blow. Dollar, let me be the one to make babies for you. Han-sun listened in on the comments during the countdown and felt as if something was wrong. Why were all the pretty girls supporting Lee Dong-moo, and the only ones supporting him were big, rough men? A few men sat in seductive positions, chanting their desire to produce babies for Han-sun, which made his skin crawl. Looking over on Lee Dong-moo's side, all he could see were droves of beautiful women, clasping their chests to suppress the feverish pounding of their hearts. Geez, this pretty boy has to die. Han-sun felt sour. As he looked at the burly supporters that had banded together behind him, all he could think of doing was digging a hole to hide in. He did have some sympathy for Lee Dong-moo because of their earlier fight, but after this turn of events, that sympathy was quickly depleted. Lee Dong-moo is subject to the wrath of every single man in the universe right now. Whoever makes them feel bad will meet their end by my hand. For a moment, Han-sun forgot that he had a girlfriend too. Fong Mingquan was chief commentator on livestream, stating, "It would appear no one has forgotten that glorious fight. The young men who watched that event back in the day are the primary evolvers of today. That fight went down in history as a paramount event of the battleground, and it is not something that will ever be forgotten. Although I personally place my bets on and support the almighty Dollar, I would like to see Lee Dong-moo achieve more this time, and not end up wallowing like a sad prince through a second defeat. Brother Quan, this is not right. If you are a fan of Dollar, how can you say something in support of Lee Dong-moo?" someone commented. It is because, there are too many women supporting Lee Dong-moo. If I don't maintain some impartiality, his lady fans might all turn on me. I don't want to be single forever. Fong Mingquan had opened both of his hands innocently, as he scrambled for a response. Haha. When the countdown was over, Lee Dong-moo and Han-sun entered the arena. Lee Dong-moo did not rush to strike, he just stood there, staring at Han-sun without a word. And that's what they both did, they just stood and watched each other. As people observed the confrontation, they did so with bated breath. It was so quiet, you could hear a pin drop. Although neither of them moved, the tension was palpable. It was like the long, dark calm before the storm of 1,000 hurricanes. No one breathed. Lee Dong-moo broke the long silence. If I win, tell me who you are. His simple request impacted the audience. People had been guessing Dollar's identity for what seemed like forever, yet no one had come close. His identity was something everyone wanted to know. During the peak of Dollar's popularity, experts analyzed every aspect of the enigmatic character to try and determine his real identity. But again, no one had been able to find out. After Lee Dongmu said this, the crowd's focus turned to Han Senator. They all hoped he would oblige Lee Dongmu's request. Okay. Hansen said this single word, and the audience exploded with countless screams, like a boiling kettle. Lee Dongmu, I support you. Kill Dollar. Take him down. Take him down. Take him down. Haha. Dollar is indestructible. Answering so quickly just proves he has no fear of losing, because it's true, Lee Dongmu won't stand a chance. I don't think so. Back in the day, Go Jian's chance at revenge succeeded. If Lee Dongmu has trained this many years, exclusively for this chance at revenge, Dollar may not achieve victory quite so easily. Dollar must lose. I want to see who he is. Do you think Dollar might actually be a girl? Hansen then continued, but I have a counter-proposal, one for if I am the victor. Hansen was confident in his abilities and didn't think he could lose. He knew Lee Dongmu too well, whereas his opponent didn't. It was almost impossible for Hansen to lose. Okay, tell me. Lee Dongmu's face remained motionless, as he continued to simply stare at Han Senator. If one didn't know any better, it would be possible to believe Han Sen was the love of his life. If you lose, this will be our final fight, Hansen said. Lee Dongmu did not know Hansen was Dollar, and yet they had grown to be good friends. Still, he kept searching for Hansen to be his training partner. But now that Hansen was back to being Dollar, the accidental deceit made him feel a bit guilty. That is why Hansen made this proposal, so he could avoid having to fight him as Dollar once more. Okay. Lee Dongmu's eyes remained fixated on Hansen, as they had for a long time. There was a long pause before he said that word. After Lee Dongmu said okay, the audience was excited, but they were just as nervous. If Lee Dongmu lost this time, then the years-long battle between these two enemies would never repeat. The women who were supporting Lee Dongmu did not say a word, as their nerves were racked. And then, they watched Lee Dongmu slowly unsheath his daggers. Do you think Lee Dongmu agreed too quickly? Tang Jinliu was quite surprised. Lin Feng calmly said Lee Dongmu had no choice but to agree. Why? Tang Jinliu did not understand and looked at Lin Feng for clarification. Lee Dongmu has learned an assassin skill. The principles of an assassin hinge on the dedication to move forward and never go back. Make it or break it, their fealty to this pledge can never change. If he did not agree, then it would reveal doubt. Without absolute confidence in your abilities, the principles of the assassin are broken. If that happened, defeat would be guaranteed. This is why Lee Dongmu had to agree. And now, he will use every ounce of his power in his attempt to take down Dollar, Lin Feng explained. Ah, that is why. Dollar is quite manipulative, then. Tang Jinliu had only just realized this. As they spoke, the fight began. Lee Dongmu didn't think much. There was only one heartfelt desire right now, defeat Dollar. Lee Dongmu clutched his daggers upside down like fangs, and his eyes were fixed calmly upon Han Senator. He seemed to be wholly relaxed, as if his breathing had achieved a constant, uninterruptible rhythm. He slowly walked closer to Han Sen, quite unlike the expected killer out for his enemy's blood. He walked casually, as if he were just taking a stroll in the park. Mr. Long, what are your thoughts concerning this fight? Fang Mingquan, the commentator, had with him a very famous evolver as a guest on the broadcast. This Mr. Long was known to any person who frequented the official evolver's platform. He was over 100 years old and had made countless instructional videos to help out fresh evolvers, teaching them how to perform skills and hunt creatures. Those videos were a great help to normal people, and they reduced the risks evolvers would take when ascending to the second shelter. His videos were invaluable to the development of people's talents and abilities. This made him a person of much renown, respect, and admiration among evolvers. Fong Mingquan was able to invite Mr. Long as a guest on the broadcast, and it drew in a lot more viewers. People would tune in so they could see what was about to unfold with greater clarity, through Mr. Long's live analyses. Mr. Long looked upon the two people pitted against each other in the arena and said, "I haven't studied Yi Dongmu much, but I have researched extensively and analyzed his battle tapes. Mr. Long, if you have done serious research on could you share some of your conclusions? We are all curious as to what we can expect out of tonight. We are all extra keen to know whether or not is using the legendary Heavenly Go, as well. Could you provide us your input?" Fong Mingquan asked. "This is tricky. I have spent a lot of time analyzing this move of his, and what he uses isn't 100% authentic Heavenly Go. It is not even a high-end replication of the skill either. In fact, it is a low-quality knockoff," Mr. Long replied, with absolute certainty. If Hansen heard what Mr. Long had just said, he would have admired his perception. Hansen really did just copy the skill loosely, and very little of it was of his own invention. "So, Mr. Long, you are fairly sure that is not using the true Heavenly Go? Do you have evidence to back up your claim?" Fong Mingquan noticed from the stream chat that there were many fans dismissing Mr. Long's statement. Mr. Long was able to see the comments as well, but he calmly said, "I haven't had a very fortuitous life, but when I was younger, I was lucky enough to hunt with Fu Qingmei, and I witnessed the entirety of the skill Heavenly Go. It was right before my eyes." After he said that, no one said anything more about his claim. If Mr. Long was able to witness Fu Qingmei perform Heavenly Go, then his analysis could not be incorrect. Everyone knew Fu Qingmei's Heavenly Go, since the skill gained its popularity from her. At this time, Yi Dongmu made a move towards Hansen. Mr. Long, who was watching Yi Dongmu's casual demeanor as he strolled, expressed absolute surprise. In his reaction, he blurted out, "Huh? Mr. Long, what is going on?" Although Fong Mingquan was a professional commentator, he didn't know much about fighting skills. It was because of this that he did not notice anything special. Mr. Long said with admiration in his voice, "If I am not mistaken, Yi Dongmu is using sacrifice. This skill is reliant on your mental fortitude, not your physical power. If you could not focus your mind, it would not matter if you were a surpasser, you could not perform the moves efficiently. That sounds like an incredible fighting skill. How would you gauge his performance, Mr. Long?" Fong Mingquan asked. "Fighting skills aren't mathematics. Everything is relative on the field of battle, and that is especially true of this skill, which depends entirely on the situation in which it is cast. I cannot use numbers to calculate his performance of it. All I can say is that Yi Dongmu has indeed mastered sacrifice. A great future must lay ahead for this young man." Fong Mingquan then asked, "My knowledge of fighting skills is limited, so I'm not entirely sure what sacrifice is. Could you provide me and the audience an explanation of why sacrifice is so spectacular? To use sacrifice, you must throw away all the other thoughts that might occupy your mind. You need to be without fear, without worry, without sorrow, and without happiness. Your mind must devote itself to one singular purpose. If you do this, then you can achieve mastery of sacrifice, and it will aid you. But doing this is more difficult than it sounds. Reaching the state absolute single-mindedness is something not even the ancient heroes of yore could frequently attain. And what's more, Yi Dongmu is still so young. His ability to channel sacrifice through his pure, dust-free mind is something extremely rare." Mr. Long was in true admiration of Yi Dongmu. Fong Mingquan noticed Mr. Long was not speaking in specifics and was failing to explain what the skill sacrifice actually did. So, he had to ask, "I'm not sure what type of skill sacrifice is." The most straightforward explanation I give is that sacrifice is a movement. But it's not just any movement, it's one that combines the sky with the earth. Every step he takes will accelerate his momentum and increase the power he can achieve. The more steps he takes, the more power and momentum he can use. If he reaches 100 steps, then his power and momentum will max out. If that were to occur, I don't think there is anyone out there who could stop such an attack. Is it really that powerful? If Yi Dongmu takes 100 steps, then dollar will lose? When Fang Mingquan heard this, he was shocked. The audience watching the stream started to discuss the skill amongst themselves, too. Is that true? That sounds way too magical. According to what Mr. Long says, if Yi Dongmu took 10,000 steps, then he could beat the world. There must be a reason why Mr. Long is saying this. I think what Mr. Long says makes sense. Look at Yi Dongmu's momentum, it's getting stronger and stronger. Even right now, my heart trembles. Is sacrifice really that powerful? Oh, no. Dollar doesn't know Yi Dongmu is using sacrifice. He should strike now, before he gathers too much momentum. Mr. Long shook his head and said, "It is easier for someone to make up his mind to die for a noble purpose than to actually go through the execution of such sacrifice. Sacrifice still needs its user to maintain his focus for the entire duration of the cast. The longer he walks, the greater the chance his faith and focus might change. If his resolve quivers by only just a bit, his momentum will decrease. It is very much like war. First, there is much momentum, but when the horrors of battle rear their ugly faces, it's gone before you know it. Humans are sensitive beings, and even scholars and geniuses cannot maintain their faith forever. The highest sacrifice I have seen was 100 steps. Even if he kept on walking after this, his momentum would still decrease. I wonder how many steps Yi Dongmu will be able to take with his usage of sacrifice." Fang Mingquan was watching Yi Dongmu intently. After Mr. Long's explanation, viewers of the stream started counting Yi Dongmu's steps. 10 steps. 20 steps. 30 steps. Everyone could calculate that the distance between Yi Dongmu and Han Sen was about 50 steps. If Han Sen still did not strike, then Yi Dongmu would be right in front of him in about 50 more steps. Yi Dongmu had only walked 30 steps, yet his momentum had already risen a great deal. It was as if he had been possessed by a god. With every step, his momentum increased. Every step was like the tide of the sea, and a strong, ever-surging gust of wind was blowing Han Senator. The atmosphere was volatile, teetering on the precipice of a grand storm. Yet Han Sen still did not move. He just watched Yi Dongmu calmly, standing firm against the waves. Boom! With every step, Yi Dongmu was generating increasingly ferocious waves that sought to topple and consume Han Sen. Faster and faster, faster and faster, Yi Dongmu's footsteps were getting really quick, and he was now only 5 steps away from Han Senator. The momentum in his body was illuminating him with some form of angelic light, and it frightened those who were watching. He's going to strike. Everyone had stopped breathing, and they observed Yi Dongmu without any idea what his attack was going to be like. But even now, Yi Dongmu's daggers were still in his hands, propped behind the arm in a manner that suggested he wasn't yet ready to attack. When the distance between the two fighters had reached a mere 2 steps, Han Sen finally moved. But he didn't go forward, instead, he went back. He fell back like a rowboat that had been rocked away by a tumultuous sea. Han Sen refaced Yi Dongmu with a calm look, in stark contrast to the fiery appearance of Yi Dongmu. Now, they were only 1 step away from each other. 1 step forward, 1 step back, it looked as if neither would connect. He was retreating. The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. No one had expected to back away, and now, no one believed that he actually had. Does fear Yi Dongmu's sacrifice? Everyone was now wondering this. Beautiful. Is a smart guy, he made the right choice. Mr. Long complimented Han Sen's action. Mr. Long thinks did a good thing? Fang Mingquan looked at Mr. Long with a confused expression. Yes, it was a clever retreat. Mr. Long looked excited as he continued. Earlier, I said what was most important about sacrifice was the momentum. If you reach max capacity, you will only get worse and worse. Lee Dongmu has already walked 53 steps, and he has already gathered a lot of power and momentum. If Dollar chooses to fight back with him right now, it'd be a bad decision. When he fell back just now, it opened up a great set of possibilities and opportunities. If he keeps avoiding Lee Dongmu up until sacrifice weakens, that would be the time for him to strike. It is a beautiful response, one that proves how smart and wise a fighter he is. After hearing Mr. Long's profound analysis, everyone watching understood. This means Lee Dongmu will have to catch up with Dollar before his momentum decreases, otherwise, it will be difficult to win. Am I understanding this correctly? Fang Mingquan asked. Yes, Mr. Long nodded. The strongest person I have ever seen only managed to walk 100 steps. If Lee Dongmu can catch up with Dollar with 100 momentum-building steps, the power unleashed from a hit of that force may be unavoidable. That would utterly wreck and annihilate Dollar. However, if he cannot catch up by the time he hits 100, there is a 90% chance Dollar will have already won. Everyone was intently focused on these two characters, who were chasing each other around the arena. They were too nervous to say anything, and they kept their eyes fixed on two men like they had been startled by thunder. They were both only one step away from each other. If Lee Dongmu took one more step, then his dagger could hurt Han's senator, but despite taking each last step, he was unable to get any closer. They both watched each other, moving about quickly. They were like twin birds, quickly walking 10 meters. 60. 70. 80. Everyone quietly counted each step to themselves. Every step was like a jump scare, frightening their hearts. Through the power of his momentum and strength, Lee Dongmu's speed became frightening, and he was only continuing to get faster. Can Lee Dongmu really catch up with Dollar before he reaches his 100th step? Even Tang Jinliu was nervous, and his hands were sweating. Lin Feng calmly responded, 100 steps? That is only the start. Shocked, Tang Jinliu looked at Lin Feng and asked, what does that mean? Look. Lin Feng only said one word and gestured to the two fighters in the arena. 85, 90, 95, 100. Hansen turned around and started walking, but Lee Dongmu did not catch up. After taking his 100th step, everyone's heart sighed. Lee Dongmu was brimming with insane power, but Dollar's strategy had worked. He had made it too hard for Lee Dongmu to use his true strength. After 100 steps, everyone feared Lee Dongmu's momentum would fall into insignificance, and he'd be unable to catch up with Dollar at all. Although people thought Dollar was going to win, Dollar's fans were a little disappointed. This form of winning lacked the certain spice they had come to expect, and it lacked excitement. But people then realized that after 100 steps, Lee Dongmu's momentum did not weaken. Instead, it was continuing to increase by a scary amount. He was like a god. And he came at Han Sen with greater ferocity. 110, 115, 120. Oh, my days. It is too powerful. It is too powerful. A 120-step sacrifice? And this insane momentum continues to grow? For this man to so young, and to have such talent with this skill, his abilities are unfathomable. Mr. Long's voice was trembling, and you could see the excitement that pounded within him. Lee Dongmu's approach towards Hansen was crazy, and everyone's heart leapt with each step taken. A feverish excitement had grabbed a hold of their hearts, as if it tugged them to run alongside Lee Dongmu together. Boom! 150. Lee Dongmu's body cracked the air in two, sounding thunder. His hair trailed in the wind of his pursuit, hunting after Hansen like some mad god of lightning. His body had reached maximum capacity, and it seemed as if it would even be able to tear the space by a single strike. 150 steps? 150 steps? Mr. Long was at a loss for words. Through his whole life, this was the first time he had ever witnessed such a phenomenal talent. And it was at this moment that Hansen stopped. He was moving incredibly quickly, but when he stopped all of a sudden, he became a mountain, allowing the waves to shatter against his body. After all these steps, Idongmu's momentum had reached its maximum. Kill. In this final step, Idongmu no longer resembled a human being. Following his raging sprint, with his long mane of hair riding the violent winds of his passing, the daggers in his hands moved. In this moment, everyone understood, Dollar wasn't falling back. He did not fear his opponent, and he wasn't employing the strategy Mr. Long had been talking about. All this time he had just been waiting for Idongmu to reach his prime and unleash his most powerful attack. The audience that were in their seats couldn't help but stand up and lean forward with their mouths open, to watch Idongmu perform his final strike. Idongmu's momentum and power had reached maximum capacity, and now, the daggers in his hands finally moved. They traveled at an unimaginable speed, quicker than the wind. You cannot touch the wind, nor can you see it. The beginning and then end of that strike was untraceable. Although everyone knew Idongmu was going to strike, when he actually did it, people thought their eyes were playing tricks, as the strike launched out of nowhere. Its speed was so great, people could not follow the blade and its driving hand, but a collective gasp of shock was still given by the entire audience. Following that tantalizing moment, chills ran down their spines and their faces were drawn of their color. It was as if the spectators themselves each suffered the same strike. Although they were unable to watch the blade on its journey, everyone was able to imagine it. They pictured it rocketing through the air, cleaving through Han Sen's neck and letting his head be carried by the wind, painting the arena in claret. In reality, when the sudden gust of gale force wind started, the blade disappeared from their eyesight. When they felt it, it was already too late. Wind strike! Mr. Long shouted. With wide eyes, he watched Idongmu unleash his strike. But people weren't paying attention to what he was saying anymore, as the focus of the audience and spectators now moved to Han Sen. Everyone was eager for the result. The scary power of a 150-step sacrifice had built up within a soul man, and it had been delivered to a single opponent through a blade. They did not know how Han Sen could survive it. Fall back. Aside from falling back, they did not know how anyone could avoid being the recipient of such a strike. But then they thought to themselves, who could possibly be able to react and fall back in the time from such a strike? They imagined if a person sought to dodge the incoming attack, their head would have been removed from their body before their toes had been lifted. Can't dodge it. Everyone who thought to put themselves in Dollar's boots and imagine how he might react had their faces turned white, thinking to themselves how they probably wouldn't even see the strike coming. The wind does not have a shape, but a knife does. Han Sen's hand did not possess a weapon, and in this terrifying moment, he placed the palms of his hands together like a praying Buddha. His eyes did not even look at the knife come his way, and still, he looked so calm and so chill. It was in fascinating contrast to Idongmu's raging, intimidating aura. The people who watched it felt really bad. Dong. The extreme attack by Idongmu, the final strike of sacrifice and the blade of its deliverance, found itself caught and wedged between Han Sen's palms. It was at that moment the storm stopped and the air became gentle. The excitement that had built up was now empty. Silence robbed the room of its life, and it was as if time stood still. The brutal attack had been stopped by a man's bare hands. Everyone's mouth dropped. They scoured the canvas of that scene in absolute shock. No one was able to believe or accept that the strike that had received so much build-up was now over. It was like a truck going over 200 miles per hour being brought to an instant stop without any prior sign. The audience felt strange, and they could hardly accept what their eyes told them. Even if a vehicle was going at 200 miles per hour, slowing down to stop would take some noticeable time. And even if such a truck had smashed into a wall, considerable damage would be dealt to both objects. But nothing happened here. Everything just came to an instant stop. The blade's distance to Dollar's eyebrow was only about an inch, but even that was a great distance. Dollar was like a Buddha that was able to operate and control everything. His palms had their own sky, and that moment was forever. Even if the sky was falling and the world was ending, nothing would have allowed his hands to move an additional inch. It was unfathomable, not a single sound came from the audience seats. It was as if the brains of everyone there could not react. The countless eyes of the spectators just watched those two still, silent people. Lee Dongmu's hands, still clutching his daggers, were trembling. The strike that was known to kill anything did not even pass his enemy's hand. The way of the assassin teaches that in failure, it is over for you. This strike took everything for Lee Dongmu to perform, and this was not the result he had expected. His will to continue this fight was now broken. His face was pale as snow, and his hands were trembling so hard that he could no longer hold his knife. Han Sen moved his hand to grab the dagger. He returned it to Lee Dongmu and said, "I accept the passion behind this strike. This life, this world, this sky, this earth, this single strike." Lee Dongmu's body was shaking. He took the dagger and turned a complicated look on Han Sen. The battle did not continue. Han Sen quit the virtual platform. Lee Dongmu and Dollar left, and although the fighters had not determined who was the victor and who was the loser, everyone knew it in their hearts. "I accept the passion behind this strike. I am going to cry. Poor Lee Dongmu. This life, this world, this sky, this earth, this single strike." Lee Dongmu was honored to have these words spoken to him. That attack was so powerful, it was a shame he had to go against Dollar to use it. People always like to believe themselves better than others. It is a tragedy of this generation. Don't cry, Lee Dongmu. We will support you forever. In our hearts, you are the strongest assassin king. Dollar is still Dollar. Fang Mingquan gave a long sigh. Feeling sorry, he said, "This attack determines life and death, but for now, they are strangers. One battle fought by two legends, this is something that we will never witness again." Hearing Fang Mingquan say this, everyone's mood turned a bit dim. Because Dollar and Lee Dongmu made their arrangement, they would never fight again. This was their final match. "Mr. Long, what is your review of this fight?" Fang Mingquan turned to Mr. Long and asked. "This life, this world, this sky, this earth, this single strike." Mr. Long repeated that sentence and left the virtual platform. Almost everyone who watched this fight rewatched it a number of times. But no matter how many times they watched it, they were parched and thirsty for more. They watched it again and again, unable to stop. What happened to Lee Dongmu is a shame. The passion behind this strike, I want to see it again. I have to see it again. Poor prince. I am willing to give up 10 years of my life for the opportunity to watch those two fight again. I accept the passion behind this strike. I am going to cry. Dollar was too cruel and he robbed Lee Dongmu of his soul. After Fang Mingquan returned to his office, he sorted out the video recording of the battle. It did not need editing, it only needed a title and an article to go alongside it. But this article was not for Dollar, it was for Lee Dongmu. Assassin King. This life and this world never end. This sky, this earth, and this single strike. To see the cruel reign all these years, only Lee Dongmu's passion was the most touching. This is for my favorite assassin king Lee Dongmu. For the result of this fight, few people mentioned Dollar. Most of the talk was directed to Lee Dongmu. Even though he didn't win, the passion behind that strike touched the hearts of all who had seen it. It led to him being given the title Assassin King. But as for Dollar, he was already an unbeatable deity and people no longer had any interest in talking about him anymore. Watching Dollar battle is so boring. I want to watch Han Sen battle Lee Dongmu, two assassins fighting each other would be pretty fun. Tang Jinliu sat on his sofa rewatching the video of Lee Dongmu and Dollar's final battle. A battle between two assassins would be too fatal, Lin Feng said quietly. That's why it would be exciting. But those two don't have a grudge with each other, so the chance of them fighting would be pretty low. It is a shame, though. Tang Jinliu felt remorseful. The two people that Tang Jinliu spoke about were in the shelter, 1 meter apart. I am going to hunt a red scale dragon. Do you want to come? Lee Dongmu looked at Hansen and asked. That is too dangerous. Hansen blinked. The red scale dragon that Lee Dongmu mentioned was a powerful sacred blood creature. Even with the powers they both possessed, it would be an incredibly difficult fight. It is dangerous, that is why I am going. Lee Dongmu turned to leave as he spoke. Then let's go. Hansen knew that Lee Dongmu's spirit had been crushed. He didn't say much, he just followed Lee Dongmu to the slopes of a particularly snowy mountain. Lee Dongmu killed the creatures along the way in one hit. Seeing him angry like that, Hansen began to believe it may have been better if he had thrown the match and lost. But Lee Dongmu was really powerful, and if it wasn't for Hansen's constant practice of wind strike with him, he most likely would not have been able to block the skill. The wind didn't feel entirely clean, and it made Hansen feel a little ashamed. Before long, they both reached the cap of the mountain where the red scale dragon was said to reside. From afar, they saw a creature that looked like a T-Rex on the slopes of the mountain, curled up and sleeping in the snow. Because it had not yet been given a name, it was Lee Dongmu who called it red scale dragon. According to him, the power and speed of the creature were incredibly high. And even with sacred blood weaponry, its scales would be extremely difficult to penetrate. He had come here twice before attempting to kill it, but had failed both times. But today, Lee Dongmu had clearly resolved not to be beaten again. He was going to kill it, no matter what it took. Lee Dongmu summoned his beast soul daggers and ran towards the red scale dragon. He was shouting all the way, and it gave Hansen a cold sweat. Geez, you are an assassin. What is wrong with you, running in with a battle cry like some brutish warrior? Hansen felt deflated, but still, he summoned his Silver Eye Ice Snake King Sword and Ancient Mascot Sword and ran to the other side of the red scale dragon, which was now rising from its slumber. Dong. 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 Hansen and Lee Dongmu's weapons were slashing the red scale dragon with ardent ferocity, but their strikes only left shallow scratches in the dragon's scales. The creature was unharmed. The red scale dragon was like a mechanical truck that kept sprinting up and down the slopes of that mountain. It was so fast and fierce that Lee Dongmu and Hansen could only dodge again and again, unable to get in hits from the front. You go draw its attention. Lee Dongmu barked the order at Hansen before running behind the red scale dragon. Why don't you draw its attention? Hansen felt frustrated, but he still waved his two blades to hack at the red scale dragon's legs. He managed to obtain the red scale dragon's attention, and with a capped aggro, was promptly chased all over the mountainside. Lee Dongmu found the perfect opening and managed to leap onto its head from behind. He repeatedly stabbed the creature in its neck, the only spot that wasn't plated in thick scales. Roar! The red scale dragon thundered its agony. It shook its head and threw Lee Dongmu down into the snow. Then the red scales of the dragon burst into flames. As they seared in fire, the scales turned to crystal. Holy smokes, it's turning berserk. Run! Hansen yelled, and then started running away. Although Lee Dongmu's mood was foul, he wasn't stupid. He joined Hansen and ran as fast as his legs could carry him. But the red scale dragon was furious. It chased them over the mountains and valleys for over 100 miles before they finally lost the monster on their heels. Lee Dongmu and Hansen felt as if their legs were ready to snap by the time they outran their pursuer. Gasping in unison, they collapsed to the ground for respite. After a while, Lee Dongmu said, "You are going to attack the royal shelter?" Yes. Hansen looked at Lee Dongmu and then continued, "You want to join me? Be careful of Qi Xiuwen." After Lee Dongmu issued his warning, he got up and turned to leave. Hansen remained sitting in the snow. He shook his head and said, "I don't know if Qi Xiuwen convinced Li Xinglanand and Philip to join me yet, but I have to take down that royal shelter as soon as I possibly can." Hansen remained unconcerned about Qi Xiuwen. With the silver fox around him most of the time, he knew no evolver could cause him great harm, no one across the ice fields, at least. Before the terrifying power of the silver fox, all conspiracies would be useless against him. Hansen then got up but noticed something moving in the snow up ahead. He stayed as still as he could, trying to figure out what he had just seen. He saw something move around in the snow, and after a while, a big white turtle came out from under the powdery snow. The turtle was pretty large. After it emerged from the snow, it poked its head about to look around. It seemed to be searching for something. Hansen watched the turtle from a good distance, but he could see where it had come from. Behind it there was an ice cave that appeared to have been flooded. The surface of the water was mostly ice, and it was dressed in thick snow, so it took a decent pair of eyes to see it. The big turtle wasn't looking for Hansen, and after it walked around in a few circles, it returned to the cave it had emerged from. It then dipped its head into the water. Whether it was drinking or not remained to be seen. A while later, the turtle pulled its head back and simply looked into the ice cave. Hansen thought it was a strange sight, so he sat back down and continued his observation in greater comfort. After some time had passed, another turtle came out of the water in the cave. But compared to the first turtle, this turtle was much smaller. It was like a small rice bowl. After this small turtle exited the water, many more followed. At final count, 9 turtles came out of the water of the ice cave. Hansen, who was hiding in the snow, opened his eyes wide and said, "These cannot be the babies of the big turtle, right?" Hansen was aware that it was a difficult task for creatures to breed. He had only ever seen a golden growler, an old turtle, and an obsidian dragon give birth, and their litters were incredibly small, usually singular. Yet this big turtle had 8 baby turtles behind it. If they were its children, those numbers were crazy. After the 8 turtles came out to join the big turtle led them down to a wide basin below the snow-cloaked mountain. Watching the trail of turtles take off on their little adventure, Hansen could not help but admire them and think they were rather cute. Hansen did not know the details of the snow turtles he had just seen and could not tell what tier of monster they could be considered. So, all he did was hide in the snow and watch. After the big turtle reached the basin below the mountain, it used its claws to dig into the snow. Hansen watched as it slowly unearthed red mushrooms. Then, when the smaller turtles arrived, they each happily started eating their bounty of food. Hansen was amazed. Seeing a creature bring its children to eat was an incredibly rare sight, one that few people would ever be given the honor of seeing. When the snow turtles began to dig into their food, the screech of a bird came out of the sky. A golden bird dropped into view. As if it had been searching for the turtles, it came down at an extremely high speed with its talons raised and ready to snatch them. Pop! Before the threatening bird reached them, the big snow turtle shot a beam of frost towards it. In the next second, the bird turned into a block of ice. From the height it fell, it hit the ground hard and shattered into nothing but bits and pieces. Holy smokes! It's a super creature. Hansen was staring at the turtle with wide eyes. This was the first time Hansen had ever seen such a large amount of super creature babies all in one place. There were 8 of them, and now, Hansen was afraid to even breathe. The last thing he wanted was for the snow turtle to take notice of his presence. The silver fox was frighteningly powerful, even as a baby. But here, there were 8 super creature children and their mother. Woe to him if they thought Hansen to be hostile. Seeing the golden bird shatter into crumbs of ice, Hansen felt a shiver run down his spine. Being afraid to breathe, he gave the task over to his cells so he could continue watching the 9 turtles eat. After the small turtles ate the red mushrooms, the bodies of the creatures started to glow red. At first, the turtles were as white as the snow itself. But now, they looked like blood turtles. The small turtles were really young, as their size suggested. Thus, they couldn't eat much, and after eating a mushroom about the size of a man's fist, they were full. But the big turtle was really hungry, and it ate about 10 mushrooms before it turned red. It looked like the turtles were all satisfied, and when they were, the big turtle buried the red mushrooms beneath the snow again. Then it led the small turtles back to the ice cave where they had first emerged. Hansen waited until they had all entered the cave and swam down beneath the water. The big turtle went in last, and before it went down deep, it let out another frosty beam to reseal the ice where they had come out. No one would have been able to tell something lived under there. Hansen waited for a while longer, and when he confirmed there was no more movement, he ran to the area where the snow turtles had eaten and dug his way down to the red, fist-sized mushrooms. They seemed like mushrooms you would cook. They were the size of a fist, and they glistened with a sparkling clarity. They also emanated a lovely smell, and Hansen wagered they would taste pretty good. Hansen used to follow a certain botanist, and through him, he learned many of the tips and tricks one could use to identify plants, herbs, and mushrooms. He looked at the red mushrooms and noticed there were only 3 left. The rest had already been eaten by the turtles. But judging from the way they looked, they didn't seem poisonous. There were many strange plants back at the shelter that Hansen wouldn't dare eat. Hansen pulled out a bag and picked a single mushroom to put inside it. He didn't take any more, but he prepared to take the mushroom with him, thinking it might become useful. He covered the others with snow once again and summoned his golden growler. He collected and reassembled the body of the shattered bird and placed it upon the golden growler. It looked like a sacred blood creature, and even if it was only a mutant, Hansen didn't want to waste it. This was free stuff that he wasn't going to pass up. Back inside the Crystal Palace, Hansen asked Zero to cook the golden bird's meat. Then, he heard the announcement, Sacred Blood Golden Wing Bird Flesh has been consumed. Sacred Geno points obtained is 0. Because he ate so little, he was unable to increase his Sacred Geno point total. But that still made Hansen quite happy. Although he had failed to hunt the red scale dragon, the free collection of a Sacred Blood Golden Wing Bird made up for it. He ate a whole meal of the Sacred Blood Golden Wing Bird, but his point total did not increase. There was still a lot of meat left, however, so Hansen prepared it and got ready to eat it all slowly. The bird wasn't that big, after all, so he figured he would be able to eat it all within 10 days. Back in the Alliance, Hansen found a way he could contact Professor Sun Minghua. Although Professor Sun had spent his entire life in the First God's Sanctuary, he had yielded incredible results for the world of botany, and this was something few would understand. Hansen gave him the details of the red mushroom he had collected and told him about the turtles. He wanted the professor to find out whether or not the mushrooms possessed any beneficial traits that would apply to him. It was a shame that he could not carry the mushroom out of the shelter, otherwise, he would have brought it for the professor to see. Professor Sun intently listened to Hansen's description of the mushroom and then asked a few questions. After a brief pause, he said, "According to what you have told me, this red mushroom sounds like it could be something quite powerful. Professor Sun, is there any way you could tell me if this red mushroom can benefit humans?" Hansen thought these snow turtles had the ability to find rare plants to eat. The food that super creatures consumed had to be good stuff, but humans were biologically different than creatures, so Hansen wasn't sure whether or not humans could eat it. The shelter's plants have great power. They should be quite effective on humans, but the bodies of humans are very different. It is difficult to say whether the effects will benefit you or ail you. After that, Professor Sun stopped. He hesitated for a while, but then began talking to Hansen again. "I have something to tell you. But after I do, I want you to forget I told you this. And I absolutely do not want you telling others." "I understand," Hansen responded dubiously. Professor Sun then said, "In the Third God Sanctuary, there are some amazing plants that can improve your genes. But still, humans have yet to fully uncover which are beneficial and which are harmful. The way such food is eaten is important, as well. If eaten incorrectly, the benefits you would expect to receive can instead become deadly." Hansen thought what the professor said was quite strange, and so he replied, "If humans cannot determine the effects a plant will impart, how can we find out which ones can improve a human's genes? I won't answer this question, but after you visit the Third God Sanctuary, you will understand." Professor Sun seemed to dodge Hansen's question, and he quickly changed the subject. He only told Hansen a few simple methods he could use to help determine what consumption of the red mushroom might do. Hansen felt curiosity swell in his heart. There were quite a few surpasser humans, a few 100,000 at least. Despite this, information regarding the third god's sanctuary was quite limited. Surpassers never talked about it, and there was very little information about it to be found in the Alliance. Now, with Professor Sun not willing to talk about the third god's sanctuary anymore, Hansen's curiosity about the place increased. According to the advice Professor Sun gave him, Hansen was going to give the red mushroom to another creature to try out. Maybe then he would see the effects it could impart. Hansen then thought to himself, I wonder if the silver fox would be willing to eat it. Back in the Crystal Palace, Hansen picked up the silver fox and placed the red mushroom in front of its mouth. He was eager to see how it would react. The silver fox saw the red mushroom, opened its mouth, and swallowed it. And then Hansen and the fox looked at each other. There was no movement for quite some time. That's it? Give me some reaction, at least. Hansen waited for a while longer, but still, the silver fox did not react. He might as well have eaten a candy bar. After waiting a while further, there was still no sign of anything changing. The only curious thing he had learned was that the silver fox was very interested in eating it. Fortunately, Hansen knew where he could find another two, back in the snow. So he returned to that icy tundra and dug up one of the two remaining mushrooms. This time, though, he didn't give it to Silver Fox. Instead, he cut it into pieces and hung one slice from a tree. Then, he waited to see if any creatures in the vicinity would take interest in it. It wasn't much later when a boar arrived. It came for the mushroom, but despite a few strenuous jumps, it was unable to nab the food of its desire. It didn't give up so easily, though, for it then circled around the mushroom that was dangling from the tree, refusing to leave it. A while later a few smaller creatures arrived, like snakes and bugs. There was a squirrel amongst them, and it quickly raced up the tree and got the mushroom. It hastily swallowed every morsel. The squirrel had gray hair, but after eating the mushroom, it turned red. Then, the creature shone like a beautiful ruby gem. Hansen grabbed a few more slices of the mushroom and spread them about the area, to see if he could test it out on a number of other creatures. Hansen then discovered something new. Not every creature was interested in the mushroom, only a good deal of them. But every creature Hansen saw eat a bit of that mushroom had a noticeable change. Their response to the food was vastly different than the silver fox's reaction, when it did nothing, without letting out nary a fart. When ordinary creatures ate it, however, they appeared smarter, more energized, and of course, red. But aside from that, Hansen couldn't tell what more. Hansen recorded the reaction given by the creatures after eating a piece of the red mushroom, then returned to the Alliance. He sent the data to Professor Sun for analysis. Professor Sun told him that he would need some time, and that he would give Hansen the results of his research in about 2 days' time. Hansen had half a mushroom left that he planned to keep. Unfortunately for him, he left it lying around and the silver fox caught scent of its presence, dashed to it, and gobbled it all up. After eating the mushroom, it leapt into Hansen's arms and fell asleep. "It is fortunate I did not take both, otherwise, they'd all be in your belly. That would be a waste." Hansen was glad. Qi Shouwen was still away in his talks with Li Xingluan and Philip and had yet to return. Hansen could only assume that the talks were not going so well. But he wasn't in a rush, so he had plenty of time to relax and read a few books. He also spent some time training his Dongxian Sutra and Jade Sun Force. He even managed to squeeze in time for a bit of practice with duel. Overall, the days were calm and without interruption. It had been a while since things were this relaxing. "Hansen, after my analysis, I have come to the conclusion that the red mushroom you discovered is a provision that can increase one's vitality. It's not the most in-depth research result, but I would suggest that you try it out yourself." Eat a little bit and see what happens. Professor Sun seemed to be quite interested in the red mushroom. He didn't wait for Hansen to follow up on his request, and he got in touch as soon as he could. You don't think there'll be any problems with it, do you? Hansen felt a little strange, for he would feel bad eating this in the shelter. Just eat a little bit, no more than 10 grams of the stuff. But be prepared. If something does go wrong and it doesn't sit well in your stomach, make sure you have an alchemical concoction to help flush it out. General medicine for sickness would be good, too. You'll most likely be on your own doing this, so be prepared to save yourself. After that, Professor Sun continued, but from what I can see, it should not be harmful. If it really is something that can strengthen your body, then go for it. Just don't eat too much, lest it bring you harm. I'll think about it. Hansen did not dare to say he would indeed try eating it. It's a shame I don't know anyone out on the ice field. If I did, I could have someone accompany you and help test it out, Professor Sun said in a remorseful tone of voice. But what Professor Sun had just said gave Hansen an idea. If he did not want to take the risk of eating it, why not find someone else to do it for him? That Zhu Ting has deadly perfume. It should be no problem for a toxic man like that to try it out. I'll get him to give it a go. Hansen thought, deciding Zhu Ting would be his guinea pig. Zhu Ting had to be the tester, for if it was someone closer with Hansen and something went wrong, Hansen couldn't handle the responsibility of bringing harm to his friends. Besides, Zhu Ting was known to eat poison like he had a sweet tooth for the stuff, so there was no one more qualified to try out the red mushroom than him, anyway. Hansen picked up the last bit of mushroom he had from when he was testing it out on the creatures of the ice field and threw it into a meal he was cooking. He prepared a few different dishes and invited Zhu Ting over for dinner. Come, let's drink together this night. Hansen dragged Zhu Ting over to sit down, speaking with overbearing friendliness. Zhu Ting looked at Hansen with an extremely puzzled expression, thinking, why would this guy invite me over for dinner? He must be conspiring against me or something. Is the food poisoned? Does he want to poison me, huh? Is that it? No way, he's not that stupid. Surely, he knows I have deadly perfume and I am immune to poison. He must have dropped his brain somewhere, if he has thought to poison me. Hansen was acting all nice, dishing Zhu Ting as much food as he could, topping up his drink after every swig. Brother Zhu, have you gotten used to living out here on the ice field? If you are having issues, feel free to confide in me. I may not be able to help you with big things, but if it's something relatively small, I'll do what I can to make your life here all the more comfortable. Zhu Ting then retreated back into his mind and said to himself, something here is not right. This guy must be buttering me up because he needs me for something. There is no way he is being this nice out of the kindness of his heart. Zhu Ting rolled his eyes and then boisterously thought, fine, if you have something you want to ask of me, and you're even going so far as to call me brother, I am going to be the boss. Brother Han, if there is something you want, just tell me. Considering our relationship, there is no need for you to put on such a show. Zhu Ting was scoffing the food and chugging the wine as he spoke. I do have a favor to ask of you, funnily enough, Hansen said. Then shoot. If you and I are brothers, there are no hoops you need to jump through before asking me something, and neither must you beat around the bush. If I can help. Zhu Ting's tone of voice then changed. You know, it is difficult to live. I am so poor. I have very little money. No problem. If you help me out, I'll give you 10,000 coins. No sweat, Hansen told him. 10,000? Zhu Ting froze, thinking, what do you think I am? A beggar? 10,000 won't even buy me an afternoon refreshment. Zhu Ting laughed and responded, 10,000. Haha. You want me to help you drink something? Something like that. I dug up some mushrooms out on the ice field. I would like you try some out and tell me whether or not they are poisonous. I know you have deadly perfume, which makes you immune. You are only going to give me 10,000 for doing something as dangerous as that? Zhu Ting peered at Han Sen with an expression that painted him as a bona fide cheap bastard. Oh no. Han Sen slapped his lap. Oh no what? Zhu Ting looked spooked. Why didn't you say something earlier? I thought you had already agreed, and see? I have already served you the food. Han Sen was wearing his innocent face. You bastard. Zhu Ting's face started turning green. Zhu Ting was not afraid of being poisoned, it was just that Han Sen was toxic enough himself. Brother Zhu, don't you worry. Your deadly perfume is the best, there is no need for you to fear those little mushrooms. Even if they are poisonous, there is no way they can poison you, the Poison King, yes? Han Sen did his best to comfort him. I suppose. Zhu Ting said cockily, but then he changed his face and said, but this is different. I know I am good, but good or bad, 10,000 is not enough. No problem. I am willing to raise the monetary offering for this kind service of yours to a whopping 20,000, Han Sen said with a smile. Zhu Ting was angry, and he pleaded, Han Sen, you do not treat professionals with the respect they deserve. 20,000? To lay bricks would give me more. You make me, something is wrong. What is it? Is it the poison? Don't worry, I have medicine prepared. Quickly, shove this down your throat and I'll get you on your way to the detox center so they can rinse out your bowels. Han Sen quickly grabbed the medicine Professor Sun told him about. But when he looked back, Zhu Ting's face and eyes had gone ruby red. He was gasping for air like an enraged bull and sweating profusely as he looked at Han Sen. Brother Zhu, don't look at me like that. I thought your deadly perfume rendered you immune to fatal poisons. Who knew? Before Han Sen could finish his sentence, Zhu Ting started to tear the clothes from his body. Much to his surprise, a muscular body was revealed beneath. Zhu Ting had an 8-pack. Geez, what are you doing? Han Sen reached out his hands to ward off Zhu Ting from coming any closer. Zhu Ting's eyes were red with lust, and as he advanced on Han Sen, he tried to get on top of him to rip his clothes off. Zhu Ting tried to kiss him with the ferocity of a horny bear. I want. Zhu Ting moaned and groaned in between his mumbling. Holy smokes. Those mushrooms can't be aphrodisiacs, can they? Han Sen pushed Zhu Ting away from him and dashed out of the room. He closed the door on his lusty aggressor and locked it tight. Pang! 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 Zhu Ting hammered the stone door like a madman. Brother Zhu, hold on. I'm going to get you a woman. Han Sen was glad that the shelter's doors were made of stone. Due to the strength needed to break down such a door, there was no way Zhu Ting would be able to escape. I can't take it anymore. Zhu Ting screamed from behind his stone ward. Hold on. Use your hand first, while I go search for a woman in the meantime. Han Sen double-checked that the door was locked firm, and then ran off. After walking around Black God's shelter for some time, Han Sen came across an impoverished woman who was willing to sell her body to make ends meet. On a horse, she returned with Han Sen. Brother Zhu, I have brought a woman to take care of all your needs. As Han Sen opened the door, he saw Zhu Ting sprawled out across the floor with a few shreds of cloth over his body. Crumpled balls of tissue lay scattered around the room. Han Sen, are you even a human being? I cannot believe you fed me horny pills. Zhu Ting was furious, and he ran towards Han Sen, trying to grab him by the neck. Han Sen dodged the incoming assault and tried to reason with him, saying, Brother Zhu, see? I have brought you a woman. But who would have guessed you'd finish up that quickly, eh? Quick, my ass. You were out there for 2 hours, and here I was, all alone and almost bleeding. And besides, what kind of woman did you even bring me? This fat tramp looks to weigh 200 kilograms. Is it a mutant creature? Zhu Ting yelled angrily at Han Sen. A woman with a little booty is good, you'll never understand. Hansen waited around for a little while so Zhu Ting could calm down. Then he asked, Brother Zhu, aside from this, can you tell me of any other effects the red mushroom had upon you? Before he replied, Zhu Ting reached out his hand and said, Give me my money. Yeah. Hansen reached into his pockets and presented Zhu Ting with a few $1,000 bills. Regretting what he had subjected Zhu Ting to, he said, I know I was only supposed to give you 20,000, but take 30. Consider it my way of apologizing and trying to make up for what I just put you through. And payment for that woman will come out of own pocket, there is no need for you to cover the fee. Zhu Ting thought what he was saying was fine, up until he mentioned the woman. Then his face became bleak. All of a sudden, he threw the money back at Han Sr. No one wants your pity money. If you want to give me something, give me your medicine. Give me more of your red medicine. Why? What do you want it for? Hansen opened his eyes wide and looked at Zhu Ting. That is none of your business. You owe me, don't you? Consider this retribution. Zhu Ting said, with a scolding temperament. Hansen pulled out the last remaining bite of mushroom. He presented it to Zhu Ting, but when he tried to grab it, Hansen pulled his hand back. He smiled at Zhu Ting and said, I already gave you a slice. This is the only one I have left. If you want it, you're going to have to tell me what it does. Aside from making me horny, you mean? Zhu Ting said, before reaching out his hand again. Hansen avoided his grab again and said, Tell me clearly. Zhu Ting then told Hansen that the mushroom worked not only to heighten your desire for sexual activity, but to considerably strengthen your kidneys as well. The effects were powerful that even now, his kidneys were really warm. It was as if he had 2 hot water bottles inside him. He was brimming with so much energy that, even after playing with himself for so long, he was yet to feel tired. This stuff really is the good stuff. After Hansen heard what the red mushroom did, he was quite happy. Something like this would most definitely benefit his progress with Jade Sun Force. Learning it by himself without any supplements would take a long time, after all. The red mushroom had incredible effects, and if he was to consume an entire mushroom, Hansen wondered if he might be able to finish his study of Jade Sun Force. But the most blatant side effect of the mushroom was quite tempting for Han Senator. If he got Ji Yanran to eat it, he pondered, what might happen? Still, he wasn't able to bring the red mushroom out of the shelter, and Ji Yanran was nowhere near the ice field. In the end, Hansen did not give the last bit of red mushroom to Zhu Ting. The sexual effects of the thing were too scary. It was so powerful that not even deadly perfume could withstand it. Hansen was worried Zhu Ting might use the red mushroom for an ill purpose, so he refused to hand it over. Zhu Ting left angrily. He collected the 30,000 and cursed Hansen numerous times before leaving. Hansen then returned to his room and locked his door. He looked at the last piece of mushroom in his hand. He looked and looked until at last, he put it in his mouth. He chewed it a bit, and soon the pleasant feel of it in his teeth became a warmth in his belly. His kidney was already quite warm, and now, it was even warmer. It was as if he had 2 little stoves inside him, generating an endless supply of energy. At the same time, Hansen felt the entirety of his body heat up. What was below the belt could hold up the sky. He was starting to feel horny, and he was overwhelmed with the desire to rip his clothes off. Hansen gritted his teeth and held off on that feeling, casting Jade Sun Force as he did. He wanted to use Jade Sun Force to absorb the power of the red mushroom. As he did this, someone knocked on the door. From behind it, a woman's voice called out to him. Hansen was shocked as a burning sensation overwhelmed his insides. His kidneys were sizzling with heat, and it felt as if they had become 2 fireballs ricocheting around his body. Hansen did not feel good. Damn it! Why are you coming here at this time? Hansen did not have the willpower necessary to suppress the riot that was going on inside him. Hansen was in a trance. He couldn't hear who it was outside or what the feminine voice was talking about. But regardless, he did not need to listen because Hansen could guess who it was. Visitors to his room were infrequent, as it was something few would dare to do. It was only on the odd occasion that young Monley would come to visit him, when there were important matters to discuss. Aside from her, there was no one else. Thinking about young Monley's thick, white legs, Hansen felt his brain start to implode. He couldn't take his mind off those delicious legs, and he wanted nothing more than to kick the door down and hop onto her. He used everything he had to suppress his lust and double-timed it on the Jade Sun force. He was going to do his best to wait this desire out. In the second God's sanctuary, unlike the first God's sanctuary, anyone could enter another person's room. But young Monley was not the sort of person to boorishly march into someone else's room, so Hansen was not concerned about a possible intrusion. If he was able to avoid seeing her, then Hansen was of firm faith that he could beat this lusty force that was consuming him. But Hansen's heart suffered a shock quite quickly when he heard the door open. Holy smokes! Young Monley, I thought you were a reserved person. What is going on with you today? Hansen's mind was scrambled like an egg, and his heart was ablaze. He heard the footsteps of a woman tread across his room. Although Hansen was forcing his eyes closed, when he heard her voice, the resolve of his will crumbled to the machinations of lust. The image of a woman's beautiful naked body was omnipresent, layered across all of his thoughts. As he tried to suppress the carnal desires, his face started turning red. Then his nose began bleeding. The woman was walking closer and closer to Hansen, which almost made him scream out and call for aid. The effects of the red mushroom were too powerful. Zhu Ting was known to possess a strong will, but even he was eager to jump on top of a man for release. Given that, you might imagine the power of this mushroom. Hansen did not dare open his mouth or eyes. He was afraid that if he started talking, or even opened his eyes to look, his mind would forfeit all control to the lust that was attempting to conquer his mind. Leave. Although I enjoy sleeping with women, I will only do it with the woman I love. I'm not entirely against consuming pills for added excitement, but shouldn't that be a woman's job? How can I eat them and suddenly be all lusty? Leave. Leave. Get out of here. Get out of here, young Monley. Hansen's heart was encouraging itself to not give in, despite the rebellion of his mind. But the woman continued to approach Hansen, having seemed to discover that something was not quite right with Hansen's behavior. She walked in front of Hansen, trying to get a look at him. The woman was drawing extremely near, and Hansen could smell her. It was like his entire body was on fire and his nose was gushing like a fountain. Hansen was fighting the desire to open his eyes, and he bit down on his teeth and kept them shut. He bit on his own tongue until it bled, hoping the addition of pain might help him beat back the lust. Blood dripped from his lips. The woman furrowed her brow, believing something had gone wrong with Hansen's training. She suddenly thought that her uninvited entry was the catalyst for this apparent mishap of practice. The woman bent over and reached out her hand to feel for Hansen's pulse on his neck. She seemed eager to find out what had happened to Hansen. But when her delicate fingers touched Hansen's neck, the floodgates of his mind were lost. It felt as if the fingers were bringing a fire, and it made Hansen open his eyes. A beautiful woman stood before him, and her body was incredibly refined. Her height was almost the same as Hansen's. She was wearing a tight white battle suit. The curvatures of her thick, long legs, bubble butt, and big boobies were highlighted in the suit, perfectly sculptured, angled and curved to catch the attention of everyone, and get their hearts racing. Her delicate face was as cold as it was elegant. It was the face of someone who was difficult to get close with. The woman was directly in front of Hansen, and her lips opened as if to say something. But at this time, Hansen couldn't hear a single thing. Although this woman did not look like young Monley, she was even more attractive, with a body and personality Hansen favored even more. Hansen lost all self-control. An aura of utter evil shone in Hansen's eyes. He reached out his hands and tried to grab the woman. The distance was great enough that she was able to take a graceful step back to avoid his lecherous hands. The woman's face did not change. She just looked at Han-sen with the strangest of stares. But over the next second, her face warped. She could not believe Han-sen was coming after her. The woman thought it would be impossible for him to do so, but he did. It wasn't long before her back was against a wall and there was nowhere else for her to go. Han-sen blocked her every exit, and it was impossible for her to run away now. The woman became incredibly angry in her shock. She reached her hand out to hit Han-sen, but then quickly refrained. She knew she had disturbed his training and caused this predicament. Right now, his eyes were blood red, which more than suggested something was wrong. She pulled back her fist. As soon as she hesitated, Han-sen grabbed onto the woman's battle suit. Within moments, the battle suit that had been designed to withstand bullets was ripped apart by Han-sen's lust-fueled hands. Her succulent pair of big white breasts were now on full display in front of him. Han-sen threw himself onto the woman and pushed her against the wall. One hand was clutched one of her giant boobs, which one hand could never hope to hold in its entirety, and his other hand reached down to squeeze her firm, bubbly butt. Han-sen then brought down his lips to seal her own. The woman opened her eyes wide, and her body froze. Within just a few seconds, her curvy, voluptuous body had been grabbed and touched all over by Han-sen. A second later, her eyes were filled with the chaos fire of hatred, and she looked at Han-sen a murderous eye. It was as if her entire body had entered berserk mode. Her body seemed to emit a purple light, and she took on the shape of a fairy. Pang! A walloping knee drilled its way into Han-sen's stomach, which sent the horny baboon flying across the room. Then the woman jumped up and struck Han-sen with her battle-axe-like legs while he was still airborne. Before he could even hit the ground, she kicked him sideways again. Pang! 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 The beautiful legs had become frightening weapons that struck Han-sen around 30 times. And for the entire time he was beaten up, right, left, and even down, Han-sen did not touch the ground. Her exposed breasts jumped and jiggled with every kick. The woman knew that there was something wrong with Han-sen, however, which helped to calm her down somewhat. So, she used her hands to try to conceal her wobbling, jelly breasts. The purple light that was being emitted from the woman's body started to fade. Although she was truly mad, she still managed to limit how much power she exerted on her horny aggressor. If she hadn't, with the power of someone who had unlocked her first gene lock, one kick would have been enough to end Han-sen. It was clear to her that something was wrong with Han-senator, so, despite her rage, she managed to put a cap on the damage she dealt him. Especially with the purple light, which she pushed into Han-sen's body. This purple light would attempt to course its way through his body and clear his mind from any encroaching force. Although Han-sen's body was suffering, he was able to feel a strange but gentle sensation flow throughout his insides. It seemed to help subdue and eliminate the effects of the red mushroom he had consumed. Clarity began returning to his mind, and when it had done so in a sufficient amount, he was able to close his eyes and focus on recasting Jade Sun Force. He then started to absorb the purple light and the red mushroom into his kidney. When these two distinct forces entered his kidneys, they made the organs glow in their two representative colors. His kidneys then started to glow like red, purple, and gold nuggets. This bounty of power was going all around his body. Han-sen felt tremendous joy in his heart. Having both of these powers consume and reinvigorate him, he felt as if his Jade Sun Force was getting better and better. The process was quick and free from trouble, and it seemed that it would all be over soon. The woman summoned Beast Soul armor to cover her body and went to sit on a chair. She had a curious, complicated look on her face as she watched Han-sen, in between her blushing. "I should have killed you." The woman thought about the shameful scene and terrible groping she had been subjected to, and she looked at Han-sen with disgust. Queen had been traveling through the ice field, and she had come to learn that Han-sen was living in the area from Huangfu Pingqing. So she thought to give him a visit and ask him something. Queen did not want to disturb or affect anyone else, so she came here alone during the night. With her skills of espionage, she knew she would not be discovered on her way there, but this was the last thing she had expected to happen. When she thought about her body being felt all over by a man like Hansen, she wanted to slap him to death. But she was also conflicted with the knowledge that it was her disturbance that most likely prompted his out-of-character misdeeds. She didn't blame Hansen, but she again thought about how her body, which had never been touched by another man before, had been so vigorously fondled by someone in such a manner. She blushed deeply and gnawed at her teeth in uncertainty until she almost drew blood. But Queen had something else nibbling at the back of her mind. With her talents, she knew she should have fended Hansen off and kept him away, but when she moved and used Heavenly Go, Hansen was able to follow each step and block her way. Perhaps this could be largely attributed to the small size of the stone house, but there was also the element of surprise. She would never have expected Hansen to possess a power such as this. It was this sudden shock that led to her disadvantage. She was the one who taught Hansen Heavenly Go, but her calculations of his progress with the skill were obviously incorrect and had led to this grievous mistake. Her mind and body were not prepared, which was why she had been pushed to the wall. If Queen had been prepared for what was to happen, things would have been different and it would have been impossible for Hansen to follow her steps and pin her to the wall. How did he do that? Queen's heart wondered to itself. She only taught Hansen the bits and bobs of Heavenly Go, but he had already shown that his level with the skill was not too far behind hers. At this rate, it was inevitably going to get better. With Hansen's fitness, and the number of skills he actively trained, it was unlikely he would lose to her in an all-out fight either. This surprised Queen a lot. She almost didn't believe that the little amount of the skill she had taught Hansen could have been developed to such a great degree. Hansen's fitness was surprisingly powerful, too. His fitness was not too far behind hers, despite the fact that his first gene lock remained locked. From what she could recall, Hansen had only been in the second god's sanctuary for just over a year. This wasn't a popular place, and to attain such talents and abilities here in such a short time was almost terrifying. I was going to test his power, but that seems to be unnecessary right now. Perhaps when he unlocks his gene lock, I can allow him to join me. But Queen then thought back to the scene from earlier. Part of her wanted to leave and never lay eyes on this bastard again. But Queen was Queen, and she was of a greater resolve than most women. She did not leave. She just continued to sit there and look at Hansen coldly. When Hansen finally absorbed the red mushroom and purple light, although he hadn't finished learning Jade Sun Force as he had expected to, the horny side effects of the red mushrooms seemed to have totally disappeared. But it was worth noting that this minor victory had only been achieved through the aid of the purple light. Now that his kidney had absorbed the purple light, things seemed different. He believed that if he ate the red mushroom again, the horniness would not affect him. To test this out, all he would have to do was collect the final mushroom and eat it, then practice the Jade Sun Force one last time to finish its training. Hansen opened his eyes and saw Queen in front of him, staring at him coldly. The scene and all its wretched sexual tension came rushing back to him. Imagining his prior grab of her boobies, he couldn't help but stare at her chest. Excellent. They were excellent. Hansen had laid eyes on many beautiful girls in his time, but this was the only stunner that was as powerful as he was. And her pair of boobs were in no way inferior to those possessed by Huangfu Pingqing. Everything about her was perfect, pretty much. If you have a death wish, then by all means, continue to stare. Queen coldly looked at Hansen. Her face did not display emotion, but anger continued to boil in her heart. If Hansen's behavior had not been triggered by her intrusion, she would have slapped him to death by now. I am sorry, but this is my room. You are the one who came in uninvited, you cannot blame me. Hansen was coughing when he said this. He saw the woman continue to peer at him, and it looked as if she wanted to kill him. His heart was stricken with a chill, so he quickly shuffled along the proceedings and asked, "Who are you, anyway? And why have you come here?" Hansen had never seen Queen's face before, and the lusty thoughts from earlier had messed up his head. Having light amnesia over what happened when he was beaten up, he had forgotten what skills Queen had used to beat him to a pulp. But Queen's general temperament had tipped Hansen into thinking he knew her from some place. Queen told him. Hansen was flabbergasted. He said, "It's you. Why are you here?" After Queen introduced herself, Hansen understood why she seemed so familiar. Only someone with the power she possessed, dwarfing the presence of any other woman he had met before, could name herself Queen. "I am just passing by. I was coming to see if you were able enough to join us on our hunt, but from what I have seen so far, I don't think you are. When are you going to unlock your first gene lock?" Queen emotionlessly said. Queen had indeed been impressed with the skills and fitness Hansen possessed, but it would be all for naught if he had not unlocked his first gene lock. Without doing that, he would never survive the fight she was going to take part in. "I am afraid it will be a while yet before I unlock it, but I can still lend a hand in the hunting of creatures," Hansen responded. Queen didn't say anything else, she just stood up and got ready to leave the room. The reason why she stayed was so she could ask that question and see how Hansen responded. After all, it was because of her Hansen behaved the way he did. Hansen did not plead for Queen to stay. After all, what had happened earlier was far too embarrassing. "After I unlock the first gene lock, where should I go to find you?" Hansen asked. "Send a message to Ping Qing. She will let you know," Queen answered as she exited the room. After she stepped out of the room, she stopped and said, "In regards to what happened earlier, if word of it gets out, you are a dead man." Then she was gone for good. Seeing Queen leave, Hansen thought about all the words she had spoken. Clearly, Queen herself had unlocked her first gene lock. She also said the termus, which meant she wasn't hunting alone. A powerful character like her needed others on the same level to go on a hunt? There was only one possibility Hansen could think of. They were hunting a super creature. I wonder if they have killed a super creature before. Hansen was disturbed at this revelation, but he hadn't yet unlocked his gene lock. He simply wasn't qualified to join them. It looks like I must hurry up with the Danshan Sutra, despite my inability to rush it. Hansen continued to sit where he was, thinking things over. If he wanted to unlock his first gene lock, the quickest way to do so was through mastery of Jade Skin. But he was afraid of learning that skill to its full extent, due to his fear of becoming like the cruel people of the Shui family. It was a difficult decision to mull over. I have been learning Danshan Sutra for so long, perhaps Jade Skin has been purified. Let's give it a go. Hansen really wanted to see if the people with Queen were truly off to hunt a super creature. And he wanted to know if they had killed one previously. For this, he thought it was worth the risk of going back to Jade Skin. But he already had Danshan Sutra, and if there were any issues while learning Jade Skin, he could always use Danshan Sutra to alleviate them. But before he continued learning Jade Skin, he returned to the snowy basin to collect the last red mushroom. He cut it into thin slices and used it to train Jade Sun Force. Although he continued to suffer a burning sensation, it was something he could keep under control. After he absorbed the energy of the red mushroom, his kidneys shined and his power felt limitless. Hansen's heart felt strange, however. Although the Jade Sun Force he learnt was correct, it now seemed a touch different than before. There was a magical, purple light shining alongside it. That purple light must be the power Queen shoved into me. It must be the power she gained from unlocking her first gene lock, too. But how can I use that to my advantage? I am not sure if this is a good thing or a bad thing, since it seems to be trapped in my kidney now. Hansen was lost in thought. Whatever the case might be, there didn't seem to be any negative consequences to its presence. After consuming the rest of the mushroom, the Jade Sun Force was finally complete. Both of his kidneys now shone like stoves, providing endless power for Hansen 24/7. He was not sure if it was affected by the Jade Sun force, but Hansen's heresy mantra had also completed its first stage, long live. In the past, whenever Hansen used heresy mantra, if he used it for too long, his heart could not withstand it. It'd end up damaging his body. But after learning long live, not only was heresy mantra more powerful, he could use it infinitely without damage being dealt to his body. With Jade Sun force and long live, it's as if I have infinite power. Any difficult skills I learn can be used indefinitely without the need for a break. Hansen, after learning all this, became really happy. This was almost like a cheat. Although it felt like nothing special when dormant, using it felt extremely powerful. It was just like Idongmu. When he used Wind Strike, he concentrated all the power in his body into one fell strike. After he used the strike, there'd be a long recovery time. But right now, Hansen was different. He could use Wind Strike like normal, over and over without rest. He did not need a break. It was like playing a video game where people had to gather power to unleash their ultimate ability. But Hansen had glitched it so he could use his super ability over and over. Jade Sun force and long live made a frightening combination. Hansen was shaken. But Hansen did not know how to use Wind Strike. But that did not matter, because of the most powerful burst power skill there was, Thunder Knife. In the past, he would suffer a cooldown of at least 8 seconds before being able to cast it again. Now, he could use it over and over. It looks as if I'll have to modify duel some more. Hansen was overjoyed, despite the extra trouble. Because of his vitality, his dual skill had been lacking in certain departments. His vitality and power could never remain high enough to support the demands of the skill. But now things were different. Hansen could use duel to its full extent. Every skill was an ultimate power skill, and now, his damage output would most likely be tripled. It would be far easier for him to kill the twin spirit like this. Hansen was of the mind to do it, and so he did. Off he went to modify his dual skill once again. He wanted to make it into an ultimate skill. He exchanged 5 S-rank St. Hall licenses for 5 Evolver-class powerful sword skills. He borrowed the techniques inside and implemented them in his dual skill, modifying them so each skill performed was an ultimate one. The dual skill now was 2 sword skills combined with over 100 movements. After vigorous modification, that number was brought down to 50. After even more extensive work, that number was brought down to 12. Those 2 sets of 12 movements were the skills that dealt the purest, most concentrated amounts of damage. Every move had its own special trait, but when they were all combined and cast at once, he didn't believe any opponent could withstand such a devastating attack, no matter their power or level lead on Hansen. This is the dual skill I have always wanted. Dealing with the twin spirit should no longer be difficult. But I wonder if Qi Shouwen has managed to successfully convince Li Xingluan and Philip yet. Hansen could no longer wait to attack the royal shelter. Qi Shouwen had faced much resistance in his attempts to convince Li Xingluan and Philip. This was because he was unable to solve their silver beetles problem. Li Xingluan and Philip did not dare attack a random royal shelter while under the thumb of their current threat. So, Qi Shouwen had to pay a heavy price to convince Li Xingluan and Philip to agree and join the attack on the royal shelter. The ice field will belong to me, Qi Shouwen. Qi Shouwen returned to the Black God shelter with much excitement. Taking the royal shelter and becoming the boss of the ice fields was an exciting prospect for him. And a record like this was sure to paint him in a different light in his father's eyes. Maybe he'd even be able to inherit Donglin. Brother Han, all is prepared. We can attack the royal shelter whenever we desire. Qi Shouwen returned to the Black God shelter and reported to Hansen that he had successfully enlisted the aid of Li Xingluan and Philip for the assault. Well done. We will follow your plan. Hansen was looking over the plan Qi Shouwen had formulated. Brother Han, there is no need to worry. I won't disappoint you. We will take this royal shelter for ourselves. Qi Xiuwen then told Han Sen, purposefully deceiving him. His heart was sneering. Oh, we will take the royal shelter. But its owner won't be you, Han Senator, no. It will be me. Han Sen looked at Qi Xiuwen, who wore an earnest, faithful face. Then he smiled, patted his shoulder, and told him, go. I have faith in you. Han Sen was not a person who enjoyed being kept busy. He did enjoy watching others be busy, however. After Qi Xiuwen left, Yang Manli approached Han Sen with a worried look on her face. She said, is it really okay to let Qi Xiuwen handle the entire plan of attacking the royal shelter? Han Sen smiled and responded, the Black God shelter belongs to Dong Lin. Allowing Qi Xiuwen to make the plans will free us up to do our best in battle. For our attack against the royal shelter, this will be a good thing. And what happens after we attack the shelter? Yang Manli was not as optimistic as Han Senator. It seemed as if her eyebrows were perpetually furrowed, and she frowned without ever allowing her forehead to relax. Don't worry. That royal shelter will be owned by Han Sen answered. Yang Manli noticed how confident Han Sen appeared, so despite her continued worry and reservations, she didn't push her concerns any further. The troops of the various shelters were now mobile and nearing the royal shelter. Bravely, they moved to the outskirts of the shelter to clear out any creatures around it, in preparation for the big battle that was to come. With everyone camped out and ready, they waited for the time they would be split into groups of 3 and sent out to follow the commands given to them. Han Sen's group was the most powerful, and they were the ones assigned to attack the main gate. Han Sen was following Qi Xiuwen's plan to a T, without making a single change. As a result, Qi Xiuwen was feeling rather cocky. He believed that Han Sen trusted him entirely, and that he had wrapped Han Sen around his little finger. If that wasn't the case, why else would he be doing exactly what he was told? Qi Xiuwen almost felt bad for being so manipulative. Just wait until I get the royal shelter. If he listens to what I tell him, then I won't treat him too poorly. This was a thought propagated by Qi Xiuwen's heart, but it wasn't soon before his mind questioned such judgment. This sort of man is not suitable for important responsibilities. If the person in charge cannot be cruel and unforgiving, then it is only a matter of time before others try to take advantage and attempt to trample on me. The siege began. The beasts that were behind the walls of the shelter, dozens of miles away, could be heard roaring. The tension began to bubble and boil as they approached the battlegrounds. And finally, everyone marched forward to do combat with the creatures that would stay their advance. Far away, on the slopes of a snowy mountain, a fit woman watched the battle unfold. She talked to herself, saying, I should be able to see what his power is from here. Far away, on the other side of the battlefield, a little girl stood and observed the scene, too. She had long black hair that almost reached the ground. In her arms, she held a silver fox. Although this was a siege, only a few people from the goddess shelter fought alongside Han Senator. Those backing him up were not very strong, and most of them were commanded by Qi Xiuwen and positioned elsewhere. But this time, Qi Xiuwen did not see the silver-haired spirit. This made him feel strange. Qi Xiuwen did not know that the silver-haired spirit would not leave the spirit hall, and he was afraid Han Sen might run ahead and try to steal the spirit stone. But Han Sen did not care all that much. He wore bloodscale armor and held his 2 favorite swords in his hands. With Yang Manli and his other fighters, he led their offense against the main gate. Qi Xiuwen had given Han Sen this position, where the creatures were the strongest. With only a few people from the goddess shelter backing him up, he had hoped the monsters would eliminate them. But instead of slowly battling their way forward, Han Sen and his people instead decided to rush ahead madly. Qi Xiuwen shook his head at the sight, and the conflicted voices inside him argued once more, that person is brave, I'll give him that. But he's just as stupid. It's hard to do business with such a person, but then again, someone as brave as that may come in handy sometime in the future. Qi Xiuwen, lost in thought, suddenly noticed the presence of a multitude of cracks in the ground, stemming from the royal shelter. And then, an endless parade of silver beetles burst out towards the battlefield like a flood. The fight had only just begun, but already, the silver ladybug had decided to make an appearance. This was vastly different than the last time, when it showed up right at the end. Qi Shiwen frowned but had already made preparations for its coming. If he didn't, then it would have been impossible for him to convince Li Xingluan and Philip to attack the shelter. The signal was sent, and all the soldiers opened their backpacks and lobbed creature meat out across the field. Within seconds, the entire snowy field was drenched like a frothy pool of blood. The silver beetles did not differentiate between friend or foe, or even acknowledge who their aggressors were. But when they smelled the blood, they were immediately attracted to the mound of bloody flesh that was built up. With them out of the way and distracted, an empty space presented itself. "Get in there!" Qi Shiwen shouted. All the human evolvers evaded the ladybugs and ran forward, using their strongest attacks as they advanced towards the royal shelter. But when Qi Shiwen turned to look at the main gate, he saw Han Sen and his people were already there. The speed with which they had cleared a path came as a shock to him. The creatures at the main gate were the strongest, and despite that, Han Sen's team had not suffered a single casualty. Han Sen was in the front, clasping two swords. One was silver and one was purple. As he fought, it was like he was dancing, and every step he took around a monster was accompanied with another lesion in his foe, spewing blood. Powerful skills, sure. But he is still a stupid man. Qi Shiwen looked at the sky above the royal shelter. In his heart, he thought, this royal shelter has been host to great swathes of creatures. Thunder Devil will come in from the other side, though, and he should reach the spirit hall before Han Sen does. I just hope they are able to tame and subdue the spirit there. Whatever royal spirit resides in this place must be a maddening foe, and one that is worthy of a great deal of coin. While Qi Shiwen was thinking, he saw Han Sen was already leading people inside the shelter. Because of the appearance of the silver beetles, many creatures had run off, which lessened the resistance they faced. Qi Shiwen did not dare slow down, so he ran towards the shelter from another path. Still, he wasn't in too much of a rush, because there was no way Han Sen could be faster than Thunder Devil. By the time Han Sen reached the spirit hall, he was sure that the spirit inside would have been tamed by his secret ally already. However, what Qi Shiwen did not notice amidst all the chaos was a silver fox that had managed to slip inside the shelter. It was running towards Han Sen, too. Yang Monli, Zhu Ting, Uncle Qing, and the rest of his people now followed Han Sen as he entered the royal shelter. But when they entered there, they were shocked to see a far greater number of creatures on the inside than the outside. And what was more, there were many sacred blood variants mixed in. It seemed as if the spirit would not have to come out and join the fight. There are far too many creatures here. Should we wait until the other groups show up? Zhu Ting looked around nervously. They were the only ones who had rushed in, and the others were quite far behind. There is no need to wait, Han Sen said, and as he did, a silver fox leapt onto his shoulder. Zhu Ting and his people were shocked and a little uncertain when they saw the vast host of powerful creatures now confronting them. Their presence consumed his entire vision, and their numbers far exceeded the 200 Han Sen had with him. They weren't even all that talented, so it was hard to imagine what slaughter might transpire if they started to attack. Even if the creatures queued up and allowed them to fight one-on-one, it would only be a matter of time before each battler became too exhausted to fight and was killed. Even Uncle Qing, the old man who had seen much, bore a bleak face. Seeing that the creatures did not budge, he did not dare enter and provoke them. Han Sen, however, ran into the creatures alone. The others were unsure of whether or not to follow him. The next second, Yang Monli, Uncle Qing, and Zhu Ting were left staring in disbelief. As Han Sen ran towards the monsters, they parted like an ocean, as if they were afraid of him. They seemed frightened, and they each scrambled out of the way. Whenever Hansen took a step forward, another creature took a step back. Even a titan snake that was 100 feet long fell back and dared not hit him. Seeing Hansen march in like a god was a strange thing to watch. Yang Monli and the rest had their jaws on the floor, and they almost couldn't believe what they were seeing. "Boss, are you going to heaven?" Zhu Ting followed. Uncle Qing and the rest followed, as well, despite their frightened and bewildered looks. As they followed Hansen, the creatures that were near would run off as soon as they got close. He was truly like some deity, striking fear into the bones of every monster in the shelter. How can he do that? Yang Monli had a puzzled expression when she looked at Hansen, and she couldn't imagine what sort of powers he was employing. Uncle Qing looked faithful, and maybe a little bit fanatical when he looked at Han Sr. He really is the heir of Master Han, isn't he? He does possess magical powers, he does. For the others, they either thought they were witnessing was an absolute miracle or they were dreaming. Hansen brought Yang Monli and the rest to the spirit hall. He was familiar with this place and did not want to waste any more time. So he rushed in as soon as he arrived. Not situated too far from the wall of the royal shelter, Queen was able to see everything. She too was quite surprised. How did he do that? Although some medicine could repel certain creatures, such items would not work when facing creatures under the direct command of a spirit. Especially such large numbers of them. This heightened Queen's interest in Hansen, so she made sure to take extra care in her observations. From a distance, of course. Finally, Qi Shouwen managed to enter the shelter with his people. What he saw gave him the jinkies and scared him quite a bit. There were creatures everywhere, and in far greater numbers than what they faced on the battlefield outside. There were even many sacred blood creatures waiting for them. But he could not see where Hansen or his people had gone, and neither could he see any sign of a struggle or battle. It was as if Hansen and his people had pulled a Houdini, vanishing without a trace. That is strange. Where are they? Qi Shouwen was confused, but he couldn't spend too much time dwelling on it. A large group of creatures approached, and everyone thrust themselves into a terrifying battle with the monsters that had come for them. At this time, Hansen and his people were right outside the spirit hall, and they had gotten there with no trouble. Yang Monli wanted to shake herself, as if trying to wake up from some weird dream. After she saw the gold and silver lady spirits, she couldn't help but say, "The twin spirits resides in this shelter? You guys take a break, sit and watch. I'll take care of this." Hansen had trained his dual skill for the longest time with the aim of taking down the twin spirits. He didn't want anyone else to join in, for he wanted to beat it by himself. Besides, the people from the other shelters had yet to arrive. If they beat the twin spirits too soon, many creatures would run off, as well. The reward everyone could achieve would be reduced, so he wanted to wait for Qi Shouwen and the rest to arrive before finishing off the spirit. Uncle Qing and his people were already treating his words like gospel, and now, they watched Hansen go towards the twin spirits like he truly was their religious deity going into battle. They were each stricken with a strange feeling, however, one that they couldn't quite place their finger on. Massive numbers of creatures in the royal shelter just stood and watched Hansen begin combat with the twin spirits. They weren't doing anything, and it was so bewildering that if they told this story to others who were not here to see this happen, people would chalk them up as liars or plain crazy. Hansen's kidneys were brimming with energy and his heart was jumping like rhythmic thunder. His body felt as if it had boundless power. As he held onto his purple and silver swords, he ran towards the twin spirits without hesitation. The twin spirits hated Han Senator, tightly clutching their gold and silver swords. They went to fight against their pestering nemesis once more. Each strike was brought down like gold and silver lightning. These are some really good skills. It is no wonder why they are royal spirits. Is the boss going to be okay battling them both? As Zhu Ting finished his words, he saw Hansen use his two swords to batter the twin spirits with such force, it sent them rocketing through the air. Invincible. Everyone had this word on their mind. Han Sen's powerful sword and skills had resulted in the twin spirits being stripped of its ability to fight back. No matter how quickly or powerfully the twin spirits attacked, Han Sen was always one step ahead. Both of Han Sen's hands held a sword, and each one was performing a different sword skill to do battle with the twin spirits. And as he fought and fought, the twin spirits were being beaten back further and further. The boss is too cool. The boss is the man. One man taking on two girls? Damn, he is the best. The young men in the back were waving their flags in support. It was surreal. This was supposed to be a battleground of bloody war, but it was more like they were sitting back to watch a show in an arena. The faces of the twin spirits looked terrible. Before, they could go against Han Sen without any trouble. But now, they could not keep up with him and were repeatedly being knocked backwards. They did not have the power to fight back. Then Han Sen ran into the center of the spirit hall. On the other side of the royal shelter, there resided dozens of elite killing creatures. A path formed between them as the bodies of countless creatures slumped and staggered away to form mounds of the deceased. Along the bloody path others now walked. They were trying to find the spirit shelter. The leader of these people was cloaked in green lightning, and he held a long sword that flashed, sparked, and crackled with electricity. The creatures that were hit by this sword were sent flying backwards, burned into charcoal by the airborne fire that charged his weapon. This group of people marched forward, uninhibited by the creatures that attempted to stop them. This was Thunder Devil and his men. But no matter how fast they cleaved a way forward, they were not as fast as Han Sen, who did not even have to fight any creatures. Besides, Thunder Devil and his people did not know where the spirit hall was. They spent a long while looking for it, but they were still unable to find it. Then, he bumped into Qi Xiuwen. "What are you guys still doing here?" Qi Xiuwen saw Thunder Devil and his people with much surprise. "This royal shelter is way too big. It's easy to get lost. We are unable to find where the spirit hall is. We have already scoured the other end of the shelter, so it has to be this way." Thunder Devil pointed in the direction he was going. "Let's get going then. The people from the other two shelters are on their way, too. We can't let them get there first," Qi Xiuwen said. Then, merging with the forces of Thunder Devil, they marched towards the spirit shelter. Yang Monli and her people followed Han Sen to the spirit hall, where Han Sen used his swords to utterly suppress the twin spirits. Through his ceaseless barrage of sword strikes, the twin spirits could not gain ground and push back, and it fell back further and further. There is something sinister and malevolent about this Han Senator. He has been in the second god's sanctuary for less than a year, so how can he be so powerful? He is somehow managing to suppress two royal spirits simultaneously. And as for what happened earlier, Zhu Ting bore a strange look, and he seemed to be disturbed by his thoughts. Pang! The twin spirits had been pushed back as far as possible, and now had its back to a statue. The pretty faces of the royal spirits looked pale and hopeless. The silver snake sword and ancient mascot sword were each pressed against a spirit's neck. Seeing both of the spirits down on their knees, with pitiable and saddened looks on their faces, Han Sen felt remarkably happy. Once, these had almost cost him his life by severely injuring him. Today, he was finally able to turn the tides and win back some of the pride he had lost that time. "Quickly, kill them and grab the spirit stone," someone shouted from behind. "There is no rush, I will wait a little longer." Han Sen did not finish off the spirits yet, he just continued to rest the swords against their necks. He wanted to provide more time for Qi Xiuwen and the rest to slay more creatures for a greater bounty when the day was over. Although Qi Xiuwen had a curious conflict of interest brewing in his heart, it was something he managed to mostly ignore. With the power of Thunder Devil and the Black God Shelter, they were assuredly the strongest force across the ice field. He thought it was practically guaranteed that he would take the royal shelter for himself. Even if Li Xingluan and Philip wanted to prevent him from taking it over, any attempt at retaliation would be futile. There was absolutely no one who could go up against Thunder Devil. Finally, Qi Xiuwen found the spirit hall. As he approached its entrance, however, he was almost disturbed to notice the complete absence of creatures. Even more unnerving were the half-jovial sounds of human talk resonating from inside. Qi Xiuwen and Thunder Devil looked at each, acknowledging what they were both thinking. Together, they ran into the spirit hall. With the rest accompanying, a larger host entered the spirit hall behind them. Qi Xiuwen's pupils decreased into little beads after he was inside. He saw the people that were supposed to be fighting elsewhere in the spirit shelter reclined in the spirit hall. Han Sen already stood next to a statue, reaching out his hand to grab the spirit stone that was embedded within. It is the twin spirits. Qi Xiuwen saw Han Sen holding a gold sword and a silver sword, with the twin spirits standing in concession beneath the blades. He couldn't have been more surprised. Seeing Han Sen take the two spirit stones, the silver-haired lady and golden-haired lady then ceremoniously knelt before Han Senator. They lowered both of their proud heads and spoke in tandem. Yin Princess and Yang Princess are willing to submit and offer absolute loyalty to a new master. We can become the most faithful of servants. Everyone else was now on their feet, staring at the princesses who were kneeling and swearing fealty to Han Sen. This was a pair of princess spirits. It was rare enough to see a royal-class spirit make such a vow, but to have two of them do it at the same time was almost unbelievable. In each of Han Sen's hands rested a spirit stone, one silver and one gold. He placed the stones on the Yin Princess and Yang Princess's foreheads. They then became one with their stones, disappearing into them in a blinding light. Everyone continued to stand there, just watching. The taking of a royal spirit was something few people would ever see. And for it to be the twin spirits, above all, was something might happen once every 100 years at best. When the royal spirits were taken, the creatures inside the shelter lost their reason to remain and defend what was previously their home, and so they fled. A little while later, Li Xingluan and Philip arrived at the spirit hall. "Aren't you guys supposed to be hunting the creatures? What are you doing here?" Han Sen turned to survey the hall with his eyes, which after one long pan, ended up on Qi Xiuwen. Qi Xiuwen sighed and said, "Brother Han, you are so blessed. You must be really lucky to have been able to tame the twin spirits." All of a sudden, Qi Xiuwen's tone of voice changed. "But you cannot live off the merit of luck your entire life. Brother Han, I will be taking this shelter, okay? Qi Xiuwen, do you not remember the promise made between Tang's family and Dong Lin?" Han Sen kept his stare on Qi Xiuwen as he spoke. The promise between Dong Lin and Tang's family only applied to the Black God shelter. "This isn't the Black God shelter, now is it?" Qi Xiuwen smiled. Li Xingluan and Philip looked at each other, as if to confirm they were about to do something in tandem. But all of a sudden, Qi Xiuwen made a gesture with his hand. In seconds, countless soldiers from the Black God shelter swarmed every corner of the hall. "This is between me and Brother Han, so please don't interrupt us." "Thanks, I appreciate that," Qi Xiuwen told Li Xingluan and Philip. "Qi, you promised that the three of us would be in charge once we took the shelter. You are going to take it all for yourself?" Philip said coldly. "This world is reserved for the strong. Even if I did give it to you, could you honestly hold on to this shelter?" Qi Xiuwen then gave a signal which made the evolvers around him assume battle stances. There were more than 40 evolvers with a fitness level of over 100. The faces of Li Xingluan and Philip changed. Both of their shelters only had 10 evolvers with a fitness level of over 100. Black God shelter, however, was only supposed to contain 20. How could there now be so many? Against so many evolvers with such a level, it would have been impossible for them to fight back. And so they reverted to silence. Yang Monli scowled, as did the rest of her compatriots. A battalion such as that would be enough to sweep clean the entirety of the ice field. Qi Xiuwen was right, however. Only the strong could thrive and become formidable leaders. The power Qi Xiuwen had now was truly enough to assert control over anything he desired upon the ice field. It would be pointless for anyone to resist. Brother Han, you and I were friends. It is a shame we do not see eye to eye on this, but if you pledge fealty to me and swear obedience, I will keep you by my side. Our relationship can remain the way it was, except our roles will be reversed. Qi Shouwen, empowered with a feeling of dominance, spoke to Han Sen in a tone marinated with the bitter sauce of bluster. Qi Shouwen, you honestly think these people can stop me? Han Sen stroked the silver fox in his arms and asked his question calmly. Qi Shouwen smiled and responded, Brother Han is very powerful. This is something I acknowledge, and I would not dare look down on you, if this is what you fear. After that, Qi Shouwen pointed to the man at his side, Thunder Devil. He then said, I can only assume you do not know who this person is, so allow me to introduce you. This is the most talented evolver in Donglin. This is Thunder Devil. Few people could ever hope to be as talented as him. He is a successful learner of the skill Thunder Core. He also unlocked his first gene lock in the second God's Sanctuary. He is quite the rarity in the Alliance. Everyone's faces changed as they looked at Thunder Devil in fright. If he had been able to unlock his first gene lock in the second God's Sanctuary, the man by Qi Shouwen's side was undoubtedly a genius. He looked to be between 40 and 50, so already having such an achievement as a notch in his belt was remarkable. Silence deafened the ears of all in the hall. Qi Shouwen had with him an elite who had already unlocked his first gene lock. This sort of power would not simply mop up its adversaries, but crush them into dust. The hall had never been so quiet, and a sad realization dawned in the hearts of all who were there. Their hope had been depleted, and with this man and his crushing power present, the fear of losing everything in the ice field to Qi Shouwen was all too real. Brother Han, you have treated me like a little brother. If you are willing to help me, I will treat you with the reverence of a real brother. Qi Shouwen looked at Han Sen when he spoke. If I said I was willing to help you, would you honestly believe I would? Han Sen responded, looking calmly back at Qi Shouwen. I see no reason why I would not believe you. But, I do have medicine with me. It is my hope that you will take it. Qi Shouwen had no fear of anything. He pulled out a platinum bottle from his inner chest pocket and threw it towards Han Sen. Han Sen caught the bottle and opened it. It contained numerous fire crystal-looking pills that were about the same size as a pigeon's eye. What are these pills? Han Sen held one of the pills in his hand and looked at it in the light. He noticed the hardened exterior of the pill contained a rolling liquid inside. It's a geno creation pill. Our Donglin contains fantastic biological gene technology. This is just one of our products. Once you eat it, it can trigger genome mutations. There's every chance it could make you stronger, but... Qi Shouwen gave a brief pause. After a while, he resumed by saying, but there is also the chance your genes suffer a snafu of sorts. But don't you worry. If you inject yourself with a geno-stabilizer, you can stabilize the mutant genes. It won't harm your body. This isn't some fresh product that has just come out the oven, it's mature and has been extensively developed. Nothing will go wrong. If I take this, then that would mean I would have to listen to you for the rest of my life. Han Sen spoke with a frosty tone as he looked at the geno creation pill. I must confess, I wouldn't let a character such as yourself out of my sight for very long. If I let you leave, my thoughts and dreams would be disturbed. That is why I must put you on a leash as soon as I am able, Qi Shouwen said. You have more than 40 evolvers with a fitness level of over 100, and you have an elite who has unlocked their first gene lock. It looks like you have exerted a lot of effort in composing this little posse of yours. Han Sen looked around the room, observing the faces of all who were present. Brother Han is a very powerful person. Such preparations were necessary. If I wasn't going to stake a claim and take this royal shelter for myself, I wouldn't have bothered Thunder Devil to come all this way. Qi Shouwen smiled. You really think that special little elite in your midst is invincible? Han Sen went back to stroking his silver fox. He then raised his lips in a disdainful smile. Did you just say special little elite? You better watch your tone, boy. Thunderdevil's face now changed as he glared fiercely at Hansen, green electricity crackling all around his body. When everyone saw the electricity that swirled, snapped, and crackled around Thunderdevil, their hope for a happy ending vanished. This really was an elite who had unlocked their first gene lock, and he was no foe to be trifled with. Mr. Chi, there is no need to entertain this tiring chit-chat with the boy. If he does not quickly agree, then just kill him. Thunderdevil maintained his gaze on Hansen while he spoke to Chi Xiuwen. Brother Han, please consider it. Chi Xiuwen was getting annoyed. What's the problem? I was being honest. An elite who has unlocked their first gene lock? Am I supposed to be afraid or something? You're pulling my leg, right? Did you think this clown would frighten me? Hansen said, with a frostbitten tone. After Hansen said this, everyone's faces warped into looks of disbelief. No one believed Hansen would have the audacity to say something like that. To show contempt towards an elite of such a high rank was near enough to asking for death. To call the elite a clown, Hansen must have lost his mind. Do you have a death wish, boy? Electricity now swirled madly around Thunderdevil, and green bolts of lightning cracked in his eyes. Hansen's disrespect seemed to have made him extremely angry. Chi Xiuwen had not given the order to attack yet, so Thunderdevil stayed put. Brother Han, if you continue to be so stubborn, then don't blame me for what happens next. Chi Xiuwen's face looked bleak. He turned to look at Thunderdevil, then nodded. Thunderdevil had already come to dislike Han Senator. He was not accustomed to being looked down upon by someone who had not yet unlocked their own first gene lock. He thought Hansen didn't know his place. The moment Chi Xiuwen nodded, fierce shieldings of electricity surrounded Thunderdevil. He was wholly consumed by the green aura of airborne fire. His hands clutched a long physical bolt of lightning, and threw it like a javelin towards Hansen. With the terrifying scene that was now unfolding, everyone took a step back to avoid being struck by Thunderdevil's thunder and lightning. He was so bright they could not even see Thunderdevil's body. All that could be heard was the swirling pressure of crackling static and electricity. Hansen then saw the incoming spear of lightning. This scary power made everyone's hearts pound in fear, but it also gave them each a modicum of jealousy, wishing they could one day attain such talent. All of them desired to one day unlock their first gene lock, but realistically, only 1 in a million was likely to achieve such a status. But between their jealousy and frightened emotional state, they thought they were going to have to watch Hansen be slain by the Thunderdevil. However, it was at that moment that the silver fox Hansen had been holding leapt into action. A silver cloud of lightning appeared and annihilated the incoming spear of green electricity. Then, more thunder snapped the skies apart. Before it could finish, it was joined by a chorus of screams. The Thunderdevil, who once struck fear into the hearts of everyone present, was now blackened and charred. Then he fell to the floor. There were 3 gouge marks in his body, wounds that were deep enough to reveal his bones. He writhed around on the floor, unable to stand back up. The audience quaked in their boots, in utter disbelief at the sight of Thunderdevil squirming around on the ground. When the screaming stopped, the spirit hall fell silent. Not even the sounds of breathing could be heard from the crowd that watched. No way. How? What happened? How can an elite who has unlocked their first gene lock be beaten by a little pet fox? Everyone was speechless, and their minds were now plagued with 1,000 different questions over what they had just witnessed. All they could do was look at Thunderdevil, who was rolling around on the floor. The color in Chi Xiuwen's face drained, and a chill spiked his heart. He could not believe his ace in the hole had been beaten so simply. He was an elite who had unlocked his first gene lock, after all. Pang! Hansen picked up the silver fox and stroked him in his arms once more. Then he walked up to the ground-bound Thunderdevil and kicked him in front of Chi Xiuwen. Did I say clown? I'm sorry, this guy is an insult to clowns. Is this who you were relying on? Hansen looked at Qi Xiuwen, who now bore a pale face. Thunder Devil, who was near Qi Xiuwen's feet, was spilling blood from his mouth. It looked as if he was on death's door. Qi Xiuwen and his 40 other elites looked absolutely petrified. They did not dare to move. The teeth of the audience were chattering, and their bodies were shivering in fear and uncertainty. Qi Xiuwen must have thought he was suffering an unrelenting nightmare. He had more than 40 elites, one of which had unlocked his first gene lock. This powerful lineup, that had seemed to dwarf the rest in the hall, now seemed like a pitiful joke. Yes, it was ridiculous. Qi Xiuwen had believed he controlled the crushing power necessary to subdue any foe that sought to hinder his goals and desires. Now, he believed it was ridiculous. This man, who listened to everything and never said no, Qi Xiuwen had thought to be stupid. But now, he revered Hansen like some god. He could hardly look at him, and all he could do was shiver in his boots. It was in this moment that Qi Xiuwen realized Hansen never once took him seriously, and that the entire time he had been with him, he must have been merely enjoying the comedy. It was as if he had been watching an ant, being arrogant and trying to bully others. His behavior had been ridiculous and all his plans were childish. All of a sudden, Qi Xiuwen's confidence collapsed and with it, he fell to the ground. Today, I saw a lot. He is too strong. That elite had unlocked his first gene lock, but Hansen whipped him like a dog. It's sick. That guy's little pet dog absolutely ravaged the elite who had managed to unlock his first gene lock. If that was his pet, how strong must he himself be? What pet dog? It was a pet cat. It was stronger than a dog, no matter what it was. It possessed the strength of a god. Hansen didn't even have to do anything. All he did was talk until he decided to sick the fiend on Thunder Devil. This is madness. You guys weren't there. None of you saw the look on Qi Xiuwen and his followers' faces. There were a few hundred evolvers there, 40 of them with a fitness level of more than 100. All of them possessed a fair amount of might, but in front of Hansen, none of them even dared to pass wind. They were afraid of doing anything that might tick Hansen off, perhaps inciting him to slay them all in one fell swoop. Qi Xiuwen was so frightened, he almost had a heart attack and died. If you ever have a role model, whose footsteps you would be keen to follow in, make it Hansen that way, you will achieve true happiness. Be Hansen? You wouldn't even qualify to be his pet. Pet? You guys think you can match that pet of his? That pet killed the fellow with an unlocked gene lock. Hansen could put you to work as a dishcloth, but beyond that, I doubt he'd find any use for you guys. Well, one thing has become a certainty, the ice field are now the domain of Han Sr. Of course, he is unique. I bet you'd never find anyone else remotely like him elsewhere. And I'm not talking about just the ice field. This guy would most likely be the cream of the crop no matter which shelter he went to. I've seen a lot in my time, but rarely have I been this excited. You didn't get to see the way those high and mighty elites looked that day. When they saw what Hansen did, they were like children approaching an abusive father. After the fighting that took place in the royal shelter, the ice field changed. The 3 factions that governed the ice field were broken. Hansen took the royal shelter and formed an alliance with Li Xingluan and Philip, which led to the formation of a new goddess shelter. The 3 armies were then split into 4. Yang Manli was made leader of the goddess army, Li Xingluan was put in charge of the Star Wheel army, Philip became the leader of the Philip army, and lastly, Qiu Xiuwen was made leader of the Black God army. Hansen remained leader of the goddess shelter, but was unsatisfied with the title. He thought leader lacked a certain flair. Hansen did not kill Qi Xiuwen, though, because that would only cause more problems in the future. He also needed the strength of Qi Xiuwen's men to keep the new royal shelter in fine operation. Hansen did not fear the possibility being betrayed again, either. The 3 factions worked together to bring down the royal shelter, with the Black God shelter receiving the most benefits. But because of the treachery enacted by Qi Xiuwen and his men, all their potential rewards were forfeited and given to Hansen exclusively. Qi Xiuwen did not receive a penny or a scrap of meat. Despite all of his rewards being taken by Hansen, however, he did not complain once. He was merely happy enough to be walking away with his head still attached to his shoulders. Hansen was no longer a man he would be keen to trifle with. Hansen also gave the goddess army the greatest boons. If they required it, they could buy creature meat at very low prices. This meant the power of the troops in his army could increase at a much faster rate. Not only that, but following the news of his triumph over Qi Xiuwen's treachery, many more people came to enlist in the goddess army. It didn't take long before the ranks of Hansen's own army increased substantially. Although the army's power was trailing behind the other three, at its new trajectory, it would soon surpass them. Eat. Eat until your bellies are full. There is no need to save me some. Hansen prepared a truck-sized feast of sacred blood meat for the angels to dine on. This time, Hansen had received the bodies of 4 different sacred blood creatures. They were killed by Qi Xiuwen and Thunder Devil, but it was Hansen who became the recipient of their meat. Unfortunately, however, they were too big. Hansen roasted a good deal of the meat and took to eating it with 0. The rest was given to the angels to accelerate their growth. Due to the Silver Fox's tremendous performance, Hansen started looking forward to seeing how the angels would develop as fighters. Aside from the sacred blood meat they were given, there were over 100 mutant beasts to eat, as well. Not to mention the countless ordinary monsters they had also become recipients of. It would have been impossible for Hansen to eat them all in any reasonable amount of time, so he had no choice but to sell them. After all, the carcasses of once-living creatures could not be kept for long. Hansen did keep some smaller amounts of mutant creature flesh to eat. And with it, he estimated that within a month, his mutant geno points would be maxed out. It's a shame I am unable to bring the silver fox out to hunt, otherwise, I would not have to worry about my sacred geno points either. Hansen stroked the silver fox that continued to rest in his arms and couldn't help but feel disappointed. Boss, I have formulated the account. Yang Monli had prepared a ledger for Hansen, but when she came near to deliver it, her eyes could not look away from the silver fox. The silver fox had earned quite the name for itself across the icefield. It was the pet that had killed an elite who had unlocked his gene lock in a single hit, after all. It was difficult to imagine something so small dealing such vast amounts of damage. Yang Monli had seen the silver fox before, but she believed it to be an ordinary pet. It only seemed natural, as Hansen played with it frequently. She never imagined it had such terrifying powers. It was a frightening little thing. Hansen took a look at the ledger and was startled to learn that the sum of money they had received from selling the excess meat in the past few days was in the billions. If they started running the royal shelter, the income they would receive would be unimaginable. They'd end up rivaling the income generated from megacorporations that ran entire planets. Of course, it couldn't possibly rival a galactic megacorporation, but Hansen was happy to settle for his current projections. With this royal shelter, even if Hansen didn't lift a finger from this point on, he would be able to live a life of absolute luxury. But this was meaningless to Hansen, because wealth was not his purpose. Money was useless to him if he couldn't achieve the power he was striving for. After Yang Monli left, Hansen lifted the bottle of Geno creation pills he had held on to. The last time he brought it out, the silver fox had shown great interest in eating them. But Hansen didn't let him, as he worried various problems might arise. He wasn't sure if mutating genes was a bad thing or not, and it was different than the consumption of mutant flesh. The silver fox reached out its paws and tried to grab a hold of the bottle. It seemed as if it greatly desired to eat them. Hansen hesitated for a good while, but in the end, he opened the lid and pulled one out. He placed it in the palm of his hand and folded his fingers into a fist, to prevent the silver fox from taking it, as it desperately wanted to. "Are you sure you won't have any problems eating this?" Hansen wasn't sure if the silver fox could understand him, but he still asked. The silver fox quickly nodded, as if it was a genuine response to the question. Then, it moved to rub its head on Hansen's closed fist. Hansen paused to think for some time, but then opened his hand. Quickly, the silver fox gobbled up the pill. Hansen observed the silver fox intently, anxiously waiting to see if there were any changes. He had obtained a fair amount of geno-stabilizers from Qi Xiuwen, so if a problem arose, he was confident in his ability to fix it. After a while, the only change he noticed was the silver fox's hair. Somehow, it looked a little brighter. But aside from that, nothing. The silver fox tried to claw at the empty bottle, as if he was still hungry for them. It looks like the geno-creation pills are not strong enough to mutate a super creature, Hansen thought to himself. Hansen, you rock. How did you do that? You dealt Dong Lin a significant blow. In the communicator, Tang Jinliu was staring at Hansen in awe. That person in Dong Lin looked for Tang's family, desiring reconciliation with Hansen. That money is for his son's life. Hansen looked at Tang Jinliu's list and smiled. What's going on? You made a move on his son? Tang Jinliu looked at Hansen with an expression of surprise. I didn't do anything to his son, he came after me. Hansen told Tang Jinliu the tale of what had occurred in the royal shelter. You're telling me you killed an evolver who had unlocked their first gene lock. You have opened a gene lock too, then, I presume? Tang Jinliu's eyes were wide, looking at his correspondent's face with much admiration. I'm not that fast, it was just luck. I have a kick-ass pet, and it was my pet that killed Thunder Devil, Hansen told him, smiling. What sort of pet can be that powerful? If you've got any more for sale, I'll take 10. Tang Jinliu jested with a hearty laugh. I only have one. I can only surmise that Lady Luck is fond of me, when bestowing the fortune to receive such pet. You can't envy me. Hansen laughed. It is no wonder why he was willing to pay you that much. An evolver with an unlocked gene lock was killed by you? Nothing could stand in your way of killing Qi Xiuwen, if that is what you chose to do, Tang Jinliu said. Of course, but I'm not that stupid. I'm not willing to kill people of small concern, like him. There'd be no benefit, and if anything, it'd just be a hassle. Retaliation from Dong Lin would likely occur, as well. I don't even have that many troops at my command either. I need to make use of his men to take care of the royal shelter for a while my own army expands. Qi Xiuwen is now a puppet on strings, so I have no fear of any more betrayal. He and his troops will do things honestly and earnestly henceforth. Hansen continued to peruse the list while he told Tang Zhenli, I suppose I agree with the compensation they are offering. But I don't want these random items or their money. Help me talk to the people in Donglin and have it all swapped for geno-creation pills. If those things don't work correctly, they can kill someone. What do you need that many for? Tang Zhenli inquired, frowning. Hansen knew what Tang Zhenliu was thinking, so he smiled. He said, Don't worry, I'm not using this stuff to harm anyone. I know how to use them, but anyway, help me talk to them to get this exchange in motion. Okay, I'll get in touch with them. I'll let you know in a few days, most likely. After a while, Tang Zhenliu still wanted to ask once more, Did your pet really kill Thunder Devil? There were many people there, and they can be found all across the ice fields. If you honestly don't believe me, why don't you ask them? I barely lifted a finger. Hansen spread his hands as he reasserted what had happened. Damn. Your luck really does make others jealous. To be able to kill a man who has unlocked their first gene lock, that pet must be way too OP. Why can't I ever be the recipient of such fortune? Tang Zhenliu's face was one of almost anguish, in the envy he had for Hansen. Turning off the communicator, Hansen went to the royal shelter. The geno-creation pills from Donglin were not the type of goods that could be purchased in the markets. This was because the alliance forbid them to be sold. If Hansen wanted to buy some, there was nowhere he could go to do so. Even if he could obtain them through the more illicit routes of trade, they'd cost an arm and a leg. So, getting them directly from the Chi family was undoubtedly the best way to go about their retrieval right now. If the silver fox wanted to eat them so much, perhaps they could provide some major benefits? There would be no harm in having a few more at his disposal, anyway. If they turned out to provide the boon he was hoping for, Hansen thought Chi Shouwen could stay wrapped around his finger for a while longer. If he ever wanted more, he could go through Chi Shouwen for them at the family discount. Boss, the silver beetles outside the gate remain. They are not pulling away. We tried killing a few, and we were successful, but it's as if they can respawn in an instant. How should we deal with them? Philip saw Hansen pass by and made sure to voice his concern over their unwelcome squatters. This Philip was quite something. The reason he was called Philip was because of his gluttonous appetite for fillet steaks. Li Xingluan once said that Philip's family was rather extensive, and he himself was quite talented. If he wasn't, he couldn't be a faction leader in the fragmented ice fields, after all. I will handle this. You guys don't need to do anything. Hansen then went to look for Zero, and with her and the silver fox in tow, exited the shelter via the main gate. The evolvers out on the road would always allow Hansen to pass, and many would greet him as courteously as they could. They'd also make sure to pay their respects to the silver fox. That is the pet that killed the guy with an unlocked gene lock. It looks so ordinary. Who would have thought it possessed so much power? Ah, it's so cute. I really want one. Hansen was holding the silver fox when he passed through the gate, but when he approached the ladybugs, they did not disappear underground. There was a dizzying amount of them, squirming and shimmering like a lake of molten silver. But as Hansen drew nearer, the presence of the silver fox eventually came to their attention. When it did, some ran away, whereas others burrowed underground as quickly as they could. These silver beetles were very strange. You wouldn't receive an announcement when you killed one, there was no way to obtain a beast soul from them, and their carcasses simply decomposed without providing any meat for consumption. It was the vast number of them that was most curious, though. It would seem no matter how many you killed, they'd always come back. Hansen held the silver fox and ran around the area in a loop. Wherever he went, the silver beetles would disappear, but whenever he left and later returned, they'd be back. Hansen summoned Princess Yin's spirit, bringing her pretty shadow to life in front of him. He pointed towards the silver beetles and asked, "What's the deal with these silver beetles?" Princess Yin moved her pretty eyes and said, "They are not exactly creatures." Well, if they are not creatures, what are they? Hansen frowned as he inquired. After all, how could the creatures inside the shelters not be creatures? They would best be described as weapons, Princess Yin said. Give me the details. Hansen was quite curious about this revelation, so he pressed further. Princess Yin then explained, there is a silver beetle mother somewhere underground, and she can constantly reproduce the smaller bugs that you see here. But they're not offspring or babies in the traditional sense, they're more like weapons. Hansen now understood why killing them was so useless, the actual creature they sought resided underground. Is the silver beetle mother a sacred blood creature? Hansen asked. Yes, Princess Yin confirmed. Hansen looked around, and said while furrowing his brow, where can she be found? I am unable to control it, as I once could. Therefore, I do not know. As a rough approximation of their burrowed depths, they usually live around 500 meters underground. 500 meters? Hansen's eyebrows went even tighter. There was no way he would be able to drill 500 meters underground to fight a sacred blood silver beetle mother. But if he did not kill it, it would cost a lot of resources to have people remove their presence, day in, day out. And Hansen would be the one paying the most, therefore, he did not want that. It is not difficult to kill the silver beetle mother. In fact, if I had my sister, we could do it together ourselves, Yin fluttered her beautiful eyes. This is awesome. Han Sen did not think twice and immediately summoned Princess Yang. The beautiful twins, one with silver hair and the other with gold hair, appeared in front of him. Han Sen could not help but gulp as he witnessed their presence before him, side by side. It was a gorgeous sight to behold. Han Sen couldn't take his eyes off Princess Yin and Princess Yang. The mermaid princess had the ability to control the crystal palace, so he wondered if either of these princesses possessed any special abilities he could employ, as well. Princess Yin and Princess Yang looked at each other. They raised up their swords together, producing two lights, one silver and one gold. Then, in a flash, they both fused together to become a whole new woman, clad in gold and silver armor. One iris was gold, the other silver. One hand clutched a silver sword, whereas the other held a golden sword. They have formed to become one person? Han Sen looked at this new spirit lady they had transformed into. He was puzzled, unable to understand why they did not do this before, when he fought them in the spirit hall. He then watched the lady spirit move towards the cracks in the ground that the silver beetles crawled out of. Extending her silver sword outwards, she drove it down into the crevice. Then, with her remaining gold sword, she swirled and twirled it around in the air. After a while of doing this, Han Sen suddenly felt the ground begin to rumble like an earthquake. Then a squealing noise sounded from below the earth as plumes of dust shot out of the crevice like a dirty exhaust. Boom! The spirit lady continued to wave the golden sword in her hand as the silver sword rattled and returned from its earthen sheath. Through magic, it floated in the air and twirled around the spirit lady in a similar way to the golden sword, until it reached the hand that awaited its return. "Master, the silver beetle's mother has been killed," the spirit lady reported to Han Sen. Han Sen didn't need the report, however, for he already knew the result through the notification he had received. Princess Yin and Princess Yang slew the silver beetle mother. The beast soul was not acquired. Consume its flesh to obtain a random numeric amount of sacred geno points, ranging from 0 to 10. The silver beetles were round, but they now looked like wilted flowers. As they lay on the ground in lifeless mounds, they quickly decomposed and vanished out of sight. So, this is what it feels like to have someone else do your dirty work. Han Sen opened his eyes wide and looked at the spirit lady with admiration. "Master, that was a yin-yang sword skill, not dirty work." "Not one for humor," the spirit lady corrected Han Sen. "When we used to fight, why did you not use this skill?" Han Sen curiously inquired. "Combining yin and yang together does not increase our power. It only enables me to use this particular sword skill," the yin-yang princess explained. "Ah, that's why. If that's the case, then you two should split up." Han Sen believed having two women was better than one, so he recommended they remain as Princess Yin and Princess Yang. Han Sen then prepared to return to the shelter, but that was when he faintly saw a shadow appear from behind a glacier. When he took a closer look, he noticed that it was Queen. Queen stared at the silver fox in Han Sen's arms, and did not even look at him. "Why are you here?" Han Sen frowned, looking at Queen with alarm. If Queen was going to come after the silver fox, he wasn't sure if it could beat her. Although the silver fox was powerful, it was still just a pup. The power was nowhere near what it could one day become. Facing an ordinary evolver who had unlocked the first gene lock seemed to be okay, but the thought of it facing Queen made Han Sen uncertain. The silver fox returned Queen's gaze, just as it did when it first saw Shui Kuang. Queen then turned to look at Han Sen and said, "Your pet seems to be quite special. What class is it?" "Sacred blood class," Han Sen answered Queen immediately, with no hesitation in his lie. Although he knew Queen wanted to hunt super creatures, he did not know if she actually had yet. Because of this, Han Sen did not wish to say anything more. Queen continued to peer at Han Sen but did not say anything. She then returned her watch to the silver fox and said, "You know, there is still one more class above sacred blood creatures. I formed a team composed of people who have each unlocked their first gene lock. Our purpose is to hunt those monsters. Are you interested? I still haven't unlocked my first gene lock. I thought I wouldn't be qualified to join you, Hansen said. With that pet at your side, I would say you are qualified. Queen pointed to the silver fox. Never mind, then. I don't think I have the abilities to go with you. I can't rely on a pet to keep me alive. Besides, the existence of those creatures is little more than a myth. Have you killed any to confirm? Hansen asked. Queen did not answer. All she said was, well, the invitation is always open. If you change your mind, seek me out through Pingqing. And then she left as quickly as she appeared. Queen secretly thought that the creature Hansen possessed was a super creature, but she had never killed one before. Therefore, she could not be certain, and all she could do was guess. After 100 years of development, humans were getting more and more powerful in the second god sanctuary. Still, humans that could unlock their gene lock in the second god sanctuary were very rare. Queen spent a lot of time trying to gather such individuals, and despite trying her best, she had only been able to invite 7. Most of them had their own territory, so finding 7 people on her own was quite impressive. But even with a team of such considerable power, they still could not kill creatures that were above the sacred blood class. Such foes had the same abilities, but the powers that fueled them were several times stronger. According to their estimations, for humans to unlock their first gene lock, their fitness level would have to reach 300. This was also the level of a celestial being. Once this level was reached, and a gene lock was unlocked, only then could they be capable of taking on a super creature. But all of this was nigh impossible to achieve in the second god sanctuary. To kill creatures such as that, humans would need numbers, and they'd have to cooperate. But so far, not a single faction had managed to band together and take one down. And in regards to Hansen's pet, Queen was captivated by it. Hansen may not have killed a super creature, but how had he managed to tame one? If Hansen told her he had already beaten a super creature, she would not have believed him. Although Hansen was a powerful person, he had not yet unlocked his gene lock. He couldn't survive against a person with an unlocked gene lock by himself. So, if he couldn't do that, he most certainly couldn't go up against a super creature. Queen considered that Hansen's pet may have been a berserk sacred blood beast soul. Although the chances were slim, that could be what had given it special abilities. But the silver fox was not a beast soul, that meant it had to be a super creature. How could anyone judge her skepticism? After all, no one had been known to tame a creature before. Only those spoken about in legends. The reason why Queen invited Hansen was because she had witnessed the power of the silver fox and Hansen together. She used to teach Hansen, so she could more accurately gauge how he had grown and where he would continue to go. His potential and the likely course of his future was frighteningly impressive. If he unlocked the first gene lock, he'd be a scary master to have and a terrifying foe to face. To be close with a character such as that, Queen was keen to have him in her party as soon as possible. On the other side of the royal shelter was a large mountain. Past the far side of this mountain, however, there wasn't much snow. There was another royal shelter there, controlled by another faction whose owner had unlocked their first gene lock. Developing a shelter on the other side was a difficult thing. The big mountain in between was called Devil's Mountain, and it was occupied by a number of powerful creatures. The slopes of the mountain were coarse, rugged, and steep, which put any would-be fighters on that terrain at a big disadvantage. Only a few people possessed what it took to hunt there, but even those never ventured too far. When Thunder Devil traveled across Devil's Mountain, even he took the long route to avoid the more dangerous zones of that place. According to what Qi Xiuwen said, the owner of the royal shelter near the Devil's Mountain, called Lu Hui, was the captain of the Blue Blood Reserve Force. He was a powerful man, and although he had unlocked his first gene lock, there was a significant gulf in power between him and Thunder Devil. Hansen didn't have as many people as he would have liked. The workforce he had was barely enough to keep the royal shelter in operation. His lack of troops was what had driven him to cooperate with others to take the royal shelter. Now that he had taken the ice fields, with the Devil's Mountain at his back for protection, he was near enough a king of the ice fields. If he was able to maintain his hold on the ice fields, and stay in his current position, he would earn a lot of money. Hansen, Super Body, King Spirit. Stage, Evolver. Lifespan, 300. Super Body Evolve Requirement, 100 Geno. Own Geno, Basic Geno, 100. Ordinary Geno, 100. Mutant Geno, 100. Sacred Geno, 39. Hansen had benefited greatly from his assault on the royal shelter, and now his mutant Geno amount had maxed out. His sacred Geno points had also been given a boost, too. His sacred Geno count had reached 39. Right now, if he had to gauge his fitness level based on the Genos he possessed, he'd put it at 150. But that was not because of his training. This number was equal to top-level evolvers. If Hansen reached Surpasser state, he could ascend to become a celestial being with a fitness level of 300. But Ji Yanran told him that before he became a Surpasser, the higher fitness level he had, the better. There was no need to rush the process. For now, Hansen's primary goal was to unlock his gene lock. If he didn't, it would not matter if his fitness was higher than evolvers who had already unlocked theirs. He would still be handicapped and his ability to perform skills would be significantly lessened. I have not been able to finish the first tier of Dongxian Sutra in a reasonable amount of time, so perhaps it would be best if I do give Jadeskin another shot. I hope there won't be any issues with it. Hansen, with a renewed resolve, decided to try out Jadeskin once more. When he unlocked the first tier of Jadeskin, he should have unlocked his gene lock, as well. But this had not come to pass. Hansen knew that the variant of Jadeskin he had learned had some issues, but ever since he absorbed the ice powers from Shui Quan, the skill had changed somewhat. Perhaps through further practice with the skill, he'd be able to unlock his gene lock this time. What concerned Hansen the most, however, was the possibility of his Jadeskin bringing him negative side effects. The last thing he wanted was to end up with the heart of someone from the Shui family. If he wanted to kill super creatures, which he did, doing so would be impossible for him if he did not unlock his gene lock. Hansen had the Dongxian Sutra, though, which meant he wasn't too afraid to experiment with Jadeskin once more. Returning to the Alliance, Hansen entered a training room and began to practice. With Jadeskin running again, cool air emanated from his cells. With ice coursing through his veins, his body felt as if it were being purified. A greater sense of clarity overwhelmed Hansen's mind, and he perceived the entire world in a different way. He couldn't put finger on the exact nature of the change, though. Human emotions were dictated by greed, jealousy, lust, and desire. Under the effects of Jadeskin, things were different. Hansen's association with these cornerstones of human emotion seemed to be dying somewhat, his emotions were getting colder. It made Hansen feel keen, unusually keen. His vision, smell, taste, touch and hearing were increased as well, but it was the substantial amplification of his sixth sense that surprised him. Hansen could now hear voices coming from another training room, which was something he had been unable to do before. Although he wasn't cold, Hansen's body felt somehow chill. His mind was at greater ease. His emotions seemed to be fading away, and he almost didn't feel human. The cells in his body were struggling, almost moaning. It was as if they were now in shackles. Hansen never felt so restrained before. And as these feelings started to increase, his body started to panic, and he wanted to shatter the chains that bound him. Hansen felt himself touch the first gene lock, and he acknowledged that the Jadeskin was different than before. No matter how hard he had trained it in the past, it had never come close to making him feel as he did now. Hansen believed that if he continued, he would unlock the first gene lock. But the further he went, the more his emotions were stripped away from him. He was afraid of becoming little more than an android, programmed to gain power through any means necessary, all without a heart. He was afraid that if he unlocked his gene lock, he would lose all semblance of his former self. He would be a husk of a human being, someone worse than the Shui family, even. At least the Shui family possessed some form of emotion. Right now, Hansen couldn't feel anything. He didn't feel happy, sad, or even angry. If he used the jade skin to unlock the gene lock, he ran the possibility of never feeling such emotions again. His cells were struggling, and his sixth sense continued to grow. He felt his body shrink, as if he was going to be imprisoned for 1,000 years. He couldn't wait to break free from whatever haunting force choked the liberty from his being. The last time I tried training jade skin, the Danshin Sutra is what woke me up. But right now, it isn't doing anything. Maybe it's because this time there is no danger? Perhaps I should push further and give this a genuine try. Under the effects of his seemingly inhuman sense of apathy, Hansen started to strike against his first gene lock. All the cells in his being began raging, burning hot with a sense of power he hadn't felt before. It was like pushing against an invisible force with immeasurable strength, and as it occurred, Hansen's teeth chattered and his body trembled. But despite the writhing of his cells, his mind was calm and cool like a marble statue. And that's how he sat there, unmoving. His sixth sense was getting even sharper now, and it's continued to grow larger and larger. At the same time, Hansen's mind conjured up a strange image. Through the wall, he could see the people in the next training room. Hansen knew this wasn't because he had been gifted X-ray vision, but through the accelerating growth of his seventh sense. Just by hearing the sounds, his mind's eye could construct an image depicting exactly what was going on in the next chamber. That was the nature of the seventh sense. It was a person's ability to analyze time and space, in their past, present, and future forms. Hansen's seventh sense was stronger than most people's, and right now it had been amplified by an order of magnitude. It was sharper than the sharpest blade. Suddenly, the sound of broken ground sent a shockwave through Hansen's body. He felt something within him break. And now, he was overwhelmed with a feeling of release. It was as if he had been incarcerated for 1,000 years and now he was free. He was feeling incandescent, as if he could command the skies, as if he could fly, as if he had been reborn as an angel. Everything is born Alea, it's already here, it is full and clear, the same as Nirvana. Hansen didn't receive any new icy powers after unlocking his first gene lock, but the strength of his body was dramatically increased. That wasn't the most important boon he had received, however. Most importantly, Hansen's seventh sense had received massive amplifications. It had reached the max proficiency a human could achieve, which gave Hansen a curious feeling. He couldn't quite explain it, but it made Hansen view the world in a different way. He could see things as he had never seen them before. Hansen could not tell what future changes this talent would bring, but maybe it was because of his fitness that he didn't actually fully unlock his gene lock. He felt as if he had unlocked it, as much as he hadn't. He couldn't quite put a finger on anything right now. Hansen walked out of the training room with his gene lock opened. His heart felt strange, and as he walked, he felt as if the walls around him were disintegrating. He was able to see everything, beyond what any human eye could behold. But he also felt as though his body was being encased in ice. Sound, temperature, light, these things and more became simple rules of additional deduction in his mind. So great was his vision now, that even if he closed his eyes, he could still see what was in front of him. This is too amazing. This feeling is too amazing. Hansen wanted to be happy, but strangely, he was unable to feel any particular emotion. It felt as if everything was pre-purposed and almost expected, therefore nullifying the need to be explicitly surprised or happy. As Hansen continued walking, he suddenly noticed a woman removing her clothes. It was Annie. She had long legs, pale white skin, and massive boobs, he could see it all. But when Hansen paid closer attention, he noticed there was a wall separating them, and that Annie was actually in her changing room. It was a thick wall like any other, but his vision provided a clearer image than any thermal vision apparatus could. In his current situation, however, Hansen did not feel any sensation of lust. Viewing Annie's amazing body, he might as well have been looking at a mannequin. He noticed her being as naked as she was, but then turned and continued on his way. He walked around the base and noticed a pain encroaching in his head. He knew that his fitness level would have difficulty supporting the unlocked gene lock. Therefore, to prevent further pain, he exited gene lock mode. His body reverted to its prior feelings of being bound, and he lost the amazing feelings he had previously been drenched in. His fitness returned to normal and his seventh sense reduced. Although it did not bear the fruit of elemental powers, I like it. It's not bad. Hansen finally smiled. After turning off his gene lock, his emotions returned. He no longer felt like one of the heartless monsters of the Shui family. Now, he was back to his former, chirpy self. I wonder what kind of powers I would have received if I had unlocked the gene lock with the Danshin Sutra. It would have been greater than Jade Skin, that is for sure, Hansen predicted. Also, I wonder what my level is, compared to evolvers who have already unlocked their gene lock. Hansen knew that Jade Skin basically increased the current talents and abilities his body possessed, with nothing extra. Therefore, he wasn't sure how he'd fare in a fight, going against those with elemental powers. Returning to his room, Hansen called Huangfu Pingqing. Soon after, the communicator on the other end was picked up, and her image filled the screen. Hansen almost felt his nose start to bleed. Huangfu Pingqing was only wearing a very thin pajama gown, which revealed a lot of skin. You could even see through the fabric, to a certain degree. Although not everything was on display, what could be seen was seductive and a little teasing. Little Junior, why have you come looking for me? There must be a reason for this call. I doubt you're checking in to see how I am. Huangfu Pingqing seemed to deliberately lean forward, presenting Hansen with a full-screen image of the trench that parted her perfect breasts. Senior, Queen told me that I should talk to you if I ever needed to seek her out. Hansen's lips may have been moving, but his gaze had not. There would be no harm in such a stare, after all. Noticing his shameless gaze, Huangfu Pingqing felt a little awkward. She widened her eyes to stare back at Hansen and grabbed a coat to veil her body. She then said, "Why are you looking for Queen?" "Senior, please tell her that after much deliberation, I have decided to join her team," Hansen told her. Now that he had successfully unlocked his gene lock, with his fitness at the top, he didn't need to worry about not being on par with the others on Queen's team. He was eager to see what sort of super creature they would be hunting. Hansen knew it was extremely difficult for someone to hunt a super creature by themselves, so cooperating with others was not something he frowned upon. By following Queen, he'd definitely have the opportunity to witness the true powers that super creatures held. After all, the silver fox was just a pup, and its strength must pale in comparison to a fully grown super creature. She invited you onto her team? Huangfu Pingqing gave Hansen a look of surprise. Didn't she tell you? Hansen looked at her strangely. Queen told Hansen to look for Huangfu Pingqing when he was ready to join her team, so it was fair of him to assume that she would know about the deal. Hansen was surprised to learn that she wasn't aware. A person like her doesn't talk to me that much, Huangfu Pingqing said. Then, after a brief pause, she continued, but she's a proud woman, why would she value having a commoner such as you on her team? I remember a few evolvers requesting spots on her team a while back, and they had unlocked gene locks and everything, but they were turned down. Why would she turn down those evolvers, but instead personally request your position on the team? I almost find it difficult to believe. You must be quite the charmer. I'm nothing special. I'm not the president yet, I still have a long road to traverse before I reach the top. Hansen wiggled his nose as he spoke. Huangfu Pingqing had already built an immunity to Hansen's shameless self-admiration. I will make sure to let her know, leastways. But, as for when you'll receive a response? I don't know. It all depends on her mood. I thank you, regardless. When I have retired from the army, remind me to buy you lunch sometime. Hansen smiled. Okay, I'll hold you to that. Huangfu Pingqing, returned Han Sen's smile. After their conversation concluded, Han Sen went to a testing lobby. He wanted to see what sort of power he had reached, having now unlocked his gene lock. To do a complete test, Han Sen went to an exclusive testing lobby at the army base, not the ordinary, virtual community one. After he selected his desired strength for the test, he entered the testing room. Inside, a half-human cyborg appeared in front of him. This droid, designed exclusively for combat testing, was built to resemble a human. It was actually composed of many other smaller robots. After a certain amount of damage had been dealt to the droid, it would shatter. But then, it could quickly rebuild itself. After seeing Han Sen enter a testing lobby, Annie was again watching his every move. Quickly, she went to the observation room so she could see how he was performing. The test Han Sen was undertaking had been designed to accurately measure the dexterity of his abilities. He had never taken this test before, so Annie did not actually know what his proper level was. With Han Sen now taking this test, Annie wasn't going to let this opportunity for observation pass her by. But due to the difficulty Han Sen had selected, Annie couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He had chosen a difficulty level of 100, which meant Han Sen would only need a level of 100 to beat it. Annie already knew that his power was well above 100. Since she was here, anyway, she stayed to watch how he operated. Han Sen hadn't chosen a stronger difficulty because he knew about the prying eyes, and he knew anyone could be watching from the observation room. He did not yet wish to reveal his true strength. Han Sen's primary goal in the testing lobby was to flex and push the boundaries of the new special senses he had received by unlocking his gene lock. Therefore, he did not need to select a harder difficulty, anyway. Han Sen crushed the testing droid swiftly, and it quickly rebuilt itself as two. After Han Sen destroyed both robots again, they too duplicated. When the four appeared before him, Han Sen quickly cut them down. Then again when 8 appeared. And in this way, he kept going. Han Sen rapidly tore through the robots with ease. After watching for a while longer, Annie's face started to turn heavy. The difficulty Han Sen had selected may not have been high, but the way he was slicing through the droids was special. She did not notice it at first, but after watching for a while, her face twisted. These droids had the established behavior for duplicating on defeat. This meant the more Han Sen killed, the more there would be. And the more droids there were, the more attacks would come Han Sen's way. Unlike humans, they were systematic and did not have to think. This also meant there was less room for error. Such robots didn't make mistakes, and their precision greatly exceeded the capability and reliability of humans. Although these attacks could not threaten Han Sen's life, the way he cut down the droids surprised Annie. Han Sen, despite dodging and avoiding every single attack, did not even turn around to look at the swings and slashes that were coming his way. He could accurately destroy each droid from behind. Even when many droids attempted to strike him at the same time, he did not have to turn around to dodge and strike back. Annie almost couldn't believe what she was seeing. It was as if Han Sen had grown eyes in the back of his head. Strength and speed were things that could be vigorously trained and improved upon, but this was something new to Annie, and she wasn't quite sure how he could have developed this power. From what she was witnessing, she did not believe such precision could come from a quick and accurate analysis of noise in the room, either. Han Sen did not make a single mistake, he was flawless. It was as if he had rehearsed this before, and he knew each move every droid was going to make. Annie didn't believe even she could do something such as that. As time went by, Han Sen only seemed to get better and better. It was as if he had achieved the sight of gods and was able to look forward through time and predetermine where and when each droid was going to attack. Combined with the Dongxian Sutra, Han Sen had enabled what might best be described as prophet mode. Every strike against him seemed futile, and hitting him would most likely require surpassing the speed of light. 32 robots were the maximum allowed inside the room at once. Even with such a large number, none of them had even managed to lay a finger on Han Senator. He annihilated each of them, and all it took was one punch. his fists gliding through their metallic exteriors with almost no resistance. As if they were strapped into a noose, Annie's eyebrows had become incredibly tight. She thought Hansen looked different, but she couldn't quite put her finger on why. She looked puzzled. Annie wanted to report to Ji Ruoxian immediately about what she had just witnessed. But as she continued to watch, she didn't even know how she might articulate the insane magnitude of Hansen's precision as he fought. After Hansen had finished his testing, he quickly left the lobby. Annie, however, remained in the observation room with a recording of his practice, as she was keen to rewatch and review what she had just seen. Hansen was very impressed with his newfound abilities, following his unlocking of the gene lock. Although he hadn't been granted any special, elementally infused powers, what he had been given made a massive difference. Hansen thought it was sick. He also appreciated how discreet his powers were at first sight. No one would be able to tell he had actually unlocked his first gene lock. He thought this could prove to be quite beneficial further down the road. Returning to the shelter again, he found that Zhu Ting had been looking for him. "Boss, I have found a sacred blood creature. Come and help me slay it." Sure, Hansen agreed, partially due to the fact he still felt guilty for what he had put Zhu Ting through with the red mushrooms. He also agreed to go without the promise of a return. Even though hunting sacred blood creatures wasn't a focus for him right now, having unlocked his first gene lock, it would prove to be far easier for him. He also imagined he could even take a trip to the seabed, hunt freely in the ocean's depths, and raise the sacred geno points of his angels at a much quicker pace. Following the speedy agreement, Zhu Ting led Hansen to Devil's Mountain. But Hansen frowned and said, "Since when have you been coming to the Devil's Mountain?" Thunder Devil and his people used to tell tales about the creatures that inhabited Devil's Mountain and the special abilities they possessed. It was a very dangerous place to venture. "Don't worry, I have only observed it from the foot of the mountain. I have not dared to traverse its treacherous slopes," Zhu Ting explained. Hansen nodded in response and did not say much. Unsure of what lay ahead, he was at least confident of his ability to escape from the clutches of a super creature, now that he had unlocked his gene lock. Not all super creatures actively pursued humans and sought to kill them on sight, though, so Hansen thought they'd be alright if they kept out of their way. The slopes of the mountain weren't icy and snowy. Instead, they were draped in fertile greens and dotted with luscious trees. "Boss, there it is." Zhu Ting was not lying. Having started their climb of Devil's Mountain, Zhu Ting pointed towards a peculiar knoll. This knoll he was pointing at skirted Devil's Mountain at the border of the icefield. Hansen followed Zhu Ting, and he led them up a small, craggy knoll. A few vines and trees prospered atop it. When they were halfway up the knoll, a lizard-looking creature snagged their attention. It was eating the vines that wove their way across a cliff that connected with the hilltop. Hansen looked at the creature, which was actually of considerable size. It was about 1 meter long, and instead of scales, it boasted beautiful blue skin. It looked to be a meaty prize. Although this knoll may not be very high, it would be difficult to fight it on the cliffside it is currently eating from, Hansen said, after observing it for some time. "If it was an easy task, I wouldn't have come and requested your aid. Do you have any suggestions?" Zhu Ting politely asked. "I do. You wait here." As Hansen said this, he summoned his bloodscale armor. He planted his legs firmly on the cliffside and began running up.